Pirates, I'm just a passing Kamen Rider. Chapter 1. Don't move, I'll chop anyone who dares to move. If you know what's best for you, just hand over all your money. How many times have I told you to stop moving? Yes, you. On the street, a group of knives-wielding men blocked a group of civilians on the roadside. They laughed hideously with ugly faces and their eyes were full of murderous light. The one who spoke at this time with a tone full of resentment was the leader, an extremely ugly man. Lu Cheng took a look at the supernatural face and deeply realized that it was not easy to grow up like this. No wonder he was so resentful. Considering that ugliness is a lifelong thing, he forgave the rudeness in the other party's words. If the other party could put down the knife, he could still save his life. He would just beat him half to death. This is the world of One Piece. Lu Cheng just crossed over a few days ago. It is really a world full of pirates. He has to go to the street to buy some meat. I encountered a group of blind pirates who were robbing me. Look at your faces, and then look at me carefully. Can you afford to mess with a man with such a handsome face? This group of pirates have always been lawless. Murder and arson are commonplace for them. Coming to such a small place to rob is natural, and seeing such a handsome and inhumane young man, the good mood for robbery is gone all at once. And why is this guy so arrogant? You know, pirates are the freest people in this sea. As pirates, they will never allow such a handsome man to be so arrogant in front of them. They all had fierce eyes and smirks on their faces. The young man who was surrounded looked only 17 or 18 years old, with a well-proportioned body. The kind-hearted people on the side carefully held him. Boy, forget it, they are pirates, they kill people, they are brutal, if they want money just give it to them. Want money? Lu Cheng had drunk a little wine before, and was still a little dizzy. When he heard these two words, he suddenly woke up. Someone wants to rob me of my money? What kind of irreconcilable hatred is this? I don't have any money. Lu Cheng patted his chest and replied proudly, I just spent all my money. Is this something to be proud of? Boy, are you kidding me? The scarred man who led the group was furious. He took out a bounty order from his pocket and thrust it in front of Lu Cheng. Look at me clearly, I am the madman Garros with a bounty of 8 million Baileys. I have killed more than 100 people like you. 8 million Baileys. The young man's eyes lit up. He snatched the bounty from Scarface's confused face, and compared it carefully with the ugly face of the other party. Finally, he confirmed that it was the same person. It seems to be the same person. Boy, do you think I'm kidding you? The scarred leader's face was filled with rage when he heard that. He put the machete directly on Lu Cheng's neck and said, I'm going to chop your head off in the next second without even blinking an eye. Do you still think I'm kidding you? The more I looked at this handsome and horrible face, the more annoyed I became. He really wanted to just chop him off with one blow. I don't believe it, but I think you are not kidding. After all, you are so ugly, it is not easy to pretend to be you. Lu Cheng's face was serious, and he even had a hint of excitement. 8 million Baileys, this ugly thing is quite valuable. You know, he went to the dock to do hard labor for a day yesterday. He did the work of more than a dozen people and earned less than 400 Baileys. Damn it, it turned out that the other party came here specially to give him money. I'm really sorry for my bad attitude before. The air was quiet for a second, and then the big man called Madman Garros was full of anger. He shouted angrily, boy, you are dead. There are two things I hate most in my life. The first thing is that someone said I was still drinking milk at the age of 4. The second thing is that someone said I was ugly. You were still drinking milk at the age of 4. Lu Cheng reached out and touched his chin. I underestimated you, you are still a child. The scarred man was full of anger. How dare you say that I was still drinking milk at the age of 4, you are dead, wait, how did you know this? Lu Cheng gave a look of mental retardation, but he was used to it. The average brain development of the pirate world is not complete, and there will be many such things in the future, just like he is destined to see all kinds of weird and ugly things in the future, he has to stay calm. Boss, you said it yourself. You said you were still drinking milk when you were 4 years old. A pirate on the side reminded loudly. With a swipe of the knife, the talkative younger brother's head was chopped off. The scarred man was full of anger. How dare you say that? He turned and looked at Lu Cheng. You must be scared to death, kid. When I go crazy, I will even kill my own people. Now you know why I am called a madman. Ha ha ha. The boss is awesome. The boss is invincible. A few brothers at the side were laughing so hard that tears came out of their eyes. They didn't care about their companions' bloody bodies at all. After grinning for a while, they regained their ferocious expressions. Brat, do you know who you have offended? The scarred man had a ferocious look on his face. Brat, because of you, I changed my mind. He glanced at the other people who were squatting on the street with their heads in their hands, his face ferocious. I was planning to spare your lives, but now, I'm going to kill all of you. Blame this kid for killing you, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He raised his head and laughed wildly, drowning out the screams of fear from the crowd, but he found that Lu Cheng in front of him still had no reaction. He looked at him as if he was mentally retarded. In his hand, he was holding a strange box with a dragon head on it and a few cards inside. It looked like some kind of child's toy. This idiot is not thinking of smashing me to death with this toy. Scarface laughed loudly, extremely arrogant. The remaining pirates also laughed when they saw Lu Cheng's look. No wonder they laughed. What's the use of a toy-like card box? Can you make a knife out of it by drawing cards to chop people? What kind of combat power can a broken card box have? Ordinary card boxes are indeed not good, but Lu Cheng's is different. It is a card box on the surface, but it is actually a belt. And Lu Cheng is not a normal person. Now he is just an ordinary Kamen Rider who happened to pass by. Scarface's sword had already chopped down Lu Cheng's crown fiercely. Not to mention a person's head, even if it was the opponent's whole body, he could easily cut it in half with one sword. However, there was no fear on the opponent's face. He just raised the card box and said softly, Henshin. Transformation. Chapter 2. There was a dull roar like a giant dragon, and Garros only felt as if an angry fire dragon roared at him, and then he saw that the young man in front of him had changed his appearance. Or rather, he put on a strange set of armor. The other party was wearing a strange red and black armor, with a strange belt tied around his waist, and the card box he saw before was placed on it. The opponent's helmet had a strange belly like an insect, emitting a dangerous red light, and there was a summoner on his left hand that looked like a dragon head. It looked so cool and invincible. Kamen Rider, Dragon Knight is on the stage. Garros's sword stopped, and Lu Cheng held the opponent's long sword with one hand. The sharp long sword was easily grasped in his hand. I heard that you are worth 8 million Baileys. A dull voice came from under the helmet, and red compound eyes flashed under the striped helmet. Anyone could hear the teasing in the tone. Although Garros was surprised by this strange change, he was also furious at the other party's mocking tone. Kamen Rider Ryuki used taunting advent, and the effect was outstanding. The enemy lost his mind. Garros' eyes were red with anger. He held the knife with both hands and used all the strength in his body to pull the knife out of the opponent's hand. He raised it high above his head and slashed it out again. This was a knife he used all his strength, and it was also the strongest knife he slashed today. The sharp blade flashed a dangerous cold light. This knife chopped down, not to mention that there is a person below, even if it is a big rock, he can cut it in half. When he swung the knife with all his strength, Garros had a hunch that this knife could definitely cut the opponent in half. But as we all know, men's hunches are never very good, especially for ugly male pirates. Lu Cheng slowly pulled out a card from the card box on his waist. On the card, a red dragon-slaying sword shone brightly. He took out the card and put it into the dragon card reader in his left hand, gently pushed the dragon head, and the red dragon's eyes flashed scarlet light for an instant. At the same time, a loud voice came from somewhere in the sky. Sword vent, sword arrives. A loud dragon roar rang out from the void, and the crimson-colored dragon, the Crimson Dragon, tumbled endlessly in the air, causing the people underground to scream. Monster, there is a monster. The huge red dragon let out a loud roar, and the light on its tail flashed. Lu Cheng stretched out his hand and caught the dragon saber that fell from the sky. You kid is actually a user with special abilities? What kind of devil fruit is this? A mythical beast or a superhuman? No. Matter how stupid Garros was, he realized that something was wrong. The opponent looked like a tough guy. Lu Cheng swung his long sword, and the dragon sword went to meet the opponent's sword. He actually cut the opponent's sword in half with one blow. The broken blade was bounced out under the huge impact force and stabbed into the younger brother who was watching the fun beside him. Ah! A shrill scream sounded, and the broken knife pierced through the body of the little brother. After he screamed, blood gushed out, and he fell to the ground and struggled weakly for a few times. Before he could even scream a second time, he kicked his feet and officially ascended to heaven. Just like that, Garros lost another little brother. I say, it's so easy to die following your boss, why are you crazy to follow him? Lu Cheng ruthlessly started to taunt again. As everyone knows, it is natural for a knight to taunt, and Kamen Rider is also a knight, so it is natural for Lu Cheng to taunt. An insane enemy is the easiest to deal with, there is no doubt about that. When they are angry, they will even rush up and throw their bodies into the blade to give themselves up. Just like Garros in front of him. Garros's attack was ineffective, and his beloved machete was even cut in half by the opponent. You know, he used this knife to chop off more than 100 heads, made a great reputation, and even had a super high bounty of 8 million Baileys. What's the result? He was cut in half by the opponent's knife. What's more infuriating is that the opponent tried to sow discord between him and his younger brothers, and to trip up his younger brothers. Looking at the fearful eyes of his younger brothers looking at him, his anger was even worse. Brat! I'm going to kill you! Lu Cheng looked at Garros who rushed up to die, and shook his head helplessly. Do people nowadays know how to play? They are against the wind and don't want to be mean, but they run up to give themselves heads. No wonder it was so hard for me to lead my teammates in the game before. How could I lead such a bunch of idiots? But now I don't have to lead them. After coming to this world, his King of Glory account is gone, but it's not a big problem. He used to kill everyone in the game, but now it seems that he will kill everyone in reality. Garros' chest was hit by a long knife, and a deep knife mark appeared instantly. Lu Cheng used the back of the knife. After all, it sounds unlucky to carry a head and run a long way to collect the bounty, but his strength is too great. Even if he holds back, the opponent's fragile body still can't hold up. He shook his head. There is no way. It's all because I'm too strong. There is no way to have a fair fight. Garros was hit so hard in the chest that he felt chest tightness for a moment, and several bones were probably broken. His eyes rolled back and he fell straight down, hitting the ground with a thud. Garros, 8 million Baileys, got it. The boss is gone, the boss is gone, the boss is gone. What should we do, what should we do, what should we do? The remaining pirates were in chaos. Lu Cheng turned his head and looked at the chaotic pirates, waving the long sword in his hand. Tie yourselves up now to save me from having to do anything. Otherwise, don't blame me for following your boss lead and chopping you all off one by one. After all, I hand you over to the navy and you only lose your freedom, but if you don't obey, you may lose your life. Lu Cheng advised earnestly. One of the knight's rules is to be kind to others. He is naturally willing to give the other party a chance to reform. After all, these little pirates, even if they are not as valuable as their boss, can still be worth a few dollars if they are taken to the navy branch for a bounty. Lu Cheng clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction at the group of pirates who tied him up. Okay, take me to your ship now. I've wanted to get a ship to go out to sea for a long time. Thinking that he could get 8 million just by tying them up and sending them to the naval base, Lu Cheng felt comfortable all over. After coming to this world, perhaps because of the world itself, Lu Cheng felt that his stomach had never been filled. The little money he earned in the past few days was not even enough for him to have a few full meals. Damn it, as expected, it is impossible to work. Lu Cheng felt that he had to change his mindset. From now on, it would be nice to consider being a pirate hunter. Lu Cheng dragged a group of people to find their pirate ship. There was no naval base in this town. He had to go out to sea if he wanted to exchange for the bounty. This was the main reason why he was forced to work at the dock these days. He also knew that fighting pirates made money quickly, but the problem was that he couldn't go out to sea at all because he had no ship. And now, thanks to Lao Tai for sending a wave of warmth, not only money but also ships. After all, there are many good people in the world. He was about to walk towards the nearest naval base, but timid voices came from behind him. Big brother, are you a pirate hunter? Lu Cheng looked at the little girl who was curled up in her mother's arms but still couldn't hide her curiosity. He waved his hand handsomely, leaving only his back to her. My name is Lu Cheng, I'm just a Kamen Rider passing by. Chapter 3. Congratulations on completing the task. Mission requirements: fight and win against an enemy with a bounty of more than 1 million. Mission reward: 500 justice points. Task status: completed. Do you want to claim the mission reward? Claim it, isn't that nonsense? Although you need 1000 points of justice to draw a prize, How can you refresh the new mission if you don't claim the mission reward? As we all know, Kamen Rider is the messenger of justice and peace, and the dam system rewards are all things like justice. A system lottery can be completed with a cumulative 1000 points of justice. When Liu Cheng just came to this world, he received a super lottery gift package. The Kamen Rider Ryuki card box was the reward for his lottery, and because he drew the Kamen Rider Ryuki series card box, he successfully unlocked the Kamen Rider Ryuki World Lottery Pool. The probability of drawing related items from the Ryuki world in this prize pool has greatly increased. Ding, dear knight, you have a daily task to accept. Do you want to accept it? The system sends a warm greeting, and the boy who looks very polite. Liu Cheng was not in a hurry to accept it. He had to take a look at the requirements of the task first. Task name, the first bucket of gold. Mission requirements, receive your first bounty in the Navy Division. Mission reward, 500 justice points. Task status, waiting for pickup. Do you want to accept the task? Hey, this task is good, it is simply giving away points. Liu Cheng decisively chose yes. Soon the task status of this task changed to pending completion. System, Liu Cheng said silently in his heart, open it first, I need to check my personal information first. In front of the empty vision, a translucent blue light curtain suddenly opened in the void that only Liu Cheng could see. It was quite sci-fi, but it did not affect his vision at all. It was very considerate. Name, Liu Cheng. Race, human. Occupation, Kamen Rider, bounty hunter. Night belt, Kamen Rider Ryuki. HP, 100%. Stamina, 90%, hungry, mildly weak. Talent, none. Skill, none. Justice, 500. Money, 0. A simple, plain panel. Because of hunger and battles, his stamina is a little depleted. If his stamina is 0, he can no longer summon Kamen Rider armor to fight. After all, fighting consumes his own stamina. How can he fight without strength? The first mission he took on when he came to this world was that small test. Originally, he thought it would take a long time to complete. Now, thanks to the kind-hearted pirates who sent warmth, not only did they help him complete the mission, but they also sent him a ship. When they are sent to the Navy headquarters, they can also receive a large sum of money and complete the next mission by the way. Liu Cheng was so moved that he burst into tears. As we all know, after the pirate king Roger used his life to start the age of exploration, there were as many pirates on the sea as fish. He would not have to worry about food and drink in the future. He could just catch a few pirates on the sea and live a good life. He took out the food and wine stored by the pirates without hesitation and started eating. He was always very hungry and could not eat enough. But this is actually a good thing. According to the rules of the pirate world, those with great physical potential often have an amazing appetite, just like the Super Saiyan. The most typical example is the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, whose big belly can never be filled. Because their physical fitness is getting stronger all the time, they are in urgent need of energy from food. This is also the case after Liu Cheng got the belt of Kamen Rider Ryuki. His physical fitness is getting stronger all the time. Of course, another side effect is that he is always hungry. After all, the little money he earns from working is not enough for him to eat. The pirates are more considerate. Liu Cheng swallowed a large piece of meat and drank a large bucket of rum. He wiped his mouth with a sense of comfort. It was so comfortable. It had been a long time since he had eaten so well. As he swallowed the food, a warm current rose from his stomach. He felt that his physical fitness was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. He greedily absorbed the nutrients in the food. Soon, he ate up all the food in the ship. What about the food? Bring it all up to me. Liu Cheng shouted at the pirates. It's gone, it's really gone. A bunch of pirates wanted to cry but had no tears. It was because they didn't have much food that they decided to get off the ship to rob, but who would have thought that they would run into such a vicious man? Now the boss has been captured, the ship has been robbed, and so many of them have to be captured by the enemy to claim the reward. Although the food stored in the cabin is not much, it is also the food for a week for all the people on the ship, and it was all eaten up by the enemy. Could it be that the other party is not actually a human, but a sea king? They are so hungry, will they eat them? Such thoughts arose from their hearts, and they looked at Liu Cheng with fear in their eyes. Ah, sir, don't worry, we will arrive at the Navy branch soon, and you will be able to collect the bounty soon. Then you will have money to eat, so don't be impulsive. They were worried that Lu Cheng would show his true form and eat them all up one by one. Originally, they were a little reluctant to go to the Navy branch to give themselves up, but now they were all rowing desperately, hoping to get to the Navy branch as soon as possible and separate from this monster as soon as possible. Lu Cheng was satisfied to see that these pirates were rowing hard. It seemed that he had taught them well. They were deeply aware of their mistakes and wanted to reform immediately and go to the Navy to atone for their sins as soon as possible. At the same time, this was a group of good pirates who knew how to repay their gratitude. Didn't you see that they were rowing so hard to help him get the bounty quickly? The journey that would have taken several days was completed in just over a day. Lu Cheng dragged a large group of pirates into the Navy branch to claim the reward. Shit, isn't this the madman Garros with a bounty of 8 million? That's right, he's so ugly, it must be him. And this, they were all people on his boat, were they all wiped out at once? So miserable. Lu Cheng was bored and waited for the Navy to settle the money for him. It took a long time, and he was a little hungry when he finally settled the bill. The total is 8.76 million Baileys. In addition to Garros, there are actually 2 minions who also have some bounty on them. Together with some other unknown pirates, Chen got a total of 8.76 million Baileys. Ah, I'm finally rich. Are you also a pirate hunter? The female naval officer who was responsible for distributing money to Lu Cheng was full of shyness. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? She didn't even dare to look him in the face. Haha, superficial woman. Lu Cheng labeled her a nympho at first sight. He waved his hand and made a handsome pose, which attracted a scream. Don't ask who I am, I'm just a Kamen Rider passing by. Chapter 4. Task Name, The First Bucket of Gold. Mission Requirements, Receive your first bounty in the Navy Division. Mission Reward, 500 Justice Points. Task Status, Completed. Do you want to receive the mission reward? Receive it. As Lu Cheng's mind moved, 500 points of justice value were credited to his account. He looked at his justice value balance, 1000 points. Hooray, he finally saved enough justice points and could start the lottery. But now there are so many people and they are still hungry, it is obviously not a good time to draw a lottery. Lu Cheng plans to consider the lottery after eating. He declined the invitation of the female naval officer who was reluctant to leave to have dinner together. Ha, looking at the stupid woman's eyes, you can know what the other party is thinking. She must want to eat his meal because he is rich. In one word, no way. Lu Cheng decisively rejected the other party and found a restaurant nearby to start eating. Because it is near the naval branch, this restaurant is obviously prepared for some guests' large appetites, but it is still shocked by Lu Cheng's amazing appetite. Lu Cheng finally had his first full meal after crossing. It was really not easy. He spent nearly 1 million Baileys on a meal. But after he was completely full this time, as long as there was no fighting, the energy stored in these foods should be enough for him to use for a long time, and he would not need to eat so much at other times. He spent more than 2 million Baileys to buy all kinds of ingredients and filled his cabin. Yes, this ship has been renamed from Madman to Knight. He tore down the pirate flag, and now the ship has been renamed Lu. Alas, money is spent like water. Lu Cheng looked at the more than 5 million Baileys he had left, and deeply realized that the money in the pirate world was really worthless. It seemed that he had to find another pirate to withdraw money, otherwise, he would have problems eating after a while. But he was not in a hurry now. He washed his hands and prayed sincerely to the bow of the ship for a while, and then he opened his eyes with a fighting spirit. Okay, let's draw the lottery. Where's the system? Come out here. I'm going to draw the lottery now. Ding! A crisp sound rang in his mind, and a huge roulette wheel suddenly appeared in front of Lu Cheng. Then the roulette wheel flashed, and various rewards appeared. Most of them were specialties from the world of knights, and there were also some things from the world of pirates. Obviously, the system was also improving in real time, updating its resource library. Oh my god, there are more things this time, alright, I'm going to smoke. Lu Cheng stared at these things with his eyes wide open, picked up a bottle of rum, took a sip, and smacked his lips. Confirm the draw? Confirmed. It doesn't matter whether you draw early or late. Lu Cheng shook the roulette wheel vigorously. The roulette wheel in front of him spun rapidly like a huge windmill. Stop! Lu Cheng shouted. After a while, the roulette wheel finally stopped under his voice control, and the system also prompted him what he had drawn. Congratulations on getting the item, Night Motorcycle, Kamen Rider Ryuki brand motorcycle. Night Motorcycle, summon a night motorcycle from the mirror world to reality as a mount for driving. Item level, intermediate. Item category, vehicle. Item effect, a motorcycle that can race in any harsh environment is a must-have item for every Kamen Rider. After reading the item introduction, Lu Cheng's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. The motorcycle in the Kamen Rider world is an exclusive configuration for every knight except the belt. When he watched the Kamen Rider series before, he drooled over the cool-looking speeding cars. He didn't expect that he would really get it one day. He has never used this kind of motorcycle before. I don't know what it will be like to ride it. Do it as soon as you think of it. Lu Cheng immediately took out the belt and began to transform. After a fiery red flash, Kamen Rider Ryuki appeared again. With a casual move, a fiery red motorboat suddenly appeared beside him. The flap of the motorboat opened, and he sat on it, and then a series of buckles fixed it to the car. The flap of the motorcycle closed again, and he reached out and pressed the accelerator. Accompanied by a dull roar, the knight's motorcycle soared into the sky, jumped high from the boat, and fell directly onto the sea. Then he parted the waves and raced on the sea. The water was very clear, and he could see many small fish swimming in the sea. As he passed by, they scattered in panic. He did not stop at all, and the night motorcycle was as fast as the wind, many times faster than the sailboat. He rushed out for dozens of kilometers without slowing down at all, just drifting on the vast ocean, splashing up huge waves. Cool. Lu Cheng raced on the sea for several laps, and then drove the night motorcycle back to his ship with a satisfied look on his face. This feeling of freedom to go wherever he wants, this is the most free Kamen Rider. He was satisfied to get rid of the state of being possessed by the armor, reached out and picked up the bounty order on the side and read it. Since he has decided to make a living by being a bounty hunter, Lu Cheng feels that he should be more professional, at least recognize what each bounty pirate looks like, otherwise, if the other party can't recognize him in front of him, it would be too tragic to let the bounty slip away from his hands in vain. Ugh, this is ugly. Shit, you're just giving me 1 million Baileys to send away a beggar? And you're so far away, I won't do it. He, you saved your life. 100 million, damn, such a big pirate, I will come to you in a few years, I will save your life for a few years first. Lu Cheng looked around but didn't find a suitable target, until a bounty floated across the edge of his vision. Wait, this bounty. He reached out and grabbed the bounty flying in the air. On the screen was a cute little girl with big dark green eyes, long straight black hair, and beautiful bangs. Her eyes were full of fear, with a hint of timidity and weakness. She didn't look like a vicious pirate at all, but more like a little girl next door who couldn't find her way home, pitiful and helpless. And her bounty, 79 million Baileys. Ding! The system found the right time and startled Lu Cheng. The system finally gave him a new task. The system's tasks would refresh from time to time, provided that he had no other tasks waiting to be completed. At this moment, he had just handed in his first pot of gold from the previous task, and even won a prize. He didn't expect a new task to come so soon, and the reward was so generous. You have a new mission to take? Mission name, Walking 79 million Baileys. Chapter 5. Mission name, Walking 79 million Baileys. Mission requirements, as a pirate hunter, there are 79 million walking belly wandering in front of you. Are you still a human being if you don't catch her? Mission reward, 1000 justice points. Task status, waiting for pickup. Do you want to accept the mission? The reward is so generous, Lu Cheng thought about it and decided to accept it. This mission doesn't seem to be too dangerous. It may be a little difficult, but if he can't complete it, he won't lose anything if he gives up. So he accepted it. Soon the task status of this mission changed to pending completion. Lu Cheng continued to look at the information attached to the bounty order, and was surprised to find the places where the other party might appear. One of the places was very close to him, and it seemed that it was only 2 or 3 days away. No wonder the system gave him this task. He cheered up, worked, and prepared to work. If he doesn't work hard to make money, he will be penniless in a few days. He should first catch this walking 79 million, maneuver the ship to prepare to go out to sea, heading towards the possible islands of the other side. 2 days later. West Sea, Nanga Island. The place where Nico Robin, the son of the devil, might appear as mentioned in the bounty order. When Lu Cheng arrived here, he found that the situation here had become tense. Many bounty hunters who had heard the news or some local underground organizations had already started to move around, searching for the son of the devil all over the island. Damn, am I late? Lu Cheng was a little speechless after seeing this scene. If he had known, he would have come here directly on a motorcycle instead of a boat. In that case, he would have arrived long ago. It was just that he had half a month's worth of food left on the boat, so he couldn't drive the sailboat here slowly. But he took a look at the surrounding situation. Although the atmosphere was a bit solemn, local gang members and pirate hunters mixed together and spread out all over the island to carry out a comprehensive search. Lu Cheng felt that with such a big move, they must not have caught anyone yet. Great, he looked at the gang members who were looking for people all over the island with a bad face. You guys want to snatch the whopping 79 million Baileys from me? Don't you know how to write the word death? But there are really a lot of people in this gang, they are all like a pirate group. Wait, there are quite a few famous pirates who came from the mafia. Lu Cheng vaguely remembered that the Supernova Beag was one of them. He was also from the West Sea. When he was young, he unified many mafia forces in the West Sea. Later, because he felt too bored, he set sail to start his pirate career, and finally became a supernova. The sky had already turned gloomy, and it was drizzling. In this kind of weather, on such a big island, it is not easy to find the whopping 79 million early. When Lu Cheng had a headache, suddenly, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps. The footsteps hurriedly ran past in the broken rain, accompanied by a few voices, but did not notice Lu Cheng hiding from the rain under the big tree. Lu Cheng turned his head and saw a group of strong men wearing black suits and black hats running in the rain without even an umbrella. It was the local mafia. Although these men in black suits didn't have umbrellas in their hands, they were almost all equipped with flintlock rifles on their waists. I don't know if their rifles can still fire after being soaked in water, but considering that this is the world of One Piece, it is estimated that even if they are thrown under the water, their rifles will probably fire. Lu Cheng only took a glance and no longer paid attention to the guns in their hands, but noticed the voices in their mouths. Are you sure? Are you sure it's that guy? You can't be wrong, 79 million Baileys, brothers, even if you recognize the wrong mother, you will not recognize the wrong Bailey. 79 million Baileys. Lu Cheng heard these words clearly in his ears. What the hell do you want to do with my 79 million Baileys? His eyes flashed, and he didn't care whether the newly bought clothes would be wet by the rain. He hurriedly followed quietly under the rain curtain. The rain was getting heavier. Robin in the alley was full of fear. People in the city were looking for her. She had been hiding carefully before. Although she had not been discovered, she had not eaten for several days. She couldn't stand the hunger, so she came out to steal something to eat, but she didn't expect to be discovered. A group of people chased her with guns, but Robin was not the mature pirate in the future. At this moment, she was just an ordinary child. She was able to escape until now only because she had eaten the original of the flower fruit. Otherwise, she, a little girl, would have been massacred by the navy along with her compatriots on the island. How could she have fled all over the West Sea and run all the way here? There were shouts from behind, and some people even shot at the sky. Robin was filled with fear. Was she going to die here? Like her compatriots on the island, she died at the hands of those cruel navy, but why? What did she and others do wrong? Why did everyone on the entire island have to be killed so cruelly? Robin still remembered the aunties who reminded him to go home early, the gentle hugs of his parents, and the snacks shared by his friends. They were just a group of ordinary, simple, and good people. Why were they killed and labeled as demons? The navy always claims to be righteous, but where is the real justice? The footsteps were getting closer and closer. How could two short legs outrun a group of long legs? Seeing that he was about to be caught up, Robin ran into an alley in a panic, but soon he was stunned. It turned out to be a dead end. Run, you little devil, why don't you run? Aren't you a good runner? A group of big men in black suits showed ferocious smiles and looked at Robin with greedy eyes. I'm not the devil's son, I'm not. Tears flowed down Robin's eyes. She leaned against the wall, trembling, and begged desperately, please let me go. Don't hand me over to the navy. I will die. Please, please. I don't care if you are the son of the devil or not. The man in the black suit said fiercely, I only know that you are a walking 79 million, and I don't care about the rest. You'd better be caught by me and handed over to the Navy, so as to avoid physical pain. Hand it over to the Navy. The word hand it over to the Navy rang in Robin's mind, and she came back to her senses from extreme fear. She thought of those people who died tragically on the island. They were all killed by the Navy, which was called justice. She must not become like that and must not fall into the hands of the Navy. Thinking of this, she didn't know where the courage came from. She stretched out her hand to the tall wall and shouted. Flowers and fruits, arms blooming. Chapter 6. Arms grew out of the tall wall. The arms pulled together to form a staircase. Robin was breathing heavily. She hadn't eaten anything for several days. She had been chased for so long that she had no strength left. Using the power of the devil fruit had exhausted her last bit of strength. She felt like she was going to faint, but she forced herself not to faint and climbed up the ladder made of the hana fruit. But she really had no strength left. She felt like she was about to fall and couldn't even hold on to the handrail. It's a devil fruit. It's the power of the devil's son. Come on, don't hurt this little thing. This is 79 million Baileys, you have to keep it alive, or you can't afford to pay even if I kill you. Shouts came from the crowd. Bang! A gunshot. A bullet hit the steps made of arms. Although the flower fruit can grow some organs by blooming, they share senses. In other words, the pain of the damage to these organs will be returned to the person without reservation. The pain of this shot on the arm steps is no different from that of a shot directly in her hand. Ah! Robin screamed in pain, and could no longer maintain the power of the devil fruit. All the arms disappeared, falling one by one like withered petals, and Robin also fell in midair and hit the ground heavily. Woo woo woo, is she going to die? Robin looked at the large group of men in black suits rushing up and the undisguised greed in their eyes, and her heart was dead. She was the last person in O'Hara. Was the hope that Dr. Kloba, her mother, and everyone else had fought so hard to save going to die here? I'm sorry, people like me will only disappoint you in the end. But at the last moment, she suddenly remembered a bedtime story her mother had told her a long time ago, that the knight would always appear when the princess was in the most danger, save the princess, and clear all obstacles for the princess. But now, the storyteller has also died, and she is the only one left living in the world. She is not a princess, and she does not have the protection of a knight. But can someone come and save me, just like what it says in the fairy tale? The light in Robin's eyes faded little by little. She fell to the ground helplessly. The rain poured down from the sky. The water on the ground poured into her mouth. She didn't even have the strength to raise her head. Her heart was full of despair. The light in her dark green eyes, which were as bright as emeralds, also faded little by little. Maybe it was better to die. At least she could be with her parents again. The rain was still pouring down, but a strange sound seemed to come from the sky, clearly falling into everyone's ears, and the dull sound of the rain could not block it at all. Advent, Advent of the Covenant. Who is it? But the only response they got was a loud dragon roar. The dragon was roaring. A rumbling explosion came from the front, and a red dragon circled in the void, spitting out a scorching fireball. The fireball seemed to be the hottest thing in the world. The rain was evaporated under the scorching heat, bringing up a white mist. What the hell? What monster? Is he the holder of a devil fruit? Be careful, get out of the way. The gang members screamed in fear, but it was of no use. The dragon was still roaring, and the flames could engulf everything. There was no way to dodge. They struggled and screamed, but there was nothing they could do. They were soon completely engulfed by the scorching breath of a dragon. The basic temperature of a dragon's flames was as high as 6,000 degrees Celsius, not to mention coming to this world of one piece, it became even more terrifying under the magic modification of the system. Just a simple fireball left a scorched earth with a diameter of more than 10 meters on the ground. The building burned in the wind and rain, and the ground full of water was burned black by this flame, and the gang of black suits turned into ashes under this flame. The dragon roared again, shocking the world, and then slowly disappeared into the void. Thanks, old buddy. Lu Cheng jumped down from the roof and thanked Long for his friendly appearance. To be honest, at present, he cannot fully exert the full power of Kamen Rider Ryaki's armor, which makes Long much stronger than its real master. He glanced at the ground burned by Long's flames, looked at the black suits that were burned to ashes, and could only shrug helplessly. There is no way, Good brothers are not like himself, and they always attack without lightness. As soon as he arrived, he saw a group of people surrounding his 79 million, and his 79 million was lying on the ground, and his life or death was unknown. This really pissed off Lu Cheng. If his 79 million was destroyed by this group of scum, wouldn't it be a waste of his long trip? The situation was urgent, so he didn't hold back at all and directly summoned Long to clean up the battle scene. Sure enough, the dragon's temper was as bad as ever. He was very dissatisfied with being forced to work by his master on rainy days. He exhaled a breath of fire dragon and took away all the people present. Then he twisted his body and ran to somewhere in the mirror world to have fun again. Lu Cheng turned his head, and the red eyes on the mask met a pair of bright dark green eyes. He grinned, but it was hidden in the mask and nothing could be seen. The little girl with dark green eyes had beautiful long straight black hair and a simple suspender dress covered with mud. She was lying in the puddles on the ground with a pale face, staring in disbelief at the figure in red and black strange armor who suddenly jumped down from the roof in front of her. Did someone really come to save her? She opened her mouth to speak, but was swallowed by a mouthful of stagnant water. She raised her head with all her strength and coughed twice. Are you my knight? Lu Cheng was stunned when he heard this. This girl must have been soaked in the rain for too long and her brain has been damaged. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of evil. He laughed like a villain in any book. Haha, look what I encountered. Isn't this a walking 79 million Baileys? His words fell into Robin's ears. Robin, who had no strength to begin with, felt his eyes go dark, and he fell into the water with a thud, and fainted completely. Shit, I didn't scare this girl to death. Lu Cheng was shocked and felt extremely upset. If he lost his 79 million because of this trick, he would regret it to death. Please don't die, damn it. Chapter 7. Lu Cheng walked forward and picked up the man from the ground. Holding the man in his arms, he realized how thin he was. He was so thin that only skin and bones were left. Lu Cheng realized that he might have lived a much worse life than he imagined. Yes, he was just a child. No matter how smart he was still a child. It was not easy for him to survive, and it was impossible for him to live comfortably. Thinking of this, a feeling of pity rose in his heart. He sighed softly, stretched out his hand to summon his Kamen Rider Ryuki motorcycle, and carried the man into the motorcycle. This way, at least the man wouldn't have to get wet in the rain. Ding! The system always pops up at the most critical moment to show its presence. Lu Cheng was delighted, the task was completed, and he opened his system panel. Mission name, Walking 79 million Baileys. Mission requirements, as a pirate hunter, there are 79 million walking belly wandering in front of you. Are you still a human being if you don't catch her? Mission reward, 1000 justice points. Task status, completed. Do you want to receive the mission reward? Yes, yes, yes. Ding, you have obtained 1000 points of justice. 1000 points of justice, enough for him to draw again. Lu Cheng suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and started his Kamen Rider motorcycle. The motorcycle made a dull roar, then broke through the rumbling rain curtain and soon disappeared in the heavy rain. But halfway through the journey, Lu Cheng found that the whole city was full of shadows of black suits. Obviously, the news that he had robbed 79 million has been completely spread. After all, this world has Den Den Mushi and other various weird abilities. His news must have been spread out, and now it is estimated that he is looking for his traces all over the city. He was lucky this time and snatched 79 million from a group of minions, but this does not mean that there are no other powerful people in the gang. In addition, there are many pirate hunters on this island. Lu Cheng realized that he couldn't go on like this. He was not too afraid of fighting, but after all, he was carrying someone with him, so it was not convenient to fight. Moreover, he felt the scalding temperature of the girl in his arms. This is so hot, and he needs to give her a good rest as soon as possible. We can't keep running with our heads covered like this. If we don't take a break, the walking 79 million will become the dead 79 million. Although the speed of the motorcycle was fast, it was too obvious. He stopped the motorcycle in a hidden place, set the automatic driving function for the other party, and the motorcycle ran away with a rumbling sound. Lu Cheng cancelled the transformation, took off his clothes, carefully wrapped up the feverish 79 million, and ran towards a hotel not far away. A warm yellow light came out from the door of the hotel. Lu Cheng pushed the door open and rushed in. The wind and rain instantly filled the entire lobby. "Hey, you slob! Get out of here! I just mopped the floor, don't you know how slobby you are?" But the voice in the hotel suddenly stopped. Lu Cheng took out a large stack of Baileys from his arms and threw it on the face of the middle-aged woman. The woman looked about 30 years old, with the vicissitudes of life and materialism that women of this age have on her face. Looking at the large stack of banknotes, her eyes lit up. "I want an empty room, a big bucket of hot water, and food." Lu Cheng glanced at the woman who had lowered her head in an instant, and said loudly, "If you don't see these things in 10 minutes, don't even mention Bailey, I'll chop off your head." 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes will do. "You blind people, hurry up and get ready. Please follow me, my distinguished guest. The room is right here." There were 2 huge wooden barrels in the inn. The wooden table was filled with hot food. Lu Cheng drove the smiling middle-aged woman out of the room and closed the door tightly. He quickly unbuttoned his coat, revealing the petite figure wrapped underneath. Robin's face was no longer pale, but rather a little red. Lu Cheng reached out and touched it, and it was almost as hot as an iron. This must be even more burning. He didn't delay any longer, and quickly stripped off the other person's wet clothes, revealing the dry, skinny body underneath. He didn't have any other bad thoughts in his mind. In fact, the other person was as dry as a small bean sprout, and there was no difference from a boy, nothing to see. He carefully squeezed the water from the hot towel, and then wiped the other person's body inch by inch. The action was gentle, for fear that if he was too heavy, he would hurt the fragile body of his subordinate, which was like a porcelain doll. Wiping the body with hot water to drive away the cold was the simplest way to deal with it. The other party had been in the rain for too long, and was hungry and frightened. If this was not the world of pirates, where everyone has superb physical fitness, and if the other party had not taken the devil fruit, his physical strength would be much stronger than that of children of the same age, he would have died long ago. Now it looks like the fever is serious, but it is actually a very lucky thing, at least he saved his life. After wiping the other party thoroughly, he laid Robin flat and covered her with a quilt. The little guy lay there motionless, as if he was asleep, but he was mumbling something. Lu Cheng leaned over and then vaguely heard the other party calling for his mother. He was silent for a moment, thinking of the other person's experience, and sighed silently. Lu Cheng served a bowl of hot and delicious soup on the table, and added some medicinal herbs to it according to Lu Cheng's request. This not only supplemented nutrition and filled the stomach, but also relieved the fever. "Hiss, it smells so good." Lu Cheng first carefully drank a mouthful of the thick soup, and after confirming that there was no problem, he carefully walked to the bedside, helped Robin sit up, blew gently, and carefully fed her mouthfuls of it. Even though she was in a coma, her body seemed to instinctively feel hungry, and without Lu Cheng's much trouble, she drank all the soup in the spoon little by little. Lu Cheng didn't feed too much. People who are too hungry cannot eat too much at one time, and the other party's body is obviously too weak at the moment, and needs to be nursed back to health little by little. Too much is as bad as too little. After feeding the other party the last mouthful, Lu Cheng helped the other party to sleep slowly. The other party's complexion seemed to be a little better, and Lu Cheng's heart was a little more settled. "I hope this little girl can get better as soon as possible. This place is destined not to be hidden for long, and I guess I have to continue to run away with her tomorrow. If the other party's body does not recover as soon as possible, it will be very troublesome to run away." Chapter 8. Just when Lu Cheng was worried about Robin's physical condition. Nanjia Island, the base of the underground gang. In a room, several gang members gathered together and were discussing what had just happened. The gangs in the West Sea have a long history, and many large gangs are even officially acquiesced. What's more, some small countries are silently supported by one or more gangs behind the scenes. This special custom and culture unique to the West Sea, even the world government and the navy of all parties are unable to interfere, and have always maintained an attitude of turning a blind eye. The power of the gangs is extremely strong in the West Sea. Under the dim light, there are several things on the table. One of the most eye-catching is the bounty order for Nicole Robin. The bounty of up to 79 million Baileys looks so tempting. And the other party is still a little girl of a few years old. Compared with other big thieves with the same bounty, she is so cute, just like a walking 79 million. As long as you come across it, you can make money, which can be said to be risk-free. The most cost-effective business in the world is just like this. You know, most of these guys with high bounties are just floating around on the so-called greatest route, and they are all extremely vicious and dangerous desperados. As an underground gang in the West Sea, they usually don't have nothing to do, and to fight with pirates of this level is tantamount to asking for trouble. After all, this kind of thing is thankless, extremely dangerous, and there is a possibility of failure. Instead of fighting with these dangerous desperados, it is better to find a way to find those civilians in the city to make more money. But this time the person is different, son of the devil Nicole Robin. She is not a dangerous monster on the Grand Line, nor is she a vicious villain. She is just a poor, weak little girl who has lost all her relatives and is only 8 years old. Although they don't know why those idiots in the Navy offered such an outrageous reward for such a harmless girl, but, who wouldn't be tempted by such free money? And it happens to be on their territory, what's the difference between this and giving money directly? However, they can even throw away such a whopping 79 million. There are several other photos on the table, one of which is the weirdo in the strange red armor, and the other is a land turned into a scorched earth, with houses and buildings burning in raging fire. I have checked it out. The other party claimed to be a passerby, mask, knight. It seems to be called like this, because the name is a bit difficult to pronounce and too strange, so for a moment he didn't know if he called it wrong. Who cares if he's a Kamen Rider or a real rider? The key is who this guy is. He killed our people and robbed us of 79 million. No matter who he is, he's dead. A big man next to him said fiercely. He hammered the table so hard that a crack appeared on the table. The other party should be a bounty hunter. He received a bounty at a nearby naval base not long ago. It was the Madman Pirates. Their leader, Madman Garros, was a pirate worth 8 million Baileys. The entire pirate group was taken away by the other party, and even the ship was taken away. The black-clothed man who spoke first explained. Moreover, the opponent seems to be the holder of some kind of devil fruit, which can summon a red dragon to help in the battle. Our people were killed by the dragon's fire before. After thinking for a while, the man in black continued to explain based on the strength shown by the opponent at present, the opponent is almost equivalent to a pirate with a bounty of about 10 million. Obviously, he also has his eyes on the 79 million Baileys. Then we can earn an extra 10 million, right? Damn, the man at the beginning was speechless. How could his companion be like a mentally retarded person? Couldn't he understand such simple words? He is just a bounty hunter, not a pirate, and there is no bounty. I just say that he has the strength equivalent to a bounty of about 10 million. Even if the bounty is around 10 million, what does it matter? TNND, he killed my people and robbed my things. Can I let him walk out of Nanjia Island alive? Do we still have face? The burly man was full of anger. Didn't you say you found the other party's trace before? Where the hell is the other party? Have you caught up with him? We found each other's traces, the man at the side said in a staccato tone. We did catch up with them, but we didn't find anyone. What? After we caught up with them, we realized that there was no one in the car, and just when we were about to stop the strange car, it disappeared, so we didn't bring anything back. Seeing that the burly man was about to get angry, the man in black on the side hurriedly explained, but we guarantee that they have never left the city. We have blocked all places, and they will definitely not be able to escape. As long as we have a little time, we will be able to find them both. The burly man slammed the table angrily, and the table finally couldn't withstand the huge force, and it completely broke with a bang. Find it for me. The Devil's Child and the Kamen Rider haven't left yet. They're still on this island. Be sure to find them. Make a few more copies of these portraits and send them to other brothers. We must find these two, especially Nico Robin. Also, pay more attention to the area near the port and the new ships arriving, and don't let those two guys sneak into the fleet and slip away. It would be a huge joke if we let him snatch the person away right under our noses. We must dig deep to find them. He ordered. Yes. Lu Cheng didn't know that the other party had sent all its forces to look for them on the island. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much at this moment. Because he was doing something that was very important to him. Drawl. After completing the task of walking 75 million, the system directly rewarded him with 1000 points of justice, just enough for him to draw again. After finishing the last prayer, Lu Cheng looked at the girl lying on the bed, hesitated for a moment, and reached out to touch her head. Lend me some luck. The fact that he met me at the last minute shows that he is lucky. At least today, he would be totally screwed. I saved your life, so what does it matter if I lend you some luck? After making preparations. Draw, system, come out, I want to draw the lottery now. He called the system as usual. Ding! A familiar crisp sound rang in his mind, and a huge roulette wheel suddenly appeared in front of Lu Cheng. Chapter 9. Confirm the draw? Confirmed. Lu Cheng shook the roulette wheel vigorously, and the roulette wheel spun rapidly in front of him. Stop! Lu Cheng shouted. Congratulations on obtaining the talent ability, Mirror World Shuttle, Kamen Rider Ryuki Series Night Exclusive Talent. Mirror World Shuttle, you can freely enter and exit the mirror world and the real world. Item level, Advanced. Item category, Skills, Talents. Item effect, can freely shuttle between the two worlds, and everything in the two worlds does not interfere with each other. It turned out to be this ability. Those who know the Knights of the Kamen Rider Ryuki series know that the enemies in the Ryuki series all come from another world in the mirror. Only those who transform into knights and sign a contract with the contracted beasts can defeat those enemies in the mirror world. Although this plot mainly tells the war between knights, the monsters in the mirror world also occupy a large part. How to describe this ability? One word: magic skill. Lu Cheng was still worried about how to run away with this little girl, but now he suddenly found that it seemed that this thorny problem was solved instantly. This world has the devil fruit of the mirror fruit, but Kamen Rider Ryuki can enter the mirror world through any reflective place, which is much stronger than the ability of the mirror fruit that can only rely on the mirror to enter and exit freely. After this, if you encounter an enemy that you can't beat, just drill into the mirror. This wave can only be said to be invincible. From now on, no one can speak loudly to him. From now on, he will be the freest person on the sea, Kamen Rider. From now on, you can kill yourself as much as you want. Crossed out, justice has been served. Just when Lu Cheng was happy, a small figure on the bed gently opened his eyes and looked blankly at the tall figure sitting at the table. Is that you? My mother said that you are Robin's knight. She stretched out her slender arms, but she couldn't reach the background. Lu Cheng felt the movement behind him. He turned around and immediately showed an extremely brilliant smile. You woke up, my 79 million. The sky was pale. A night had passed. The rainstorm gradually stopped, and the air was slightly moist after the rain. Inside the inn, the middle-aged woman suppressed the excitement in her voice. I definitely saw it clearly. There was definitely someone wrapped in that guy's clothes, and it was a child. I wanted to take another look, but he chased me out. A man next to her, who looked like her husband, was holding a wanted poster in his hand. The wanted poster had spread throughout the entire South Chicago Island during this period of time. No one had not seen this wanted poster. That was the Devil's Son with a bounty of 79 million Baileys. Nico. Robin. You know, this is 79 million Baileys. They actually delivered it to their door. This is money they can never earn in their lifetime. No, it should be said that they can never earn in several lifetimes. Could it be a mistake? The man hesitated. What if the other person is not her? What if it's just a mistake? I didn't even see the other person's face clearly. Impossible. The woman replied, how many people would hide their heads and tails with a child at this time? Didn't you see that people all over the street are looking for them? There's no doubt about it. They must be trying to hide and not be discovered. They must be hiding something, there is no doubt about it. I'll go out and tell them, don't let them run away. That's 79 million. The man hesitated, but finally nodded. In the room. Why are you still angry? Lu Cheng was a little speechless. The little girl was fine when she just woke up, but after she realized that it was Lu Cheng who helped her dry her body, she has been sulking and sulking until now. Hey, little girl, can you not be so arrogant? I finally rescued you, okay? It's just a bean sprout, isn't it? Just seeing it all, what's the big deal? He stretched out his hand and pulled the corner of the other person's mouth. Can you, with 79 million, not be so arrogant? Robin shook her head desperately, unable to speak, making strange noises, staring at him angrily. Mom said that girls' bodies should not be shown to others casually, but this bad guy actually. Robin felt full of grievances, but the other party had just saved her. If it weren't for the other party, she would have been caught by the Navy, right? Okay, isn't it okay for me to apologize to you? Lu Cheng really had no idea what to do with this 79 million, and said it like coaxing a child. In fact, he was just coaxing a child. I'm trying to save you. You're soaked and have a fever. Do you want to become a dead 79 million? Robin stopped talking. She lowered her head and huddled in the corner, aggrieved, as if she was bullied by some big bad guy. After a long while, Lu Cheng heard the other party say thank you in a low voice. The voice was as low as a mosquito. If his hearing had not been enhanced, it would probably be difficult to hear. A little arrogant who says one thing and means another. Lu Cheng thought silently, but Robin did look cute when he was a child. Lu Cheng glanced at the other party twice again. Robin carefully wrapped the quilt a little tighter and looked at him with a vigilant face. Damn, who does he think he is? I am the most righteous and free Kamen Rider. How could I have any ideas about a little girl like you? It will be the same when you grow up. Wait, grow up? Lu Cheng thought about it and realized that if he didn't care about her, it was not certain whether she could live to grow up. He remembered that in the comics, the grown-up Robin seemed to be mixed up with the sand crocodile. It seemed that even if he didn't do anything, this girl would probably be fine in the end, but she probably wouldn't have a good life. At this moment, Robin's body trembled slightly. What happened? Lu Cheng noticed something was wrong. What happened? Robin was panicked. Let's run, I heard the innkeeper said he would bring people to catch us, it will be too late if we don't run now. She was about to get up from the quilt, but suddenly realized that she seemed to be still naked, which made her move. Pause there. Hear it? Lu Cheng was slightly stunned, and then realized that the other party should have used the power of the devil fruit to monitor the movements in the hotel. No wonder he was able to hide until now at such a young age, his vigilance is really not to be underestimated. Chapter 10. The innkeeper ran to tip off the police, which was also within his expectations. After all, he originally planned to run away the next day. It was almost impossible for him to not be discovered with such a large amount of 79 million. If it were before, he might still be a little nervous, but now that he has the ability to travel through the mirror, what is there to be afraid of? Afraid that you will come to encircle and suppress me in a large group, what a joke. I will directly enter your body, no, I will enter the mirror world. Who of you can do anything to me? When the time comes, I will run away in front of you, what can you do to me? Looking at the uneasy look on the little girl's face, Lu Cheng smiled and comforted her. It's okay, I'm here, they can't catch us. Robin's thin body trembled, and she clenched her fingers tightly. For some reason, there is always some reassuring power in the other party's plain words, just like a mother, listening to it makes me feel a little relieved and more convinced. Those pursuers don't seem so scary anymore. She had been living in fear all along, always worried about being found and killed. She had been hiding from place to place, and when she was hungry she could only find some food in the garbage dump. But now, she had finally found some sense of security. Those people yesterday, they are still looking for me. The childish and clear voice sounded a little hoarse at the moment, probably because she hadn't talked to anyone for a long time, and her words were a little stuttering. If the other party hides for a few more years, maybe even the ability to speak will degenerate. If that's the case, it's really a tragedy in the history of human evolution. Of course, maybe it can prove the theory of use it or lose it. A bunch of messy ideas flashed through Lu Cheng's mind. Those gangsters will still cause trouble for you, and I have other enemies, they're not the ones who want to arrest me. You mean the Navy, right? Lu Cheng smiled, and raised the bounty in his hand. You don't need to remind me of this, your bounty is all over the island, how could I not know about this? After all, you are a walking 79 million, everyone wants to get a piece of it. The little girl with long black hair tightened the quilt when she heard it, as if the thin quilt could bring her a sense of security, she bit her lower lip tightly, and said nothing. Then you can rest assured, I'm not a good person. Do you know what a pirate hunter is? Lu Cheng asked with a smile. She suddenly wanted to tease him. Robin was really cute when she was a child. She was so small and timid. She was completely different from the cold and beautiful girl she became when she grew up. Robin knew what a pirate hunter was. There were many pirate hunters among the people who had been chasing her. But what did this have to do with him being a pirate hunter? Lu Cheng's words quickly solved her doubts. At worst, I will just hand you over. Wouldn't it be great to get 79 million? Robin opened her mouth wide, her face blank. How could this be? He was the one who saved me from despair, he was my knight, but how could this happen? Is there no one in this world who cares about her? Are fairy tales all lies? How could it be that? But soon she saw the big boy in front of her showing a handsome smile, which was so beautiful. However, I have to wait until I have no money to consider it. After all, 79 million is too much, and it is not convenient to carry it with me. But your small 79 million is much more convenient, I can grab it with one hand. Robin raised his head blankly, looking at the clear eyes, tears unconsciously burst out. Although the little girl was crying, she looked much more energetic. Lu Cheng reached out and touched her forehead. Seeing Lu Cheng's action, Robin subconsciously wanted to dodge, but she finally controlled the dodging action. Lu Cheng reached out and felt it, and it was indeed much better. Although she was a little feverish, it was obviously much better than the situation last night when she could boil water. He was indeed an outstanding doctor, and he could do without a doctor on his ship in the future. Of course, it was a joke. His half-baked medical skills were naturally useless. Robin was able to recover to normal because her original physique was very good. After eating something and having a good sleep, she was naturally much better. If you are almost done, put these on. He threw a set of clothes that were much bigger. There were still some clothes left in the hotel room, which should be for guests. The dress she originally wore was already dirty and torn, and obviously could not be worn. Now she would just take these clothes to make do with it, and we would deal with the others later. Robin was a little stunned when he saw the clothes that were obviously a size bigger. Although these clothes were too big, it was not impossible to wear them. It was just that. Do I have to change my clothes in front of you? She looked up at Lu Cheng and saw that he had no other reaction at all. She felt ashamed and annoyed. You turn around, the little girl gritted her teeth and said in annoyance. Lu Cheng was stunned, then laughed a little. The little girl still knows how to be shy. Robin looked at the other party while turning around, mumbling something like what's good to watch? I saw it last night. The little bean sprout still knows how to be shy. He was so angry that his teeth itched. Don't look back. Got it, Lu Cheng replied, okay, call me. Really, bean sprout should be more self-aware, why do you always think of yourself as a bad guy? I am the most free and righteous card face, can you trust me a little more? The little girl finally changed her clothes reluctantly. Lu Cheng looked back and found that the little girl had completely changed. The loose clothes were obviously not suitable for her. The sleeves and trouser legs were rolled up in several places. Lu Cheng smiled and picked up a hat next to her and put it on her head, covering half of her head at once. It looked a little funny, but it was obviously very different from yesterday. Lu Cheng took the bounty order and compared it. Although the other party had changed her clothes at this moment, the long straight black hair was still too conspicuous. It is estimated that someone with a keen eye can recognize it at a glance. Robin obviously realized this too. She pulled her long hair and tried desperately to stuff it into the hat, but she couldn't stuff it in. Chapter 11. Seeing this, Lu Cheng laughed. He reached out to stop the other person's action, played with the other person's long black hair, and said something that made Robin shudder. It's better not to cut it off. After all, it's not easy to grow it so long. It's too ugly to cut it into a bald head. Robin imagined what it would look like if her hair was cut off and she became bald. She couldn't help but shuddered, but at least she managed to keep her long hair. After all, long black straight hair was the cuteness of Robin. It would be a pity to destroy it like this. Lu Cheng patted her shoulder. That's about it. When the time comes, we'll move to another sea, and naturally we won't be so easily recognized. In a few years, when you grow up, you'll naturally be different from now. Although she said that, after Robin grew up, she seemed to have changed from a little beauty to a big beauty. Her appearance really didn't change much. But it's no big deal to be discovered, just run away to another place. The sea is so big, can't it accommodate a free Kamen Rider like him and a walking 79 million? Lu Cheng picked up a hat and put it on himself, then posed handsomely in front of Robin's surprised eyes. Henshin, transformation. The crimson leather suit covers his entire body, and Kamen Rider Ryuki appears again. Theoretically, he can complete the transformation as long as he thinks about it, but why does he do this every time, posing and shouting lines? Of course, it's because only this way is handsome enough. He did the same action in front of the mirror countless times before. Although he feels a little embarrassed when he thinks about it now, it's only because he didn't summon the armor. Now that he can really transform into Kamen Rider by posing handsomely, he doesn't feel ashamed at all, but feels that he is extremely handsome. As for what the onlookers think, they naturally watch with their mouths wide open. Lu Cheng looked at Robin with his mouth wide open and a dazed face, and smiled. Isn't it handsome? Robin nodded desperately, just like the other party suddenly appeared to save her yesterday. Although this set of armor looks a little weird, it is really handsome to the extreme. She liked it at first sight. Hey, he has such vision at such a young age. He is worthy of being a walking 79 million. He is much better than ordinary people. Lu Cheng put his hands on his waist proudly. When you grow up, I will get you one, and I promise it will be as handsome as possible. Robin's eyes sparkled when he heard it, but at this moment, there was a noisy sound of footsteps and a few voices outside the door. It was here, the man rushed in with something in his arms. I was sure it was a little girl. They definitely didn't leave. I came to inform you early in the morning and asked my husband to keep an eye on this place. They definitely didn't go out. Robin's face turned pale. She subconsciously ran to the window and wanted to jump out of the window to escape, but when she saw Lu Cheng standing there without moving, she hurried back and hugged Lu Cheng's waist, pushing him desperately, wanting him to run away with her. But Lu Cheng, who had turned into a dragon rider, was so strong that it was impossible for a little girl to shake him. With his current ability, even if he used all his strength to activate the flower fruit to pull him, he would be considered powerful if he could make him move. He picked up the little girl with one hand and held her in his arms. The little girl stopped struggling the moment he was held with one hand, and instead looked at him curiously, wanting to see what he was doing first. Lu Cheng took 2 steps to the huge dressing mirror, and the bright mirror reflected the figures of 2 people. What are you trying to do? Why are you looking in the mirror instead of running away? Do you want to see how handsome you are? Didn't I already praise you for being handsome? Robin's face was full of question marks. Then, she looked at herself in shock as she got closer and closer to the mirror. She kicked her legs and kept shouting no, no, but it was no use. The mirror was still getting closer and closer to her face. Then, her whole body was stuffed into the mirror by Lu Cheng. It doesn't hurt. Robin opened her eyes and found that she was still in the original room, but the room was empty and she was the only one there. Me, where is my knight? Where did such a big Kamen Rider go? She looked up suddenly and saw the crimson armor in the mirror standing quietly behind her. She reached out and touched behind her, but there was nothing. What happened? Could it be that I am, in the mirror? Lu Cheng stood still. With a bang, the door burst open and a group of big men in black rushed in with swords in their hands. At first glance, they saw a figure wearing red armor standing in front of the mirror. Found it, the boss was not lying. It turned out to be the weirdo who claimed to be Kamen Rider. If they found him, then the son of the devil must be there too. But when they looked around, they were dumbfounded. Where is the 79 million? Where did such a huge amount of 79 million go? Didn't they say that the 79 million was with the Kamen Rider? Where did it go? Their angry eyes fell on Lu Cheng. Where did you hide the devil's child? Be smart and hand her over, or I will let you know the consequences of offending our gang. Gangsters, Lu Cheng stretched his neck and said, it's really scary to hear this name in Zihai. If you are scared, hand him over quickly, otherwise if you piss us off, we will chop you into meat paste with one knife. Lu Cheng waved his hand nonchalantly and said, wow, that's scary, but I remember I seem to have offended you. I seem to have killed so many of you yesterday, but I can't remember. Have you forgotten everything so quickly? It is impossible for him to forget. The gang has already issued a kill order for him, but it is obvious that the whereabouts of the son of devil are more important at this moment. They held back their anger and asked again, where is the son of devil? If you don't tell us, we will take you down, cut off your hands and feet, and then ask you slowly. Lu Cheng shrugged, he held his chin with his hand, and laughed like a villain. He, the son of the devil, I ate him. He laughed wildly, not even a bone is left, 79 million, it really tastes good, ha ha ha. After eating it, everyone was stunned, what kind of monster are you? But after hearing the other party's last laugh, how could they not understand that they were fooled? How dare someone provoke their gang like this, it was really unforgivable. But there was something even more infuriating. Lu Cheng stretched out his hand and raised his middle finger towards them. If you don't agree, come and hit me, idiot. Then, in the angry eyes of the gang, he dived into the mirror and disappeared. Chapter 12. Not far from the window of the hotel room, the glazed tile roof flashed a light. A man wearing strange crimson armor suddenly appeared. Lu Cheng walked out of the mirror world. He reached out and took out a card from the card box on his waist, put it into the dragon head summoning machine in his left hand, and gently pushed it. A dangerous red light flashed in the eyes of the dragon head of the summoning machine. Strike vent, a heavy blow is coming. A loud broadcasting voice rang out from the sky. People on the street heard the voice and looked up in confusion. As the saying goes, you can only hear the voice but not the person. Lu Cheng is going to sneak attack the tiger today. Lu Cheng stretched out his right hand and automatically took over the shooting weapon that looked exactly like the head of the Wushuan dragon that fell from the sky, Dragon Claw Fire. The Wushuan dragon circled in the void behind him. He squatted down and gathered strength. His right fist with Dragon Claw Fire suddenly pointed forward. The Wushuan dragon behind him also spewed out flames at the same time. A giant fireball bombarded the buildings in front, and then a huge explosion occurred. The hotel was directly blown into the air. What a powerful force! Seeing this scene, Lu Cheng was a little amazed. It was indeed worthy of being used as a big move by Dragon Claw Fire. This power was really not to be underestimated. And it was really cool to use this kind of fire-based long-range weapon to attack the enemy. It was highly concealed and very aggressive. No wonder Taibing liked to use the disturbance descendant so much. This was given to you without any prior attack. It was really refreshing if you didn't die or were disabled. I don't know when I can get Taibing. Before anyone else noticed, he slipped into the mirror world again. He hit and ran. How exciting! Robin stared blankly at the hotel burning in the flames outside the mirror. Lu Cheng reached out and patted the other person on the shoulder. How is it, have you calmed down? If not, I will help you to make more trouble for them. Robin looked up at Lu Cheng, knowing that he was just venting his anger for her, otherwise he would not have to cause so much trouble, and would have just left or taken her to claim the reward. It has been a long time since anyone treated her so well. Since that night, she no longer had anyone who cared about her, and her life was only about staying alive and escaping. Why? Hey! Lu Cheng lowered his head and saw Robin's serious look. What did this mean? Why? Why are you so nice to me? Lu Cheng was slightly stunned, and he replied as a matter of course because you are my 79 million, they actually want to rob my money, and they want to rob 79 million in one go, how can I bear it? He patted his chest and said confidently, no one can steal my money, no one. The last person who wanted to steal my money is still in jail. I sent him there. Robin reached out his hand to wipe away his tears and nodded continuously. He wanted to smile, but the tears were like beads that had broken off the string and he just couldn't stop. Damn it, my little ancestor, please stop crying. Why are you crying again for no reason? Damn it! Lu Cheng hurriedly tried to comfort the other party in a panic. Was Robin still a crybaby when he was a child, or was there something inappropriate about what he said before? He thought for a while and changed his words. Of course it's not such a superficial reason. I have never been interested in money. He waved his arms vigorously, his voice was firm, and with the power to inspire people, it went straight into the heart of Robin. Because I am a Kamen Rider, the most righteous and freest person in this ocean, I can do whatever I want. I will save whoever I want to save, and I will beat up whoever I dislike. TNND, they bully an 8-year-old child like this. I can't do such a thing, but they can do it. If I don't beat them, who should I beat? Lu Cheng patted his chest and said, don't worry, if someone bullies you in the future, tell me and I will beat them up. Fight, but I can't win. Then just wait till you can beat him up. Woohoo, Robin. Wiped the tears from his eyes vigorously. It's agreed. Pinky promise, stop crying. How much water have you drunk? Why are you crying so hard? The little girl wiped her tears and made a pinky promise with him. When I grow up, I will protect you and never let anyone bully you, no need to. Lu Cheng estimated that with his personality, he would have many enemies in the future. The 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, the navy pirates, the celestial dragons. If they made him unhappy, he would beat them all. By then, his enemies would probably be able to line up from here to the urn of Momonosuke in Wano country, and finally to Raftel and the end of the world. By then, I hope you, little girl, don't be scared to tears. Don't bother them anymore, I don't blame them, they just want money, I know why. Lu Cheng was silent after hearing this. In the final analysis, the celestial dragons and the navy were the real reasons for Robin's current situation. It was not easy for the other party to remain rational and kind without being completely overwhelmed by hatred. He felt softer in his heart and reached out to touch the other party's head. Okay then. Let's just say they made an agreement with each other. The two walked farther and farther in the mirror world. Soon, Lu Cheng took Robin to a restaurant farther away. After observing from the mirror world, it was relatively safe here, and no one in a black suit was found. The figures of the two suddenly appeared in the shadows without attracting anyone's attention. The little girl had only drunk a bowl of soup in so many days, and her stomach was growling with hunger. Lu Cheng happened to be a little hungry too. Anyway, with his current ability, the other party could not catch him, so he took the little girl to have a good meal first. Robin was wearing a loose men's suit and a hat covering half of her face. If she hadn't been intentional, she wouldn't have been discovered too quickly. At least there was enough time for the two to eat in peace. Lu Cheng buried his head in eating. Although he was not too hungry, his body was like this, so he could eat very happily at any time. Robin was a little uneasy while eating. It was unknown how long ago that she had eaten in a restaurant full of diners and with a large group of people. She had always been sneaky and did not dare to let anyone find her. Now she suddenly appeared in front of people so openly, so she was naturally a little uncomfortable. However, after she found that no one paid attention to her, but more attention to Lu Cheng beside her, who had an insatiable appetite, she finally felt relieved. Chapter 13. Robin ate in small bites. Such delicious food only existed in her dreams. Now that she finally ate it, she didn't even dare to eat it too fast, for fear that if she moved too much, she would open her eyes and find that she was just dreaming. She was still lying in the dirty garbage dump, eating leftovers. What's wrong? Eat more. You are growing now, Lu. Cheng ate a few bites of the food in his mouth, picked up a large piece of meat from the plate for the other person, and filled his mouth with food again. It was inconvenient to continue talking, so he could only wink at her. An underground gang gathering place. A group of men in black gathered together with gloomy faces. Are we just going to let it go? The other side killed so many of us and snatched the devil's son away in front of us, and we're just going to let it go. That's right, a big man wearing black clothes at the side echoed. If this gets out, how can we hold our heads up in front of our peers in the future? Yes, yes. There was a lot of noise and chaos down there, the chattering was endless and it was almost annoying. What will happen if we don't let them go? Can you catch them? The burly man at the top finally couldn't help it. He kicked over the table, and Robin's bounty order and the portrait of Kamen Rider flew all over the sky. The people below were instantly quiet. The fact that he can enter the mirror is enough to kill all of us. He became angrier and angrier as he spoke. No matter how strong he is, with this ability alone, he is more difficult to deal with than a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. He sat down helplessly. Notify the brothers not to provoke him again. 79 million is easy to take, but 79 million accompanied by a pirate of the same price is not someone we can afford to provoke. We won't make this money, otherwise we don't know how many brothers will die. He sighed quietly. Brothers, please stay calm and stop making trouble. Otherwise, the navy will send someone over. Well. Lu Cheng naturally didn't know that the attitude of the gangsters towards him had changed. He still took Robin there to eat and drink. The two were eating happily, listening to other diners at the next table chatting about all sorts of things. So and so was fighting again, and a big treasure appeared somewhere on the sea. Someone also mentioned the 79 million bounty on Robin, which scared Robin so much that he couldn't even eat. Lu Cheng listened with relish. Until some unsound guys began to talk about their mighty battles in the famous brothel, known as the Flower Boat on the Sea. It sounded really exciting. No, it was shameful to be associated with it. Lu Cheng carefully blocked Robin's ears to prevent him from hearing these dirty words, so as not to disturb the pure little soul. The two finally had enough to eat and drink, but because they were not disturbed by the gangsters, they leisurely listened to the interesting things and gossip news on the sea in the restaurant for a while, and then Lu Cheng took Robin out and left. Where to go next, Robin? Asked hesitantly. She used to hide in a place where no one was around, but now she doesn't have to worry about these things. Lu Cheng thought about it and looked at the funny outfit of Robin. Next, Lu Cheng stretched out his hand to adjust Robin's hat and took his hand. Maybe I should go find some kind pirate to make some money? After all, I just became a pirate hunter, and you are so greedy. Robin. You eat more than 100 of me. Let me buy you some nice clothes first. A little girl should dress up nicely. Lu Cheng slapped his head and made a plan. Then we will find an opportunity to go out to sea and catch some big pirates to earn some living expenses. Robin remained silent, but held Lu Cheng's hand a little tighter. How about this one? Do you like it? In a store, Lu Cheng was taking Robin to buy clothes. Lu Cheng carried a bag of clothes in one hand and a big bag in the other. Robin was trying on clothes one by one, while Lu Cheng sat beside her and waited, occasionally picking up a piece for her to look at, asking a few questions, and asking for her opinion. Does it look good? Robin changed into a white dress, stood in front of the mirror, turned her head, and said to Lu Cheng uncertainly. Lu Cheng yawned and replied perfunctorily, "Yet. It looks good. So which one do you choose?" Robin was full of hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Cheng waved his hand decisively. "I want both sets, pack them up for me." Finally, he bought clothes for the other party. This was more tiring than fighting with the gang. It took several hours for the two to finally buy all the clothes for several years. What surprised Lu Cheng was that the gang seemed to have completely given up the plan to continue to seize 79 million. The two of them actually picked clothes leisurely for several hours. Even when they met the black suit before, the other party actually lowered his head and pretended not to see it, and just walked away, and walked away. This almost made Lu Cheng, who had just been itching to fight, almost unable to hold back. Damn, you are villains, shouldn't you be the kind of cute villains who will never give up until you achieve your goal, and keep coming to kill the protagonist in waves? You can swallow your anger after suffering such a big loss, and give up when you get a little setback. You can still be called gangsters, Zihai should be ashamed of you. Robin obviously also realized this change. No one was staring at her with greedy eyes anymore. She couldn't help but feel relieved. This was also the reason why Robin was in such a good mood all of a sudden. She ran to Lu Cheng and nodded at him. "Are you sure you don't have anything to buy? It will be too late to buy anything when you get to the sea." Lu Cheng reminded again. Seeing that the other party nodded very seriously, Lu Cheng stretched out his hand and pushed Robin, and the two of them disappeared directly into the mirror world under the horrified eyes of the people in the clothing store. In the distance, a few figures in black suits popped up. "Notify the boss, the other party should have bought the clothes and has left now." Chapter 14. The two of them had been walking around the street for so long, and naturally they bought some other things besides clothes, such as a cute mask that looked like a kitten that was being worn on Robin's face. Lu Cheng helped Robin adjust the mask, nodded with satisfaction, and smiled, "Very good, it's a perfect disguise skill, no one will be able to recognize you now." "Really?" Robin looked at his reflection in the mirror and always felt that this disguise looked so unreliable. But Lu Cheng found it very interesting, and now the two of them were a mask combination, a big mask with a small mask. Perfect match. "Where are we going next?" Robin asked again. The two of them had already prepared all their belongings. It was time to leave. "It's not clear yet, but are we considered pirate hunters? Let's go find two pirates to make a living first." Lu Cheng stretched out his hand and touched his chin, thinking carefully, "But I should travel around later. The East Blue Sea, the West Blue Sea, the South Blue Sea, the North Blue Sea, and the Grand Line, I have to go and see them all. After all, I have come to this magnificent era of pirates, and there is also a Kamen Rider system that seems to be a pretty awesome gold finger at the moment. If I don't go and join in the fun, pursue the path of the strong, become the freest person on the sea, and travel around the world, wouldn't it be a waste of time?" Robin was still a little confused when she heard this, but Lu Cheng had already stretched out his hand and summoned his Kamen Rider motorcycle Ryuki limited edition. The top cover of the motorcycle slowly opened, and Lu Cheng sat directly in, waving at the Robin who was making a fuss. Because she had fainted before, she had never known that Lu Cheng actually had such a handsome motorcycle. She was a little stunned at the moment. After all, this strong technological style is simply a dimensionality reduction attack compared to the common classic cars in the world of pirates. Lu Cheng waved at her. "No time to explain, get in the car." Robin's face was full of question marks, but she still obediently walked to his side and squeezed into the somewhat narrow motorcycle with him. The top cover of the motorcycle was slowly closing, and intermittent voices came from the motorcycle. "Where are we driving now?" "Back to my boat." "You still have a boat?" "Of course, I am a pirate hunter, and this is a guy who eats, so of course I have to have it." There is still half a month's worth of food on the ship, so of course I have to go back. So, it seems that it is a very normal thing for a pirate hunter to have a ship. Will I also be a pirate hunter in the future? Robin thought about it. How did this ship come from? A gift from a friend. Ah. On the night. This is a pirate ship. Well, because that guy wanted to steal my Bailey, and he happened to be worth a lot of bounty, so the moment I knew his bounty, I decided to become a pirate hunter. Lu Cheng patted his chest and said proudly he was very grateful to me for giving him a chance to reform and start a new life, so he gave me this ship as a thank you gift. Really? The genius girl who became a doctor of history at the age of 8 was a little bit unconvinced. How could there be such a stupid person? Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. The other party was indeed ugly and stupid, of course it's true. When I was about to leave, he cried and hugged my legs and said that he wanted to start a new life and would never be a pirate again. Robin understood that it was not a friend, but just one less person with dreams on the sea. Robin thought about it and thought that a pirate with such a big ship must be very valuable. How much did you sell him for? 8 million bells, bah, I didn't sell him. I just gave him a chance to reform and received a small reward. It can be seen that your friendship is indeed strong, Robin blinked. I think he must have cried very loudly at that time. Yes, parting with friends is always sad, Lu Cheng also sighed. Robin didn't want to pay attention to this person, but she remembered something. How much money did he want to rob you at that time? Well, Lu Cheng remembered that he had 400 Baileys at that time. After buying food and wine, he should have 5 Baileys left? So the other party spent 8 million in himself to grab these 5 Baileys, right? Although he had never met the other party, Robin felt sorry for him for some reason. This was really miserable. Indeed, Lu Cheng nodded in agreement, I am really miserable. There are always people who want my little money. It makes me so angry. How can I bear it? I beat them all down on the spot. I just robbed 5 Baileys, but they are so hateful, I am worth a full 79 million Baileys. If someone wants to rob me, the other person will be so angry that he will go crazy and destroy the world. Inexplicably, the walking little Miss 79 million suddenly felt that her mood was extremely comfortable and her body was much lighter. She lay on the railing of the boat, looking at the endless blue sea, her heart was full of sweetness, just like eating honey. No, it was sweeter than that. This is the taste of freedom, which Mr. Knight brought her. She will never forget it. Mr. Knight seems to be short of money all the time. Yes, he must be hard to feed if he eats so much, but I eat very little and it is easy to feed. Robin thought so, walked to the pile of waste paper on the side, carefully picked up the bounty orders that were as big as half of her body, looked at them one by one, and stacked them up carefully. Mr. Knight looks stupid, it must be difficult for him to make money, I have to help him make money. If he has money, he will definitely not think of exchanging me for a bounty, but these pirates look so fierce, Mr. Knight goes to catch them, what if he gets hurt? Robin fell into deep thought. Lu Cheng has already raised the anchor, hoisted the sail, and is ready to set sail. Let's go, Knight. Target, the goal is to go wherever you want. I want to be the freest Kamen Rider on the sea. Go. The Knight left the port little by little. Countless men in black suits stood on the shore, watching the Knight set sail. Boss, the Kamen Rider finally left, and the 79 million was also on the boat with him. Okay, got it. A man's deep voice came from the den mushy, it's none of our business. The Navy is on their way. Don't meddle in it. It has nothing to do with us. Come back. There are already many people causing trouble on South Chicago Island. It seems that they think we are easy to bully. We should teach them a lesson and let them know the consequences of offending us. Yes, boss. The boat went farther and farther away, disappearing at the end of the sea. Chapter 15. At the same time, a piece of news from the Western News Agency was transmitted through the fax phone bug to the 4 oceans of the southeast, northwest, and even further away to a place called the Great Root. Nico Robin, who is only 8 years old and is known as the Devil's Child, was rescued by a mysterious person on Nangako Island. The person claimed that he was just a passing Kamen Rider. His purpose and true identity are still unknown. He is suspected to be an accomplice of the other party. This news was sent to all parts of the world through fax and telephone bugs. Thousands of newspapers were quickly printed. Well-trained newsbirds, carrying small bags and wearing sailor hats, lined up in an orderly manner to receive the newly printed newspapers. Then, one by one, they flapped their wings, spread their wings, and flew to every corner of the world. An invisible storm was brewing, and this news was about to spread throughout the world. Time passed day by day. On the endless blue sea, a lone ship was drifting on the sea. The bow of the night. The silver Bailey was shining in the sun with an intoxicating light. Lu Cheng raised the Bailey in his hand vigorously. A newsbird in the sky noticed his action, or more precisely, noticed the Bailey in his hand, and began to descend from the sky. After taking the Bailey from Lu Cheng, it took out a stack of newspapers from the small bag on its back and threw it to Lu Cheng, then spread its wings and flew high, disappearing in the distance. Very fat bird, Lu Cheng licked his lips, but unfortunately he couldn't eat it because he was smart. It is said that all the newsbirds in the world share one brain. If you provoke one, it will be difficult to buy a newspaper. It would be boring to drift in the sea for a long time without being able to buy a newspaper. Lu Cheng spread out the newspaper, turned a few pages, and saw a familiar photo. It was raining heavily. A Kamen Rider in red armor was sitting on a motorcycle with a fainted little girl in his arms. The compound eyes under the helmet flashed a dangerous red light. There was a striking headline on it. The mysterious armored man stole 79 million, what was he trying to do? Seeing this headline, Lu Cheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, there are such headline parties everywhere. Robin poked her head over in confusion, wanting to see why Lu Cheng suddenly wanted to curse, and she saw the eye-catching photo at a glance. She realized that this was the scene when she fainted and the other party rescued her. She looked up at Lu Cheng, who was still chattering and looking depressed. The other party was pounding the deck with an angry face. This group of evil headline parties. Do whatever it takes to get hot. Look, what is written here? It makes me look like a criminal who kidnaps little girls. And what armored man? I've already said I'm a Kamen Rider, don't they understand what I'm saying? Looking at Lu Cheng's chattering, Robin felt a hint of warmth in her heart. She blinked her bright eyes and gently reached out to hold the other's hand. Robin's hand was small and soft, and it felt very comfortable to hold. He was about to speak when he suddenly felt a piercing chill in the air. What happened? Robin also noticed this change. She was a little confused and began to look around. So that's how it is. These Navy guys are really haunting. Lu Cheng jumped onto the mast, looked at a figure in the distance, and sighed. Admiral of the Navy, Admiral of Ice Aokiji. Of course, Lu Cheng recalled that the other party did not seem to be the admiral at this time. The sea surface condensed into frost, which continued to spread from afar. Lu Cheng jumped off the bow and patted Robin on the shoulder. Be careful, the Navy is coming, and they are powerful. Without Lu Cheng's reminder, Robin also saw the frost spreading from the distant sea surface, and the fear that was difficult to conceal emerged in her black jade eyes. She recognized who was coming. Her friend, Hagul D. Sorrow, died at his hands because he was protecting her, and she also survived the fire of the Demon Slayer Order and escaped from O'Hara because of Sorrow's help. And now, is that terrible Navy chasing her again? Is she destined to bring bad luck to others? She has not forgotten the scene of Sorrow turning into an ice sculpture and dying in front of her. Is it possible that another person who cares about her will die in front of her? Robin looked at Lu Cheng, who was blocking her, and the image of him turning into an ice sculpture flashed in her mind. She was extremely sad. Why, what did she do wrong again? Why did they refuse to let her go? The wind stopped. The ship was slowing down. The red armor climbed onto Lu Cheng's body again. Lu Cheng quietly looked at the scene in front of him. A path made of frost appeared on the sea, and a tall black-haired man yawned and leisurely rode a very old-fashioned bicycle along the path made of frost, blocking the two people's boat. The Navy would come to trouble him, and he was prepared in his heart. But the person who came was actually him, Aokiji. What the hell is this guy doing? Lu Cheng was puzzled. In his mind, he had the impression that Aokiji was a relatively lazy guy in the Navy. This kind of thing like chasing children didn't seem like something he could do. It would be okay if it was Akainu, but was Aokiji so active in his work? Lu Cheng vaguely remembered that Aokiji didn't want to kill Robin in the plot, otherwise, if one of his admirals took action, Robin wouldn't be able to escape even if she had 800 lives. In the original plot, Robin was able to escape and even join Crocodile's team. If Aokiji said that he didn't let her go, Lu Cheng would never believe it. But since Aokiji didn't plan to catch the girl, why do you want to come out now? Can't you just turn a blind eye and let me kidnap the little Lolita? Wait. Lu Cheng frowned. You perverted stalker, are you worried about Nico Robin, so you come to test me? The more Lu Cheng thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. This Artie Kuno is so nosy. You are not her parent, and you killed Robin's family. Why are you meddling in other people's business? At this time, the system's task prompt suddenly sounded. Mission name, Free Kamen Rider? As a Kamen Rider, and one who claims to be the freest Kamen Rider, how can he be restricted by others? Mission requirements, escape from Vice Admiral Aokiji's men? Mission reward, 500 justice points? Task status, waiting for pickup? Do you want to accept the mission? Isn't this just giving away points? Lu Cheng took the mission. Lu Cheng stood at the bow of the ship without any hesitation, pretending that he didn't recognize the other party, and shouted loudly, "Who are you? Are you the Kamen Rider?" Kuzan did not answer, but asked. "Nonsense, why are you here to see me? You don't even know who I am, why are you here?" Lu Cheng didn't have a good attitude towards this kind of nosy guy who was probably deliberately looking for trouble with him. If you have something to say it now. If you have something to fart now. If you want to steal my 79 million, get out of here right now. Chapter 16. Kuzan looked at the boy who was completely hidden under the strange armor, and he didn't understand where he got the confidence to speak to him in such a loud tone. After thinking about it, he thought it was because the other party didn't know his identity. "I am Vice Admiral Kuzan. I remember you are a pirate hunter, right? So you're a Vice Admiral of the Navy." Lu Cheng shrugged, "So powerful and impressive, but I'm not a pirate. Do you still want to arrest me? Whether you are a pirate or not is not up to you, kid." Kuzan reached out and smoothed his hair, "But it's us in the Navy who have the final say." Lu Cheng was speechless. This made sense, but it was also too shameless. Kuzan glanced at Lu Cheng, as if he had guessed what he was thinking. "If you are not a pirate, why are you with the son of the devil?" Lu Cheng tilted his head to look at Robin, and seeing Robin cowering with fear on his face, he felt inexplicably angry. "The child of the devil, she?" Lu Cheng pointed at Robin, his tone full of undisguised sarcasm. "An 8-year-old girl, are you Navy blind?" Kuzan was speechless by Lu Cheng's words, but Artie Kuno was much easier to talk to than Akainu, who had a bad temper. If Akainu was here and heard Lu Cheng talking about the Navy like this, he would definitely throw a big fireball at him. "Boy, don't talk nonsense. The honor of the Navy is not something you can insult easily." Lu Cheng glanced at Aokiji. There was no iconic Navy Justice cloak behind him. He was wearing a black suit today, dressed like those gangsters. Lu Cheng also knew that it was doomed to fail to talk about this topic with the other party. As long as the Celestial Dragons were still high and mighty, the justice of the Navy would always be a joke. Justice that only serves one group can never be called justice. Lu Cheng patted the head of Robin beside him, signaling the other party not to panic. He raised his head and looked at Aokiji with dissatisfaction. "You Artie Kuno, why do you scare children for no reason? Look how scared you are of Robin. You have such a bad character." It's a pity that his expression was covered by the mask and was destined to be invisible. He said to Aokiji in a bad mood, "Since you also know that I am a bounty hunter, then what does it have to do with you if I catch bounties?" Aokiji was not too angry when he was confronted by Lu Cheng. "You are so impatient, brat. Since you are a bounty hunter and I am a marine, you can hand her over to me now. Get lost, do you have money?" Lu Cheng glanced at Qingji, who was wearing only clothes and riding a broken bicycle. He didn't look like he had 79 million. "I can give you the money later," Kuzan said calmly. "That means you want to take my 79 million for nothing." Lu Cheng was almost amused by him. "Do you know what happened to the last person who wanted to steal my money? Our Navy is of course reputable. You can go with me to the nearest naval branch, and you will certainly have your money." "No." Lu Cheng refused righteously. What a joke. If he wanted to take Robin to collect the bounty, would he have to wait so many days to catch up in person? "I'm not short of money now, I'll go when I need it." Aokiji raised his eyebrows slightly. He could see that the Kamen Rider in front of him seemed to be fearless and had no intention of handing over Robin. "So have you made up your mind to be the enemy of our Navy?" Lu Cheng laughed twice. "What's the difference? Didn't you just say that whether I am a pirate or not is up to you, Navy? Is my attitude important to you? Kyuzan shook his head, realizing that he could never convince the other party. He spoke for the last time and persuaded it's not too late for you to hand him over now. He has never done anything bad before. I guarantee with the reputation of a Vice Admiral of the Navy that I will not hold him accountable for the past. Lu Cheng looked at Robin's worried eyes. He patted her head and gestured to her to stay away. He pulled out a card from the card box on his waist and inserted it into the dragon summoner in his left hand. I'll hand you a big head ghost. As he spoke, another loud voice rang in the sky. Advent, contract Advent. The dragon let out a loud dragon roar and fiercely lashed at Kingji with his tail. Is this the dragon? It really looks a bit strange. Your devil fruit ability is really hard to understand. It's right that you don't understand, Lu Cheng laughed and said, the dragon, beat him up for me. You don't think you can hurt me, kid? You know nothing about strength. The dragon's tail swing was as fast as lightning, but Kyuzan was a vice admiral of the navy after all, and his strength was terrifying. His observation haki easily captured the tail of the red dragon sweeping towards him. When he looked closely, he found that the end of the red dragon's tail was actually a long sword with a cold glow, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. He had underestimated Lu Cheng. After all, according to his observation haki, the opponent's own strength was not too strong, but the strength of this dragon was quite good. At the moment when the giant dragon's tail was about to hit him, his observation haki aroused his instinctive premonition, and he sensed the danger. He frowned slightly, and his figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only a huge block of ice in its place. Boom! The ice flew everywhere, and the dragon swung his tail to smash the huge block of ice into pieces, but Aokiji's figure had already appeared on the sea not far away. It's a very powerful pet. No wonder you are so confident. Kyuzan praised sincerely. Even if the opponent's own strength is not too strong, with this dragon, he is already a very powerful character, not much inferior to those famous pirates. This is just the beginning, Lu Cheng laughed and said, Long, let him feel our enthusiasm. The attack missed, and Long was in a bad mood. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, it opened its mouth and spit out a scorching fireball at Aokiji. I am ice, you are fire, interesting. Aokiji's eyes lit up when he saw the burning fireball, which reminded him of his old teammate, an expert in playing with fire, so he stopped dodging, and the sea water surged into an ice wall, blocking him in front of him, layer by layer, firmly guarding him behind him. The burning fireball hit the ice wall, and with a rumbling explosion, white mist rose. The fireball broke through 2 layers of defense and was completely blocked, but there were still 3 ice walls in front of Aokiji. Chapter 17. Kyuzan looked at Lu Cheng with great interest. He originally thought that he was just a young man with mediocre strength, but he unexpectedly brought him a little surprise. He was a little happy to see what other tricks Lu Cheng had. He smiled at Lu Cheng and said, I have a companion whose skill in playing with fire is much better than yours. My defense can't stop his casual attack at all. Lu Cheng knew he was talking about Akainu. As one of the 3 future admirals of the navy, Akainu's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. However, Lu Cheng was a little surprised that the other party actually compared him with Akainu. It seems that Articuno is not without merit. At least his vision is not bad. Since the other party wanted to see, Lu Cheng also wanted to try how much difference there was between himself and these real strong men. He smiled at the other party and said, since you think this fire is not strong enough, how about something more powerful? He reached out and took out a card from the card box on his waist. Oh! Kyuzan's eyes lit up. Do you have any other fun tricks? Wait until you experience, you will know whether it is fun or not after that. Lu Cheng inserted the card into the dragon summoner in his left hand. Strike vent, heavy attack is coming. The voice from nowhere in the air sounded again. Kyuzan listened to this voice that came from nowhere. Although he didn't quite understand the tactical significance of actively exposing his intentions before attacking, he felt that it was a bit cool. Especially after Lu Cheng stretched out his right hand and took over the shooting weapon dragon claw fire that came from the sky. The red Wushuan dragon circled in the void behind him and roared, and then the opponent swung his fist fiercely, and his right fist with dragon claw fire suddenly swung forward, and the Wushuan dragon behind him also spewed out flames at the same time. The combination of man and dragon is simply explosively handsome. It's hard to say whether this kid is strong or not, but when it comes to the handsomeness of his moves, it is indeed unique. And the opponent's attack this time is obviously much stronger than before. Aokiji frowned slightly and quietly increased his defense. Aokiji. Accompanied by a loud dragon cry, the scorching dragon flame bomb with a scorching breath that destroyed everything bombarded Aokiji fiercely, and a huge wave of fire was set off on the sea surface, and the sea was burning. Not bad, kid, I admit that I underestimated you a little bit. Aokiji's voice came from the burning sea, looking relaxed. Then a gust of cold air blew in his face, and the raging fire on the sea was instantly extinguished. Is there anything more powerful? It made me stretch my body. What a good show-off! Lu Cheng complained silently and rolled his eyes under the mask, but in his heart he was quite envious of Aokiji's calm and unhurried attitude. It's good to have strength, and you can show off without making a sound. However, it's rare to have a master like Aokiji feeding him moves, and Lu Cheng became more and more interested in the fight. Since you are so powerful, I guess you can even take the night kick easily, right? Night kick. Kuzan became a little interested. Your special move. That's right, Lu Cheng said nonsense without changing his expression. Dragon Night Kick, a unique kicking skill that I have practiced for decades before finally mastering. Man and dragon become one, and with one kick, mountains and rivers can be shattered. Kuzan was speechless. Although the other party spoke seriously, he felt something was strange. After thinking for a while, he said, "But you look like you are only in your teens, how can you say decades? This is not the point." Lu Cheng reached out from his belt and took out the ultimate card from the Kamen Rider Dragon Knight card box, which is also the most classic winning method in all the Knight series. Night Kick. Kamen Rider without Night Kick is soulless. As he inserted the card into the Dragon Summoner, a loud voice rang out in the sky again. Final vent, final vent. As the card reading ended, Lu Cheng jumped high, and the red Wushuan dragon danced in the air around him. Lu Cheng's body kept spinning in a cone in the air, rushing straight into the sky. When he reached the highest point, he made a kicking gesture in the direction of Aokiji. At the same time, the mouth of the Wushuan dragon behind him also emitted flames and attacks, merging with Lu Cheng. The raging fire entangled Lu Cheng's body, and the Wushuan dragon surrounded him. The power of the two was perfectly integrated at this moment, reaching an unprecedented height. His figure also fell rapidly like a burning lightning, and kicked Aokiji fiercely. Dragon Night Kick. Looking at the figure that was completely integrated with the flames, the astonishing power showed that this kick was by no means simple. So handsome and yet so strong. Aokiji felt, I wish I had brought a camera with me, so I could take a picture of this kick and show it to Akina so he can learn from it. They are both playing with fire, but why are they both so handsome? But this kick is not so easy to take. Kuzan frowned slightly. He actually felt the danger. His observation haki gave him an extremely sharp sense. This attack is very dangerous, and he must not let his guard down. You have to know that the opponent was just an unknown kid before, and he is the famous Vice Admiral Iceberg Kuzan. There are not many people stronger than him in the entire ocean. The opponent can actually make him feel the danger, which is already quite amazing. The black armament haki wrapped around Kuzan, and he no longer held back. The biting cold formed a roaring ice dragon around it. He threw a punch with all his strength. Absolute Zero, Ice Dragon goes to sea. Two figures, one blue and one red, collided fiercely in the air, and the shock wave generated by the explosion overturned the waves dozens of meters high. The collision of extreme cold and extreme heat was like the hottest flame in the world meeting the cold water. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who was the winner, and they could only stalemate in the air and devour each other. The night was swaying in the waves. Robin lay on the bow with an anxious face, regardless of the salty sea water that completely swallowed her, and she held on to the railing tightly, looking at the two colliding figures, and prayed desperately in her heart. No, please don't be in trouble, please. The faces of those lost people appeared in front of her one by one, and her tears fell along with the sea. It was all her fault, she was the devil who only brought disaster to others. She thought of every little thing she had done with Lu Cheng during this period, and before she fainted, he seemed to have heard her call and suddenly appeared in front of her like a knight. Two figures fell from the sky. Aokiji held up the frozen sea with one hand and moved his wrist. The red armor slammed heavily into the cold sea water and disappeared. Aokiji looked up at the crying little girl. Nico Robin, you know in your heart that staying with him will only harm him, just like now, he is a devil fruit user and can't swim. If you delay any longer, he will be completely hopeless. Don't hit him, I'll go with you, don't hurt him, woo woo, Robin. Couldn't stop crying, go and save him, please. Seeing the other party's appearance, Aokiji's eyes flashed, but at this moment, the sea water exploded, and the dragon roared and shook the earth. Lu Cheng lay on Long's back and cursed, go to your Navy Vice Admiral, you are such a big man, bullying a little girl, do I need you to save me? Chapter 18. Lu Cheng turned over, rolled off Long's back, and fell next to Robin. Robin threw himself into his arms, hugged him tightly and refused to let go. Woohoo, it's all my fault. Don't fight him. You can't beat him. You're my only friend. I don't want you to die. I'll go with him, stop fighting, woo. Woo. Seeing Robin crying, Lu Cheng felt distressed and annoyed. Before he transmigrated, he had been following the original work of One Piece for so many years, and naturally he liked the character of Robin very much, so when he saw the bounty order, he sailed over without hesitation. When he came to this pirate world, he naturally yearned for the unrestrained freedom. Now that he had the opportunity, he must try his best to do those things that he had thought about but could not do. He made up his mind that he would never let her live as miserably as in the original work, and he must protect her, but now she was crying so sadly in front of him. Like a wounded Xiao Xiao, the smile that appeared only a few days ago disappeared again. The Navy is indeed worthy of its reputation and is one of the most powerful forces on the sea. The future Admiral of the Navy, Aokiji, in front of him has now proved his strength with facts. His strongest attack only made the opponent a little embarrassed, but he was almost exhausted and could hardly kick the same kick. But so what? You want me to hand over Robin? Are you still asleep? What a big dream! He patted Robin on the head. You are my 79 million, no one can snatch my money from me, let alone such a large sum. No one can do it, not the Navy, not the Celestial Dragons, not even the Lord himself can do it. He looked at Robin, his tone extremely firm. So, do you understand? Robin didn't answer, but curled up in his arms, crying loudly. Lu Cheng looked up at Aokiji and said word by word, there is no point in saying more. If it were you, and someone threatened you with your life and asked you to hand over your companion, would you agree to him, would you agree to him, would you agree to him? Lu Cheng asked 3 times in a row. At the end, his voice sounded like a roar. Aokiji was silent for a moment. But you have only known each other for more than 10 days. Lu Cheng looked up at the other person, not showing any weakness. He reached out and stroked Robin's long hair. To her, she had only known him for a dozen days, but to him, it had been more than a dozen years. Pa. Just as they were silent, a burst of applause came from the sea. Well said, we pirates are like this, we will never abandon any of our companions, even if we have only known each other for a few days. Kuzan, you are not even as good as a child. Who? The sudden voice caught the attention of several people, and Lu Cheng and Kuzan looked over. They saw a small boat slowly floating over from the sea not far ahead, and a figure was sitting on the boat, clapping his hands. Who is this? Why does the tone sound like a pirate? Lu Cheng was wondering, and suddenly he saw the person sitting on the boat. He was wearing a very familiar straw hat on his head, and a few strands of red hair were floating in the wind on the edge of the hat. Lu Cheng now knew who was coming. Blocking a broken arm of the future, red-haired Shanks. Of course, the other party's hand is still fine at this moment, and it has not been sacrificed to the new era. If it was Shanks, it's no wonder that the other party would say such a thing. In the original work, even if the bandits poured wine and spit on him, this red-haired man could laugh it off, but if they dared to humiliate his companions, he would strike with thunder and let his enemies know what regret is. The other party is indeed a person who cherishes his companions very much. Hello. Shanks stood up, stepped on the small wooden boat, waved to the two of them and said loudly, you fought brilliantly, and spoke brilliantly, kid, I'm optimistic about you, you will become a great pirate in the future. Lu Cheng was speechless. I am a bounty hunter, not a pirate. There is no difference, red-haired Shanks yawned. Do you think you can still be a pirate hunter safely after fighting with the Vice Admiral of the Navy? Lu Cheng glanced at Aokiji and saw that the other party remained silent, obviously agreeing with the other party's words, which made him speechless. This navy is hopeless. Kuzan stretched out his hand to move his wrist. His hand was numb from Lu Cheng's kick. He looked at Shanks and said coldly, you are red-haired Shanks. When did you come here? When you were fighting, I heard the noise and came over. It seemed that you were fighting very seriously and didn't notice me, so I didn't disturb you. Shanks laughed, very cool, he adjusted the straw hat on his head. I didn't expect to see the Vice Admiral bullying two little kids as soon as I arrived. It was really an eye-opener. Right, 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 Lu Cheng echoed from the side, he even bullied an 8-year-old child. He is so cute and yet he can do that to her. He is worse than a beast. Brother Face, please give me some face and let's beat him up together. When he saw Brother Face, he had to ask for face from him. Kuzan's tone was still cold. Why did you come here instead of accompanying your pirate group on the Grand Line? You Navy guys really want to control everything. What, are you going to arrest me here, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Mr. Kuzan? Ha 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 ha, Shanks laughed loudly, his tone was heroic. Kuzan was silent. Although Shanks had just become famous, countless clues pointed to his origin on a certain scary man's ship. The other party might be an official crew member of Pirate King Roger. Judging from his age, he was so young that he could board the ship. His potential can be imagined. This is a great pirate whose potential is recognized by Pirate King Roger. What did you call me? Face brother. Shanks tilted his head to look at Lu Cheng. The other party's red armor looked very interesting. Do you know me? Lu Cheng shook his head. He also realized that Shanks was not one of the famous 4 emperors at the moment. Looking at his young appearance now, it was hard to say whether he could beat Aokiji in a one-on-one fight. I just feel that you are as handsome as me, with such a handsome face, I think people will give you face wherever you go. Shanks was speechless, the armor on this man was weird, and even the words he said were so strange. Was he mentally ill? Chapter 19. Aokiji looks quite mature, he is already a middle-aged man in his 20s, and he serves as a vice admiral in the navy. Lu Cheng thought about it, and felt that even if the opponent's strength has not reached the perfect form in the future, right? That is, the combat power of the admiral level that appears in the plot, it must not be too far behind. As for Shanks, Lu Cheng touched his chin, he looked a little older than himself, and should be far from developing to the perfect form, that is, the level of the 4 emperors in the future, but the opponent has not yet gambled an arm on the new era, maybe he will be stronger than expected. If the two fight, Aokiji is estimated to have the upper hand, but it should not be easy to take down Shanks. After all, the future 4 emperors should not be so easy to overturn. Lu Cheng estimated the fighting power of the two in his mind, but over there, Kuzan and Shanks were getting a little impatient with each other. Normally, a big pirate and a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, if they could really get along peacefully when they met, it would be a miracle. Kuzan sighed lightly, and the biting cold air spread over the sea. The sea surface froze inch by inch, and the air became even colder. His aura became dangerous, and he no longer looked as casual as when he fought with Lu Cheng before. He was obviously getting serious and began to fully demonstrate the power of a vice admiral. Robin's body had just been wet by the sea water, and the temperature suddenly dropped, causing her to shiver all over. Lu Cheng ignored Robin's pulling and yelled at Aokiji, "You guys can fight if you want, but can you hold back a bit? The little girl has just recovered, what if she gets frozen by you again?" Kuzan's mouth twitched, and he silently tried his best to control his coldness and avoided the two of them. The Wushuan dragon swam down from the void and surrounded Robin's body. Robin instantly felt warm as if she was in a stove. She gently patted the Wushuan dragon's huge head. "Thank you, big guy." They. Wushuan dragon let out a low roar. Hearing the roar, Robin reached out and stroked the red dragon's body, her heart full of warmth. "What's wrong, Shanks?" Kuzan exuded a wisp of cold air, and his voice became icy as a great pirate. "Are you starting to feel guilty today and want to meddle in other people's business?" A large area of the sea surface has been completely frozen, looking like a large piece of frozen land. You can't save them both. That may not be the case. Shanks drew out the sword from his waist with his backhand and smiled. "Vice Admiral of the Navy? I also want to see how powerful the famous Vice Admiral Kuzan is." He turned his head and looked at Lu Cheng. "Boy, I helped you this time, and you will owe me a favor in the future." Lu Cheng hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and then he thought about it and said, "Brother Face, is there a possibility that I can leave whenever I want without any help from anyone today, and he can't keep me here at all?" Kuzan glanced at Lu Cheng with a cold gaze, while Shanks smiled with surprise. "Oh!" Shanks laughed when he heard that. He looked at Lu Cheng. "You sound quite arrogant. I know why the other party is staring at you. You have personality. I like you. Do you want to join my pirate group? I will reserve a position of second mate for you. The future 4 emperors personally recruited him and gave him a position of second mate on the ship. This made Lu Cheng a little excited. However, his goal has always been to become the freest person on the sea. He didn't want to be tied to a boat and unable to get off. He shook his head and rejected the other party. No, I'm still a pirate hunter now. If I go to your ship, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist grabbing them to claim the reward. Ha ha ha, Shanks laughed when he heard this, but he did not invite again. The tense atmosphere between him and Kuzan eased a little. He looked at Lu Cheng and said, "What skills do you have left? Show it to this Vice Admiral. I am looking forward to seeing what he will look like after you fool him." Kuzan also turned around and looked at Lu Cheng with an extremely cold look. With the strength that the other party had shown so far, he could not imagine that the other party could escape from him, not to mention that he was carrying a robin, which was even more impossible. Lu Cheng looked at Shanks and his heart moved. He inexplicably thought of an interesting idea. If he waited until the reputation of Brother Face was completely established, he would say to the other party what he was best at, "Give me face?" Brother Face had to give me face, and that scene must be very interesting. Lu Cheng thought about it and said to Shanks, "You just said that you helped me and let me owe you a favor in the future. How about we make a bet?" "Bet? There is no pirate who doesn't gamble." Shanks suddenly became interested. "How do we gamble?" Kuzan, however, was unusually silent. He didn't say a word and quietly waited for the two to chat. "If I can't escape from the other party and need your help, then I will owe you a favor in the future." Lu Cheng looked at Shanks and smiled. "But if I can escape successfully, I don't want you to owe me a favor in the future. Just give me face at the critical moment." Face? Shanks felt that this weird armored man seemed to have a problem with these 2 words. He kept talking about these 2 words and stared at him. It was weird. But there was nothing wrong with this bet. If the other party could really open his eyes today, he would give this face. "Did you guys agree?" Kuzan said coldly, looking like an iceberg. Lu Cheng did not answer. He looked at Shanks and Aokiji, pointing at the sea surface under the ship and the frozen ice. "What do you think this is?" "The sea, the ice, what else could it be?" Shanks and Kuzan thought so. Lu Cheng looked at the 2 people's puzzled eyes and smiled slightly. "It's a mirror." Shanks lowered his head and saw his shadow reflected on the sea. Although there was a reflection, it was obviously not a mirror, right? Even if it was the mirror fruit, it would be useless, not to mention that the mirror fruit now has an owner. Lu Cheng looked at Aokiji and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Vice Admiral Kuzan. But if you can't get into the mirror in the future, please don't bother me anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire ship disappeared into the sea, leaving only the sea water flowing quietly. Chapter 20. Kuzan raised his right hand, his mouth blew cold air, and he said, "So that's how it is, you actually have such an ability, no wonder you are so confident." The other party has an ability similar to the mirror fruit, and can enter and exit reflective surfaces such as sea water and ice at will. He is destined to never catch him. After all, his ability is ice, and ice is a springboard for the other party to go to the mirror world. From this aspect, his ability was completely restrained by him. Even with his ability, no one could completely catch him as long as he didn't want to. What a pity, he was very optimistic about him. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, he naturally knew that although Nico Robin was called the son of the devil, she was actually just an innocent little girl. The world government wanted Nico Robin and offered a bounty, but in fact, they never made public anything about the massacre of O'Hara. The historical text and the blank 100 years are what the world government is trying hard to cover up, and that's why they don't want to let Nico Robin go. The other party has the ability to decipher this history, which is why she must die. Because they don't want this history to reappear in the world. Although Lu Cheng protected Nico Robin, in Kuzan's opinion, the other party didn't actually do anything bad. On the contrary, he admired the other party's courage and fearless fighting spirit, and even saw the heart of justice hidden under the other party's tight armor. Although the other party is bold and willful, and seems to have some prejudice against the Navy, Kuzan thinks these are all minor problems. As long as he is properly trained, when he arrives in the Navy, under the guidance of teacher Zifa's hands, he will naturally be reformed. But if he is left alone, judging from his abilities and character, this kid is not a peaceful person. Perhaps one day he will go astray and cause great trouble to the Navy and the world. But it is too late to say anything now. He has no way to catch him, and with his several dangerous abilities and his relationship as the son of the devil, the Navy will never let him go unpunished. It is a foregone conclusion that the other party will be on the opposite side of justice in the future. But Kuzan is still making his last effort. Boy, if you leave now, there is no turning back. You will be wanted by the whole sea and you will never have peace. Lu Cheng's voice came from the reflection of the sea. Obviously, he has not left yet and is still waiting in the same place. Why would I care about these? Kuzan shook his head. Boy, I can see that you have a heart of justice. If you are willing to return to the Navy with me, I can let Nico Robin go and never make things difficult for her. What you said is like fart. Lu Cheng rolled his eyes. You have no way to deal with the two people in the mirror world. You're talking as if you can catch me, or what you mean by letting me go is to cancel the bounty on Nico Robin. I mean, if you can really do it, I'm willing to surrender, but can you do it? Can you do justice in your Navy? Cancel the bounty on Nico Robin. Kuzan knew that this was impossible. This was an order from the world government, not something the Navy could decide. All he could do was to quietly let the other party escape and keep a little fire for O'Hara. Lu Cheng looked at the silent future admiral and laughed, and the laughter echoed on the sea. Is this justice for the Navy? I won't even talk about the massacre of O'Hara by you, but I'll just say, do you have to bully an 8-year-old girl to demonstrate your justice? Nico Robin is different. Kuzan said in a deep voice. What's the difference? If something happens for the first time, it will happen a second time. Today it's Nico Robin, tomorrow it might be Nico Luffy, and after that, you can kill anyone you want without even looking for a reliable reason. In the mirror world, Robin tightly grasped Lu Cheng's hand, biting her lower lip until it bled. She looked at Lu Cheng with unspeakable emotions in her heart. No one had ever spoken for her like this. Lu Cheng seemed to be arguing with Kuzan, but in fact he was just asking for justice for her. Some difficult memories lingered in the depths of her mind like nightmares, but she dared not tell anyone. She had never told Lu Cheng everything about O'Hara, but for some reason, the other party seemed to know everything and empathized with her situation. She didn't know why, but it didn't matter. She looked up and stared at Lu Cheng blankly, her eyes not blinking. Lu Cheng gently reached out and patted the other party's shoulder as a comfort. He continued, if you compromise once, you will compromise a second time. When justice is not pure, it is not justice. You take the initiative to shame the justice behind you, and you have the nerve to call yourself justice in front of me. Is this worthy of being called justice? At least in front of me, in front of this 8-year-old girl who slaughtered everyone she knew by you, you are worthy of being called just. So confident and self-righteous. Don't you feel ashamed? Lu Cheng kept these words in his heart for a long time. Not to mention that Aokiji was considered a reasonable navy in the Navy, he thought and acted like this, what about other Navy? The flag of justice will eventually be covered with dust. The empty voice echoed on the sea. Shanks listened to this leisurely. He curled his lips. This kid scolded happily, which suited his temper. It was a pity that he couldn't get on his ship. But it didn't matter. Seeing the extremely ugly face of the vice admiral of the opposite navy, this trip was worthwhile. He chuckled and was about to leave, but found Kuzan's cold eyes fell on him. What's wrong? You can't win over this brat, so you want to make trouble for me? Shanks smiled. You are a pirate and I am a navy. Since you like to join in the fun so much, why don't you go to the navy prison and join in the fun? Since it is destined that these two little devils cannot be caught, Kuzan felt that there was an unspeakable anger in his heart. The world government offered a bounty for Robin, but would not disclose anything about O'Hara to the public. So in the eyes of most people in the world, Nico Robin's bounty was so high that the Navy's brain was simply problematic. Not to mention people like Lu Cheng who knew some secrets, who sneered at the justice of their Navy. More importantly, many Navy men have begun to doubt whether their justice is correct, and Kuzan is also somewhat the same. The stupid things done by the world government and the celestial dragons have made their Navy take the blame. More and more people say that their Navy is actually a dog kept by the celestial dragons, and such remarks, after the O'Hara incident, they can't refute them at all, because it is true. When they personally stained the flag of justice with filth and committed the massacre of innocent O'Hara residents against their conscience, justice was no longer a glory, but a scar, engraved in their hearts, and would be mentioned from time to time, bringing deep pain. Since Shanks, you like to join in the fun so much, Kuzan's heart is full of anger, then let you join in the fun once and for all. Chapter 21. Oh my, you got angry because you couldn't win an argument with a kid. Shanks drew out the long sword from his waist, smiled and said, you are going to take it out on me, but can this cover up the facts that the kid said? If you did something wrong, you did something wrong. Even if you kill everyone who knows about it, your justice is no longer justice. Shanks' teasing words echoed in Kuzan's heart, which made his heart hurt even more. That's it. He didn't expect that one day he would be ridiculed by pirates like this, but he was powerless to refute. He coldly pulled out an ice knife from the air. If I can't argue with you, then I'll use the knife to shut you up. Ha ha ha, Shanks let out a long laugh. The Vice Admiral is indeed very powerful, but have you forgotten where this place is? Goodbye, Vice Admiral Kuzan. Shanks chuckled, and the bright knife in his hand flashed, slashing directly at the frozen sea under their feet. Boom! The frozen sea was instantly chopped into pieces, and the sea water gushed out, drowning the two people on the ice. But a more intense blast of cold air whistled, and the gushing sea water was immediately frozen again, turning into a flat ground. But Shanks laughed. It's useless. The shiny and sharp blade in his hand instantly turned black, like a black knife. Armament color domineering. Boom! The blade chopped down, and the ice layer shattered again, being neatly cut in half. The sea water rushed out of the crack like a fountain, shaking the earth. As expected of armament haki, every move has such great power. In the mirror world, Liu Cheng and Robin watched the battle and secretly smacked their lips. The impact on the mirror world was obviously much smaller, but the ship was still shaking in the surging waves. Liu Cheng silently drove the boat a little further away. Fighting is risky, and spectators should be cautious. Kuzan jumped on the sea, and when his toes landed on the sea water instantly turned into frozen ice, which did not affect his activities at all, as if walking on flat ground. The two of them clenched their long swords, and the blades were also wrapped in a layer of black armed color domineering. They swung them out suddenly and chopped together. Boom! The surging storm rolled out with the two as the center, and the sea water turned into a cold blade, which was engulfed and raised thousands of feet of waves. The sword energy was crisscrossed, and the sea was messed up by the battle between the two. After a long time, the two finally stopped the meaningless battle. Shanks's hard power was obviously weaker, but he was not afraid of water and only chose to chop the sea surface. But Kuzan was different. He was busy repairing the ice under his feet. Very busy, after all, Shanks destroyed the terrain too quickly. And he was a devil fruit user, if he accidentally fell into the water, it would be GG. The two of them couldn't do anything to each other for a while, and neither of them had the interest to continue fighting. I won't fight you anymore. Since I can't do anything about your little tricks, there's no point in fighting you anymore. Kuzan walked to the side, picked up his old bike, got on it, and yawned. He looked like an ordinary person who was tired after a fight and wanted to go to sleep. But when he was pushing his bike to leave, he seemed to suddenly remember something and asked the empty sea, "What's your name, the armored kid?" The sea was quiet for a long time, and a voice sounded faintly, as if it came from another world, and it was indeed so. "Remember, I'm just a Kamen Rider passing by." Kuzan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He stepped on the pedals of the bicycle, and the bicycle rolled towards the endless sea. As soon as the front wheel of the bicycle touched the sea water immediately froze into ice, creating a path out of thin air. This is how the other party caught up with Liu Cheng and his ship before. Liu Cheng seriously suspected that the other party had ridden all the way from the headquarters of the Navy to here, which was really far. On the sea, the bicycle moved forward on the sea as if walking on flat ground, leaving an icy path wherever it passed, and Aokiji's back gradually disappeared at the end of the sea. The future admiral of the Navy finally gave up chasing Liu Cheng and Robin, although Liu Cheng seriously suspected that the other party might not have the idea of making things difficult for Robin, but just showing up to paddle. But after all, he was a little jealous of his handsome image, so he couldn't help but take action. Later, when you look at his battle with Shanks, you will know that the other party has no great fighting spirit at all. Now he finally left, which is really great. It's really not a good feeling to be stared at by such a guy. The system upgrade sound rang in his ears. Liu Cheng opened the panel and saw that he had completed the task. Mission name, Free Kamen Rider? As a Kamen Rider, and one who claims to be the freest Kamen Rider, how can he be restricted by others? Mission requirements, escape from Vice Admiral Kuzan's men? Mission reward, 500 justice points? Mission status, completed. Yes. Mission completed, rewards received, Lu Cheng just felt happy. But the mission was not completed until now. Lu Cheng thought that the mission should have been completed the moment he entered the mirror world, but it was delayed until now. Is it because the other party has not completely given up the idea of catching him before? So the mission is not over until the other party leaves and gives up completely. Shanks tapped the sea surface lightly with the back of the knife, and suddenly said, "Boy, are you gone? If not, come out and talk." As soon as he finished speaking, a large sailing ship suddenly appeared from the sea, as if it had suddenly emerged from the reflection in the sea. Shanks looked up and down at the suddenly appeared large ship, and was amazed. "You are quite capable, don't worry, I will keep my promise and give you face in the future." Lu Cheng laughed when he heard it. It was a happy thing to be given face by the Face brother. He waved at the other party, motioning him to get on board. The other party was still standing on the ice on the sea. As for the small boat he had at the beginning, it had been completely destroyed into pieces of wood in the battle and was about to sink under the sea. Shanks was not polite and jumped onto Lu Cheng's knight. He glanced at Robin and blinked slightly. "This is the 79 million, it's really cute." Robin was a little afraid of outsiders. She shrank behind Lu Cheng timidly and looked at Shanks carefully. "It's really cute, so the celestial dragons are nothing." Lu Cheng immediately cancelled his transformation, revealing his true face, and said, "My name is Lu Cheng." Shanks laughed. He took off his straw hat, revealing his iconic red hair. "You're quite handsome, my name is Shanks." Chapter 22. Shanks was curious about how Lu Cheng came to confront Kuzan. There was nothing to hide, so Lu Cheng simply told him what happened. He was a pirate hunter who saved Robin from the gang. He knew that the other party was innocent and was unwilling to take the reward from the other party. Then he was caught up by Kuzan at sea. After listening to this, Shanks sincerely suggested, "I think if you become a pirate in the future, it's best to stay away from him." "I have no plans to become a pirate for the time being, but pirate hunters can make money pretty quickly." Lu Cheng stretched his body, feeling sore all over. It was his first time fighting so fiercely, and it really hurt his body. He needed a good meal to replenish his body. "This is not up to you." Shanks laughed and said, "I think your bounty will be issued soon, and it should be high. The Navy likes to do this." "Oh, I know that too." Lu Cheng sighed, "But forget it, they can't catch me anyway. It would be best if some pirates offered themselves to me so I could earn the bounty." Wait, Lu Cheng suddenly realized that this seemed to be a good way to make money, but if that was the case, he would have to plan it carefully, and not scare away Bailey who came to his door. "That's right." Thinking of Lu Cheng's ability, Shanks nodded in agreement, but soon reminded him seriously, "Although your ability is very strong, there are many strange people on this sea, so you still have to be more careful. And that guy today didn't seem to have any intention of fighting, it was as if he wanted to let you go on purpose." Shanks added, "Otherwise, with the power of that guy's devil fruit, he can even completely freeze the sea water under our feet, which is no different from land. If that's the case, I can only run away." Shanks touched his chin. "Maybe he's on vacation today? Want to take some time off?" Lu Cheng guessed that the other party didn't want to catch Robin, but these reasons didn't need to be made public. Shanks' appearance and his ability to travel through the mirror world just gave the other party an excuse not to continue chasing, allowing him to leisurely return to the Navy to report. "Speaking of which, your ship was destroyed." Lu Cheng stood at the bow. He said, "You were supposed to be on the Grand Line, is there something urgent that brought you to the West Sea?" Shanks frowned when he heard this. "Well, something did happen, but my ship was destroyed, it's a headache." Lu Cheng laughed, "Don't worry about it. You helped me, so of course I will help you." He patted his chest and said, "I'll take you wherever you want to go. My boat should be faster than your boat." Shanks was a little hesitant, but after taking a look at Robin beside Lu Cheng, he quickly calmed down. Although the person he was going to meet was very important and could not be easily disclosed, it was different with Robin, as the other party would not mind. So Shanks smiled and said, "Aren't you in a hurry to go somewhere else?" "What's the hurry?" Lu Cheng sat down at the bow and stretched out his hand to ask Robin to get him something to eat. He said indifferently, "We are all running around the sea anyway, it doesn't matter where we go. Pirates are not everywhere. No matter where I go, there will be two valuable ones, and it won't hinder me from making money. Otherwise, you can help me catch 2 big pirates for the travel expenses. Your travel expenses are really expensive. Shanks also sat down. He was a casual person. The more he looked at Lu Cheng's carefree behavior, the more he felt in tune with him. Besides, the other party's handsome face was equally attractive to him. He felt comfortable no matter how he looked at him. Could it be that I have a long-lost brother? After thinking about it, he patted Lu Cheng on the shoulder and said, "It's impossible for me to help you catch pirates. I'm not a bounty hunter. How can I help you catch pirates? But from now on you are my younger brother. When you shout my name on the sea, just say you are Red Hair's younger brother and I will protect you. How about that? You won't suffer any loss, right?" Lu Cheng thought about it and said, "Okay, deal." He took a look at the straw hat that Shanks had casually placed on the deck. It would be fun to see Luffy in the future as he and Red Hair were brothers. But Luffy wouldn't still be breastfeeding now, right? Shanks looked at Lu Cheng and misunderstood what he meant. "I can't give this to you. This was given to me by a very important person. It means a lot to me." Lu Cheng yawned. I know your hat is of great value. I just took a look at it and saw how nervous you were. It's okay, Shanks." Lu Cheng reached out to take a bottle of wine. Arms grew out of the warrior's planks one after another. Robin used the power of the devil fruit to carry food and drinks and brought them to the 2 of them. "I think you might give it to someone in the future, and then he will say the same thing as you are saying now." "How can this be?" the red-haired man smiled. Given the significance of the hat to him, how could he possibly give it to someone else? "You little brat, just talk nonsense." Believe it or not, Lu Cheng took a sip of wine. "Isn't this what you will do in the future, and even get involved with a hand? If I say it now, you will definitely think I'm crazy." He smacked his lips twice and bit off a big piece of meat to replenish his energy. Just like the inheritance ceremony of One Piece, the latecomers take over the expectations left by the predecessors. Shanks was a little dazed, but soon he smiled with relief, and put the straw hat on his head in the fishy and salty sea breeze. The man lived a wonderful and heroic life, and left this world in an extremely free and heroic manner, without any regrets, but left more people confused on the sea, not knowing the way forward. Lu Cheng thought about it and decided not to remind the other party about the broken arm. The king of the sea bit off one of the 4 emperors' arms. It was outrageous. No novel dared to write like this. And a little bandit could kidnap Luffy with a smoke bomb right under the noses of the entire Red Hair pirates. It looked so fake. The water was almost like a vast ocean. The broken arm was explained to Whitebeard in the following text of the original work. "I bet that arm on the new era. Forget it, he is determined to become the Condor hero, Lu Cheng has no reason to stop him. Anyway, he has already given it to me, and he doesn't even want to act. It's not something that can be convinced with just a few words. I'd better wait until he loses his arm before I can laugh at him. I really can't save this heavy hand. Speaking of which, even if Red Hair loses his arm, he is still so handsome, it's really unfair." Chapter 23. Seeing Lu Cheng wolfing down his food, Shanks also took the food handed over by Robin and started eating. Both of them were big eaters, and their eating speeds were surprisingly similar. After sweeping away a large amount of food, Lu Cheng finally stopped what he was doing. "Full, Robin, are you hungry? Why don't you eat something?" Robin shook her head. She was not hungry at all. She even felt full just by watching the 2 people wolfing down their food. Shanks also patted his stomach with a satisfied look on his face. "Thank you for the hospitality." Although he could get a lot of food at sea, he still couldn't get a lot of meat and wine. The food that the other party got just satisfied his urgency. "I haven't eaten so well in a long time. Big boats are better. They can hold a lot of food." Lu Cheng agreed very much. He couldn't let go of the warrior because it stored a lot of his food. Otherwise, he would have taken Robin on a motorcycle and ran as far as he could. How could he be caught up by Aokiji? "I didn't expect you to eat so much," Shanks looked at Lu Cheng, who was still eating with a big mouthful of food, as if he was lost. "You eat a lot, isn't that normal?" Lu Cheng shrugged indifferently. "In this One Piece world, the strong eat more, isn't that the most normal thing?" Having said that, Shanks took another sip of wine, but not everyone can eat so much. Usually, people who eat so much must have unexpected talents in some way. "Yes, Lu Cheng's cheeks were puffed up with food, he opened his mouth and asked what aspect. After the battle with Aokiji consumed a lot of his physical strength, his energy was greatly depleted. Even after eating so much, he still felt hungry. Now his mouth couldn't stop for a moment. It can be seen that the food on the ship may not be enough soon. He has stored food for a long time, but it just doesn't last. It seems that he needs to find a place to replenish the ingredients. Fortunately, he still has a lot of money now, so he doesn't have to rush to catch pirates all over the sea. Shanks drank a mouthful of soup, smacked his lips, and smiled. Robin's cooking skills are not bad. Of course. Lu Cheng was a little proud when he heard this, as if his own child was praised by others. Don't look at my Robin's young age, he knows a lot of things, including sailing and cooking. Of course, these words are a bit exaggerated. After Robin realized that Lu Cheng was an unreliable bounty hunter, he began to work hard to learn how to be a good assistant to a bounty hunter. These things were just learned from books. But because she had the flower fruit, she was extremely smart and always learned things quickly. For example, she could use the flower fruit to create several pairs of eyes at the same time to read several books, and use the flower fruit to create several pairs of arms at the same time to cook several dishes. In short, Lu Cheng felt that he had picked up a treasure, but the little girl took care of all the work, as if he had found a little maid and threw all the work to her. But Robin was very happy doing it. Considering that this was also a way to train the devil fruit, Lu Cheng accepted it with peace of mind. As expected of his 79 million, his whole body was full of treasures. Shanks put down the bowl of soup in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to eat such a rich delicacy after drifting on the sea for so long. Shanks thought it seemed not bad to stay on the other party's ship for a while. He looked at Lu Cheng. I think you may have the potential to learn domineering. Haki. Lu Cheng's heart was moved, but he pretended not to know. He swallowed his mouth full of food and asked, what is that? Is it the black energy you used in the previous battle? Shanks did not answer, and Lu Cheng continued to eat while asking. By the way, Shanks, why did your sword burn at that time? Is that the so-called domineering? Shanks sucked his fingers. He was always easygoing and had a good temper. These things were not a secret. He smiled and raised his hand. A layer of pitch-black aura quickly covered his palm, and the black flame-like energy tightly lingered on his hand, as if burning. This is called armament haki. In addition to armament haki, there is also observation haki and a rarer overlord haki. So many. Lu Cheng immediately pretended to be surprised. Can I learn it? This is from the heart. Coming to the world of One Piece, domineering, who doesn't want to learn? Shanks laughed. If you were to be my crew member, I would probably have time to teach you. But you don't want to, Shanks shook his head regretfully. After I finish dealing with things here, I have to return to the Grand Line, so I'm sorry, Lu Cheng, I probably don't have time to teach you how to be domineering. So that's it. Lu Cheng was a little disappointed, but he still said if that's the case, then forget it, I'll learn it better in the future. Anyway, he has the Kamen Rider system, which can slowly improve his strength. It's a pity that he can't learn haki from Shanks now, but he didn't force it too much. Everyone on the sea has their own adventures and journeys. Except for a shipmate, separation is the most common thing. If you don't want to be Shanks' crew member and want to work alone, then separation is a matter of time. But if you have time, you can teach me a little bit, since we are just floating on the sea anyway. It seems so. Shanks laughed and said, then I'll tell you. Lu Cheng stopped eating, and Robin also sat quietly beside him, listening to the two of them talking. The previous kicking technique that wrapped the whole body with flames is actually very similar to armament haki, both of which are techniques for using energy to strengthen the body. If you want to master armament haki earlier, you can start from this aspect. Lu Cheng recalled the process of using the ultimate move. He didn't expect that in the eyes of people in this world, his night kick and the use of armament haki were so similar. Come to think of it, you have such amazing kicking skills, Shanks. Was amazed if you had my strength, that kick would probably kill half of his life. Can't be kicked to death. What are you thinking about? Shanks glared at him angrily and said, that's Kuzan, I'm not as strong as him. You kicked him half to death with that kick, and you're not satisfied. Okay, Lu Cheng thought about it and it was true, but Night Kick was originally Kamen Rider's ultimate move. No matter what the enemy was, isn't it normal to kill it with one kick? Chapter 24 Shanks laughed at this and said frankly, so I think you are already very powerful. When you become stronger in the future, you will have the opportunity to learn haki naturally when you need it. He smiled and shook his head. It's just a skill of using strength. It's very common on the Grand Line. Most of the big pirates know it. I think your physical skills combined with your armor ability are already quite powerful. Dragon Rider Kick, right? Shanks smacked his lips. This technique that can perfectly blend your own power with that of the Red Dragon is already very powerful. 1 plus 1 can produce a power far greater than 2, which means that unless someone is far stronger than you, it will be basically difficult for them to withstand your kick. After all, it is Kamen Rider's ultimate move. I am exhausted after just one kick. It's normal for it to be a little stronger. Shanks glanced at Lu Cheng and smiled slightly. So, I said you don't have to be obsessed with domineering, that's it. Is it really important for you to be domineering? As long as you are strong enough, even if you are not domineering, can he withstand your kick? Lu Cheng thought about it and felt that what the other party said made sense, but I want to learn. Shanks slapped his forehead and said, I think a master of taijutsu is not necessarily weaker than someone who can use haki. Haki, especially armament haki, is just a skill. It is a skill used to deal with special enemies, but I feel that your power seems to have such ability, so it is not a skill that you must master. Lu Cheng thought about it. The armed color domineering does have some restraint on the ability of the natural devil fruit, but with the fire ability of the double dragon, he can also be considered half a natural fruit ability user. So I'm really curious about what your devil fruit is that dragon also your ability? Yes, it is called the Invincible Dragon, Dragon Crimson. It is a partner who has signed a contract with me and fights side by side with me. Shanks nodded. Partner, what a beautiful word. He did not ask Lu Cheng about his ability and continued to speak. Armament haki is actually a way of using the potential energy flowing in the human body. As long as you can perceive this energy, use it flexibly, and wrap it around your body, this is the so-called armament haki. The same is true for observation haki, which is a way of using energy to enhance one's own reaction and observation. To some extent, it is no different from armament haki, except that one acts on one's own body and the other acts on the external environment. Seeing Lu Cheng's thoughtful look, Shanks continued to answer. The other kind of haki is called Conqueror's haki, which is different from armament haki and observation haki. It is probably an ability that everyone is born with and cannot be taught. Luffy has Conqueror's haki, which is almost the meaning of the innate kingly aura. The original drama seems to have said that this thing cannot be learned. I understand, Lu Cheng nodded. As long as I make myself strong enough, discover that energy, and then use it, I can naturally learn to be domineering, right? Yes. Shanks nodded in agreement and added. Haki, after all, is just a kind of energy that everyone possesses. Through hard training of physical skills, such as the Navy 6 styles, one can deepen the understanding of haki and even comprehend the essence of life return. What about the Navy's 6 styles? The 6 moves, iron block, finger gun, shaving, moon step, storm kick, paper drawing, are called the 6 styles. The technique of hardening the body to defend against attacks is called iron block. Attacking with hardened fingers, called finger guns. The technique of increasing speed and moving at high speed is called shaving. The technique of walking in the air is called moon step. And turning the hands and feet into swords, slashing out wind blades is called storm kicks. Freely manipulating every part of the body so that it can be bent and changed at will like a piece of paper is called paper drawing. But they are essentially just a way of using the return of life. Life returned. Lu Cheng continued to ask. He could not remember these small details clearly. Life returned, it is the complete control of the human body. Those who are most proficient in life return can control every part of their body at will, even every hair can be completely and perfectly controlled. This life return sounded a bit scary. Lu Cheng glanced at Robin and imagined his long black hair dancing like a snake. It was really scary. So in the end, what really matters is your own strength. Only when you have strong enough strength can you exert stronger power. Shanks smiled and said, exactly. If you have enough physical strength, it will be easy for you to learn the 6 styles. On the contrary, if you don't have enough physical strength, you won't be able to exert enough strength even if you learn them. You won't be able to use the air walking moves, and you won't be able to make your body as hard as iron to withstand the attacks of swords and guns. No wonder Luffy learns everything so quickly, with that kind of indestructible cockroach physique, he is undoubtedly the protagonist. Lu Cheng thought for a while and said, in this case, if the physical fitness is weak, even if the body is covered with armed color domineering, it probably won't be very powerful, right? Shanks said, yes. He stopped talking, obviously he had said everything he wanted to say. Lu Cheng already knew what he wanted to know, he nodded. Where are you going? Shanks took out a sloppy hand-drawn picture, which was wet with water in a large area. Fortunately, the destination can still be seen clearly, but it will be difficult to navigate with this. Lu Cheng frowned. I don't think we can find it with just this sketch. I only have the nautical charts of the nearest few sea areas. Let's find the nearest island to dock first, and then find a more detailed sailing route, Lu Cheng muttered. And we need to replenish our food. The remaining food should not be enough, right? He looked at Robin, who said seriously with a straight face, if we continue to eat like this, it will not be enough for a meal. No, no, Lu Cheng comforted him, if we don't do it, we won't eat so much. It's enough for us to reach the next island. My navigator, Lu Cheng patted Robin on the head, get ready to set off to the next island. Chapter 25. The ship floated on the sea, crushing the starry sky. Kid, wake up, Shanks. Voice reached his ears. Lu Cheng opened his eyes. He had just fought a battle. Although he had a full meal, he still felt very tired. In this fight with Articuno, although the opponent let him go and he only used a few moves, he was really tired. What's the matter? He sat up yawning, and looked up. The sea was still dark, and the stars were dim. When drifting on the endless sea, any unexpected situation could happen. Someone is still needed to watch the ship at night, and that person is of course Lu Cheng. It is impossible to let Robin watch the ship on the deck at night. She is just a little girl, not even as tall as the railing of the ship. What use can she be? So Lu Cheng took on the task of watching the ship at night. He has always slept on the deck and is used to it. The red-haired Shanks reached out his hand and pulled the sleepy Lu Cheng to stand up. After he woke up for a while, he pointed in the direction of the sea in the distance and said with a smile, there is a ship coming towards us. Just come over here. Lu Cheng blinked hard, yawned, and suddenly realized something, and became alert. Pirate ship. Yes, the red-haired man nodded slightly, confirming what he said. It turned out that they were here to give money. Lu Cheng perked up all of a sudden, and all sleepiness disappeared. For such guests who took the initiative to give money, they still needed to be treated well. He looked towards the distant sea. Sure enough, in the hazy night, a huge black shadow looked like some kind of giant beast, but the flashing lights around it indicated that the other party was not some strange creature, but a sailing ship, which was slowly approaching from the distant sea. There was a flag hanging on the top of the huge ship. Lu Cheng and Shanks vaguely recognized the skull on the top of the flagpole in the hazy starlight. The crossbones flag fluttered in the sea breeze. That's right, after confirming the flag, it was someone who was sending money. All those who hung the crossbones flag on this sea are rich people. Even if they don't have money on them, they will have money when they go to the Navy headquarters. When the pirate ship got closer, Lu Cheng realized that although the other party approached quietly in the dark, the deck at the bow was full of people. They must have discovered their ship a long time ago, so they came in the dark and wanted to kill them directly. After all, there was no crossbones flag on the bow of his ship, and the other party could not have regarded him as a colleague. Of course, even if the flag was hung, it would not be a big deal. It is normal for pirates to rob colleagues and rob others. But what the other party probably didn't expect was that it was so late, and there were no lights on the other side's ship. There were people who didn't sleep at night and ran to the deck to see the scenery. Is this crazy? The two groups of people lay on the railing of the ship across the sea and stared at each other, as if they felt that there was something wrong with this atmosphere. Lu Cheng and Shanks waved their hands vigorously on the ship, and their voices were light, as if they had encountered something happy. Hey, friend, good evening. Hey, my friend, good evening. We are pirates who come to rob you. Can you please be a little respectful and show a little fear? Scared? How to say it? Lu Cheng didn't want to cooperate with them. The key is that he really couldn't be afraid, and even couldn't help but feel a little happy. Late at night, although his sleep was disturbed, someone came to give him money, so he naturally accepted it happily. As for whether he could beat them, those powerful pirates were not so easy to meet, and even if he was unlucky, didn't he have a face brother by his side? At that time, the other party would say, "Please give me a favor, Shanks, and accompany me to the Marine Division to claim the reward." Wouldn't that solve the problem? However, for the time being, he still felt that he didn't need the other party to do anything, because as a mature Kamen Rider, he had to earn his own money to eat well. He was not someone like Red Hair who liked to eat for free. "You are not sleeping in the middle of the night. What bad luck." "Never mind, you two unlucky guys, it's your bad luck to meet us. Kill them and take the ship." The pirate ship was getting closer and closer. Lu Cheng also saw a few pirates who looked drunk on the side of the ship. They were holding a tattered blade in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. Seeing that they had been discovered, they began to curse loudly without any disguise. There was even a drunken pirate who urinated into the sea with a breath of alcohol, cursed at the two men, shook his head, and threw the half-drunk bottle in his hand at the two men. But they were too far away, and the bottle fell into the sea with a plop and there was no movement. "Lost John, have you peed all your strength in the bowl? With such little strength, you can't even throw the bottle over. I'm afraid you don't even have the strength to throw a woman, right?" "Bullshit. Don't fight, wait until the time comes to seize the boat. If there are women, you two can compete with each other, and whoever loses will have to go drink foot-washing water. You have been drinking a lot in this life." "That's right, do you dare to bet? Let's gamble, am I afraid of you? Ha ha ha." From the opposite ship came a series of laughter, extremely presumptuous, extremely vulgar words, which came from afar along the sea breeze. Lu Cheng vaguely heard what the other party said, and he frowned. Damn it, most of the pirates in this world are evil, and adventure teams like the protagonist group are too rare. There are more like the one opposite him. Vulgar, disgusting, cruel, and evil. Hanging him 10,000 times is not too much. His grandmother, Lu Cheng, narrowed his eyes, silently estimating the distance between the two ships, ready to jump off the ship and chop people when the distance is close. In his eyes at this moment, the pirates on the opposite ship are no longer pirates, but have turned into the shape of banknotes. The tempting Bailey even made him not angry when he heard the other party's vulgar abuse. "I have a really good temper." Lu Cheng silently gave himself a thumbs up. He is worthy of being the most righteous and free Kamen Rider on this sea. Shanks beside him also did not react at all. He did not care about the insults and ridicules of the pirates on the ship. It was normal. Shanks in the comics was also not angry at the insults of the bandits. Although the red-haired man is young now, he will not care about the dirty words of a group of ants. Just these few ant-like things, are they worthy of making him angry? Are they worthy of making him draw his sword? What's more, these ants are about to become bounties. Chapter 26. Fa, what happened? A somewhat timid voice came from the side. Lu Cheng turned his head and saw that an ear and a mouth had grown on the ship's railing. The mouth was opening and closing to speak. Even Robin was woken up. Lu Cheng felt a little angry for some reason. Looking at the noisy pirate ship opposite, his eyes were full of anger. "What the hell are you shouting so loudly for? Don't you know that children need sleep at night? What if you disturb Robin's rest and she doesn't grow tall in the future?" It's okay, Lu Cheng comforted softly, silently noting to the pirates on the opposite side, "Someone is here to send money, don't worry, go to bed early, I can handle it." Seeing that Robin still didn't move, he ordered a little more sternly, "Go to bed." Robin cut off the connection aggrievedly, and the ears and mouth transformed from the flower fruit fell off the railing, withering like petals under the moonlight. It was all because of these bastards that Robin couldn't sleep well, and he also made him vicious to Robin. It's really a crime of death. He decided not to let the other party get away with it too easily, and he had to teach the other party a profound lesson first, otherwise his thoughts would not make sense. "Really, you got angry after being scolded a few times?" Shanks noticed Lu Cheng's change and sighed slightly. Sure enough, he is still too young and impulsive. He is so easily provoked. "Aren't you angry?" Although Lu Cheng was somewhat misunderstood by the other party, he was not in a hurry to explain. Instead, he asked curiously, "A group of flies are buzzing in your ears, don't you want to slap them to death?" Red-haired Shanks smiled at Lu Cheng's question and planned to teach him how to be a real man and what a real man's style of dealing with people is. After all, the other party is too young, inexperienced, impatient, and not mature enough. Compared with himself, the difference is too big. The immature Lu Cheng is impatient, but the mature Kamen Rider is ready to go. Don't care about life and death, just fight if you don't accept it, not to mention this kind of stuff that you can beat at first glance. Lu Cheng said he is not afraid at all. Lu Cheng tilted his neck and rubbed his hands eagerly. If you don't plan to do it, then they will all be mine. I will beat the brains of those bastards who shouted the loudest, spray them on the ground, and teach them how to talk properly. They. Red-haired man was somewhat speechless, but considering that the other party was so irritable that he dared to kick even a rear admiral with a night kick, this behavior was also normal. It was just that he was a little tired. He knew that his set of principles on how to become a cultured and broad-minded real man was probably not enough to teach anyone. But he still made a final effort, preparing to talk to the other party about what it means to be a strong man, when he heard Lu Cheng cursing. How dare you disturb my Robin's sleep? Don't you know that children's sleep is the most important thing? I want them to see with their own eyes what their brains look like. This. The red-haired man suddenly felt that it was not unreasonable for the other party to be so angry. Nothing in the world was more important than Robin's sleep. He suddenly revealed a smile. With the other party's attitude, it might not be so easy to ask him to hand over Robin honestly. The world government would have a headache. But he is a pirate. The more headaches the world government and the navy have, the better it is for him, isn't it? He was vaguely looking forward to how magnificent and wonderful this sea would be in the future. See, Captain? Your sacrifice is worth it. After you left, there are still so many people pursuing freedom on this sea. Is this probably what you want to see the most? He looked up at the moon that suddenly appeared in the sky, with a smile on his lips. The moonlight was as bright as flowers and as cold as water. Lu Cheng next to him didn't know what the other party was thinking. His fists were already thirsty. He stepped back a few steps, away from the edge of the railing, squatted down, and made a posture ready to jump. Haha, what does that stupid guy on the other side want to do? A pirate on the other pirate ship noticed Lu Cheng's actions and asked in confusion. Did he want to jump over directly? Haha, what an idiot, from such a distance, a young boy, does he think he is some great pirate? Lu Cheng finished accumulating strength, and leaped forward, leaping towards the pirate ship opposite. When he jumped into the air, a set of scarlet armor suddenly appeared, tightly attached to his body. What the hell is that? Be careful, there's something wrong with this guy. The pirates on the side of the ship widened their eyes. There are many strange things and weird people on this sea, but the most well-known one is of course the devil fruit. It gives people magical powers like the devil, but at the same time they will be cursed by the sea and lose the ability to swim. At this moment in their eyes, Lu Cheng, who suddenly put on armor, was obviously a person who had eaten a devil fruit. Lu Cheng didn't care what the other party thought. When the armor was reattached to him, he felt his own strength suddenly increased, and the trend of falling suddenly stagnated, allowing him to land steadily on the other side's pirate ship. Boom! The whole ship seemed to be shaking slightly, but the wind and waves on the sea were not small, so no one cared. On the contrary, the pirates, with red eyes, surrounded this strange man who suddenly jumped over, a little at a loss. Are you a human or a ghost? Lu Cheng turned around and looked at the pirate whose legs were shaking. The other party probably couldn't figure out how the other party could jump over so easily from such a distance. Lu Cheng smiled slightly, and his voice came through the mask. I am the messenger of justice, and I am also a part-time pirate hunter. If you want to know what to call me, you can call me Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider? What is this? The pirates said they didn't understand, but they heard the previous sentence clearly. The other party is a pirate hunter, and they are a group of pirates. As everyone knows, pirate hunters look at pirates the same way they look at Baileys, so pirates naturally don't have any good feelings towards pirate hunters. Since the other party is a pirate hunter, there is nothing to say, no one wants the other party to take their own head to collect the reward. Kill him, he is alone, even if he is a devil fruit user, so what? There are so many of us, one sword each can kill him. Chapter 27. The pirate captain with a fierce face was ruthless and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He pulled out the bloody sword and smiled in an especially cruel and ferocious way. I heard that after a devil fruit user dies, devil fruits will be created in the nearby sea, and each devil fruit is worth hundreds of millions of Baileys. His eyes were fierce. The other pirates who were a little scared at first, when they heard the words hundreds of millions of Baileys, the fear in their eyes was swept away, and they became full of greed and ferocity. Hundreds of millions of Baileys, they probably won't have the chance to come across so much money in their lives. With so much money, how much fine wine can they buy, how many women can they sleep with, they dare not even think about it. How many ships do they have to rob, how many people do they have to kill, how many life and death do they have to experience to get this money? And now, they just need to kill this weird man in front of them. Cut off his head with a knife, what a simple thing. They have done too many such things, they don't know anything else, but for these desperate people drifting on the sea, killing is such a simple thing. They all have the same head, can your head be harder than others? If Lu Cheng knew what they were thinking, he would definitely answer that they were. Isn't this nonsense, I'm wearing a full body armor, this damn defense must be stronger than being naked. The armor on the head is so thick, the defense must be beyond doubt. Which knight can't be beaten? Meat is the most basic, right? However, looking at the greedy eyes of these pirates, Lu Cheng couldn't help but sneer. As expected, they are pirates who value money over life. They are all about to die, but they still want to kill me to get the devil fruit. It can only be said that pirates are the same in the world. Except for a few pirate groups that are a little principled, there are basically few who don't deserve to die. If the other party is looking for death, he will definitely fulfill them, but based on his experience of submitting a bounty, it is more valuable to be alive. He has been spending lavishly all the way here, and the money he has left is only more than 2 million Baileys. What is this money enough for? Even if you eat as much as you want, it's not enough for 2 meals. And now he has a family to support, and there is a little Lolita to raise. No matter how hard it is, you can't let the child suffer. Now I have to pay for the meals of 2 people. Although Robin's appetite is not big now, there is no pressure to raise him. But what about the future? What if Robin's appetite becomes bigger? You have to spend money on food, drink, and other things, and you need to raise him in a rich way, otherwise what if he is kidnapped casually? Although he thought that he would probably blow the other party's head off before the other party kidnapped his Robin. But the problem is, you have to be on guard. So, catch the pirates, get the reward, the pirates are equal to Bailey. Bang! Lu Cheng threw a punch, and everyone saw a pirate next to him being hit hard and flying away, breaking through the railing of the ship, and disappearing into the seabed with a plop. It seemed that he was fed to the Sea King. This was enough to show the power of this punch. The pirates were all stunned, and saw that the strange armored man tilted his neck. Everyone, I give you 2 choices. He reached out and pulled out a card, shaking it in front of the pirates. Otherwise, if you continue to resist, I will chop you into pieces and bring your rotten heads to collect the reward. How about you give me a favor and tie yourself up and accompany me to the naval base? Of course, the scarlet eyes under the mask flashed a dangerous red light. You can also tell me that you are just small fry, worthless, and have no bounty on you. He chuckled, but his voice was as cold as the biting wind on the snowy mountains, freezing people's hearts. Then I will save trouble and just chop you into pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. What do you think? Which one do you want to choose? Lu Cheng's arrogant words made all the pirates furious. Who the hell is this? What kind of bullshit is he talking about? Listen to him. He is so arrogant. Is this what a human would say? Give you a favor? What a joke. Who the hell are you? Which famous pirate is this? How much face do you have? You want me to surrender or you will chop us into pieces to feed the fish? Are you kidding me? You don't even have a knife. What can you chop people with? I'll count to 3. Lu Cheng ignored the pirate's anger and spoke calmly as if he was talking to a group of dead people. 1. He held up his first finger. 2. He held up his second finger. He was about to shout. Where did this guy come from? Come on, kill him. The pirate captain cursed loudly and called on others to fight Lu Cheng. He didn't even finish pretending. Lu Cheng glanced at the other person and remembered his appearance. I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish later. He slowly inserted the card in his hand into the dragon summoner. Sword vent, sword descends. The mechanical sound seems to ring in the sky. What's that sound? A pirate shouted loudly. They looked up at the sky. In the dark night, under the bright moonlight, they saw a long red dragon circling in the sky. The red light illuminated the horrified faces of every pirate. The dragon let out a dull howl, and the sharp blade at the end of its tail flashed. Lu Cheng reached out to take the dragon saber that fell from the sky, and gestured with his fingertips to the sharp blade. Who among you wants to try out the sharpness of my sword first? Ka. A pirate with a fierce look on his face quickly pulled out the stained pistol stuck in his waist and pointed the black muzzle at Lu Cheng. Stop pretending, I'll shoot you dead. The red-bodied Wushuan dragon disappeared into the sky, and the silver-white moonlight became brighter. The moonlight illuminated the deck and every figure on the deck. The silver-white metal armor reflected the cold light under the moonlight, and the silver light could not cover the blood-like red under the steel armor, which was the color of killing. Lu Cheng calmly looked at the pirate holding a gun, and the pirates around him who drew their swords and raised their swords with uncertain faces. You're going to shoot me? He came closer and closer, his movements casual. Damn it, do you think I don't dare? The sturdy pirate holding the gun roared and fired a shot, aiming at Lu Cheng's head. A huge lead bullet shot out from the flintlock, and Lu Cheng casually held the knife across his body and slashed it lightly. Chapter 28. With him wearing armor, it was not difficult to cut the bullet with one knife. Even if he stood still, the opponent's attempt to break his armor with bullets was almost a joke. He actually cut the bullet. The other party is a great swordsman, how is this possible? Lu Cheng heard the other party shouting in fear. This group of pirates naturally didn't know what a real great swordsman was, but it didn't prevent them from knowing that a great swordsman could cut steel at will, and even bullets could be cut easily. And at this moment, Lu Cheng easily cut the bullet in front of them. The sturdy pirate holding the gun had cold sweat on his forehead, his face turned pale, and his arm holding the gun kept shaking, as if he would lose his grip on the gun in the next second, and would no longer be as fierce as before. You don't come over here. His voice was trembling, and he was filled with fear as Lu Cheng approached. For these pirates, perhaps only when death was imminent would they truly fear death. The sturdy pirate holding the gun was trembling all over as he watched the armored figure slowly approaching. He casually raised his long sword, and the bright blade reflected the moonlight as he chopped it down horizontally. You are the one who makes the loudest noise, right? Lu Cheng remembered that on the deck before, it seemed that this thing was the loudest, waking up all his 79 million. He said before that he would knock the opponent's brain out and spit it on the ground. Now he chopped off the opponent's head with a knife. It seems that he didn't do it. Lu Cheng raised his foot and gestured twice on the round head. After all, he didn't like to torture corpses. He kicked out and kicked the opponent's head high like a ball. Go! The round head drew a beautiful arc in the sky, fell into the sea with a plop, and disappeared. Out of sight, out of mind, so as to avoid being crushed by the other party. Although his brain was not smashed all over the ground, at least there was blood all over the ground, which was half achieved. Rounding it off, he did what he said. There was no way, his math was taught by the physical education teacher. Because the math teacher was in poor health, all the classes were taught by the physical education teacher. This is normal. Everyone has experienced it. He doesn't need to explain it a second time. Plop, plop, a sound of falling into the water. The other few rushed up, still with a trace of courage, they drew their swords at Lu Cheng, and then turned the sharp blade. Lu Cheng slashed with a knife without any fancy moves, and under the crushing of absolute speed and strength, the result was no surprise. The pirates who pounced on him also fell to the street, and were cut in half by a knife. The huge force even knocked their separated bodies away and fell into the sea. You guys have quite a loud voice, Lu. Cheng shook his head with some regret. Damn it, you are looking for death. The pirate captain with a face full of flesh roared, but fighting is not about the voice, otherwise, Lu Cheng would definitely not be his opponent. Lu Cheng kicked the opponent to the ground with one foot, raised his long sword, and swung it down fiercely. I'm going to die. The bright blade flashed with cold light, and the pirate captain with a face full of flesh thought so. The opponent's strength was too strong. In front of the opponent, his ship was as fragile as babies. A simple punch from the opponent was enough to knock them back more than 10 meters, and they fell on the deck and couldn't even get up. And the long sword was extremely sharp, and one blow if he went, he would chop him in half with his weapon. How could he fight this? He couldn't fight this at all. And now, the long knife was coming towards his head. However, as a pirate captain, it was naturally not only because his strength was stronger than other pirates. It was also because his brain was more flexible than other pirates. He relied on his strength and brain to become the captain among a group of desperate criminals. He suddenly thought of what the other party had said before. Before, he only thought that the other party was extremely arrogant and domineering, but now he felt that the voice was like the sound of nature. He shouted loudly, like a drowning man tightly grasping the last straw. I have a bounty. The sword energy was surging, and as soon as his voice fell, the sharp blade stopped an inch in front of his forehead. It was only a second away from splitting his head in half like splitting a watermelon. Lu Cheng stopped the blade, and then he remembered that he seemed to be here to make money. The pirate captain with a face full of flesh was breathing heavily, looking like he had just survived a disaster. But soon Lu Cheng kicked the other party over with one foot. He felt dizzy and felt a huge force pressing on his chest, nailing him to the boat. Lu Cheng stepped on the other party's chest, and the heavy force made it impossible for the other party to breathe. Tell me, how much is your head worth? His voice was impolite. It seemed that if the other party's answer did not satisfy him, he would chop it off with a knife. Hearing his voice, the pirate captain with a face full of flesh did not dare to delay any longer and replied in a panic. I am very valuable, don't kill me, 3 million, I am worth 3 million Baileys. Lu Cheng slapped the other person without any hesitation. It's only worth 3 million, why are you shouting so loudly? People who don't know would think you are worth 79 million. Yes, Lu Cheng was a little bit arrogant. Now a few million was nothing to him. Pirates with bounties below 79 million Baileys were nothing in his eyes. But the other party was worth some money after all, so he might as well give Bailey some face. He raised his foot to reduce the force a little. The pirate captain who was stepped on by him breathed heavily as if he had saved his life. He seriously suspected that if his voice was a few seconds slower, he would have been trampled to death by the other party. Lu Cheng stood up, his eyes swept over the rest of the pirates. The sound of swords dropping resounded all over the ground. The pirates he targeted involuntarily dropped the blades in their hands, lowered their heads, trembled, and dared not look at him. Tie yourself up, don't force me to do it, otherwise I won't be so gentle. Lu Cheng's voice was like an imperial decree. The pirates hurriedly took out ropes and tied themselves up, not daring to play any tricks. The other party was obviously a monster who killed people without blinking an eye. If you angered him, your head would probably be off your neck in the next second. It's better to go to the Navy headquarters and eat in prison than to eat in the next life. Chapter 29. Soon these pirates were tied up into a ball. Lu Cheng nodded with satisfaction. They were quite honest. You said, why don't you just give me some face at the beginning? You have to see blood before you stop. The pirates dared not say anything when they heard this. They even thought that if they knew you were so terrible, they would have surrendered at the beginning. Seeing that everything here was done, Shanks jumped over from the knight. From the way you acted at first, I thought you were going to kill them all. Shanks said jokingly. How is it possible? Lu Cheng took off his armor and revealed his handsome face. He scratched his head and said, how is it possible? I am the most righteous and free Kamen Rider. I never kill people at will. They don't give me face, otherwise I wouldn't even do it. If you don't believe me, ask them if that's the case. He pointed his finger at the pirates who were tied up and huddled on the boat. The pirates he pointed at nodded hurriedly, fearing that they would lose the ability to nod forever in the next second. Shanks laughed, accepting his explanation. What Lu Cheng said was true. After all, these people were walking Baileys. He couldn't just kill them without saying anything. It was mainly because the other party didn't give him face, so he couldn't be blamed. Seeing this, the pirates couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the other party looked that scary, they seemed to have escaped and didn't have to die for the time being. Hey, if it happens again, will you give me face? Lu Cheng pointed at himself and asked the pirates. The pirates thought that this guy asked a super idiotic question. Is there any need to say this? Those who don't give you face have been chopped up and fed to fish. Who dares not to give you face? If we can beat you, we must want to cut you into 8 pieces. But the problem is, we can't beat you at all. The bloody corpses next to him tell everything. The few who are still standing now are all giving face. Shanks looked at this scene speechlessly. Is this giving you face? Is this to save his life? Lu Cheng didn't feel that he was wrong at all. If you don't say anything, it means you agree. Many pirates. They felt that it was useless to say anything more, because the other party did not look like a reasonable person. But it was good enough to be able to save his life. In this way, Lu Cheng quickly took complete control of the pirate ship. Of course, there was no danger in the cabin. There were still some pirates who had problems with their brains and could not figure out the situation, but it didn't matter, they soon realized how terrible it was to not give face to the other party. Okay, it's done. The last pirate was beaten to death by him, and he then interrogated the pirates about their origins. After some inquiries, the other party was very polite, so Lu Cheng knew a lot of things. This is a group of second-rate pirates, and most of them have been pirates for less than a year. A year ago, they were just some ruffians and murderers roaming around the surrounding islands, and they had never even been out to sea. There are even some more bizarre people, who were originally just ordinary people, and just heard about the deeds of the pirate King Roger, and for the sake of the legendary big secret treasure, they were fooled onto the pirate ship. In the end, they became pirates, and as they mixed together, they all turned into bad guys who did all kinds of evil. Lu Cheng was a little speechless about this group of rabble, and he estimated that he would not get much money. Fortunately, he stopped quickly before, otherwise if he split the 3 million in half, the whole ship of people would probably not be sold for much. Lu Cheng estimated that not all of them had bounties, and even if some of them had bounties, the bounties might not be that high. He almost lost a lot of money. Fortunately, he was smart and stopped in time. Pirate Captain. Wasn't it because of my wit that I was able to save my life? Lu Cheng and Shanks searched for things in various rooms on the ship, but unfortunately, they didn't even find a decent sea chart. These pirates who only operate in the near sea are almost all illiterate. It is really too much to expect them to study hard and even go to the high seas. But they still have an unexpected gain, or perhaps it can't be considered a gain. Less than 500,000 or 600,000 baileys are considered spoils of war. Dozens of pirates combined only have this little spare money. There are also several girls who were forced to be robbed onto the ship by the pirates. Moreover, the looks of these girls can be considered pretty, which may be the reason why they survived, but these reasons have turned into deeper suffering. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Looking at those girls in tattered clothes and covered in stains, they huddled in the cage, their eyes filled with fear, and trembled as Lu Cheng and Shanks approached. Seeing this, Lu Cheng confirmed this again. When he got closer, he found that they were covered with marks of being whipped, and Lu Cheng sighed. That's why I hate pirates. Lu Cheng's voice reached Shanks' ears. Every time I see such misfortune, I know one thing more clearly. What's going on? Shanks was a little curious. There are too many people who deserve to die in this world. Too many, too many. To be honest, we can't kill them all. Shanks was slightly stunned. So you hate pirates, but you don't like the navy? What an arrogant brat. I don't know either, Lu. Cheng paused, thought carefully and answered, it's true that I hate most pirates. As for the navy, I can't say I like or dislike it. What I really hate are those bad guys who trample on other people's rights. As for who are the bad guys? Lu Cheng didn't say anything, but he already had the answer in his heart. He stroked his chest, and there was a fiery heart beating underneath. As long as he always sticks to the faith and justice in his heart, those who do evil will naturally not escape his eyes, and he will teach them what true justice is. Chapter 30. So what are you going to do in the future? Always be a pirate hunter. For a while, I will be a pirate hunter. I will earn some money for Robin and me, and I will not be caught by the navy. Lu Cheng paused for a moment and said, let's talk about the future later. Maybe I will go to every corner of the world, to many, many places. Maybe I will go to seek justice. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but Shanks remained silent after hearing this. What about you, Shanks? What are you going to do, Lu? Cheng asked. Shanks did not answer. He looked at the cages in the dark cabin, the ragged girls and the fear in their eyes, opened his mouth, but in the end no sound came out. He thought of his captain again. He opened such an era, but when the wheel of the times began to roll forward, what happened was beyond everyone's expectations. He said that this was the wave of the new era, and the whole world would be turned upside down. The future of the world will be rewritten, and what they failed to accomplish will be completed by others. But when the tide of the times surges, how many people will struggle in this wave, like duckweed? Lu Cheng, what role will you play in that wave? And where will I go? Shanks looked at the cage in front of him, his thoughts flying. It's not just these girls who are locked in the cage, but also this entire era and all the people who yearn for freedom. He clenched his fists and silently made up his mind. Lu Cheng looked at Shanks, who suddenly fell into silence and thought with some surprise. Even if he didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb, right? But he quickly put the matter behind him. No matter what, he had to do the task at hand first. He jumped over and tore the wooden cage into pieces. I have caught all the pirates, you are free, he said. But what responded to him were a pair of numb eyes, and there was no light in those empty pupils. Lu Cheng was silent. He suddenly turned his head and yelled at Shanks, "Don't be dazed, come over and give me a hand, and rescue the people first." The deck of the night was full of pirates, who were tied up tightly with ropes, while the pirate ship that originally belonged to them was drifting away in the moonlight, and the skull flag fluttered in the sea breeze. A pirate without a ship is not a pirate, and this sentence suddenly emerged in Lu Cheng's mind. He stood up suddenly, scaring the girls in tattered clothes next to him. He searched the entire pirate ship, but the pirates were unkempt and couldn't find a few suitable clothes. He could only find a few tattered clothes to cover their bodies. Although there was still no spirit in their eyes, they were no longer full of fear when they looked at Lu Cheng and Shanks, especially when they looked at the mast at the bow. Without the terrible skull flag, they felt a little relieved. But that pitiful and timid look seemed like a ball of fire, burning Lu Cheng's heart. Just like when he first saw Robin, there was as much pity as there was anger. Lu Cheng jumped to the top of the mast in 2 steps and stood there. Everyone, including Shanks, was stunned, not knowing what he was going to do. He took out the night card box and calmly completed the transformation. The red armor wrapped his whole body again. The empty pirate ship was drifting away on the sea. Lu Cheng quietly watched the ship leave bit by bit, just like the evil lurking in the depths of the sea. He pulled out a card from the card box on his waist and inserted it into the dragon summoner in his hand. Strike vent, heavy blow is coming. A loud mechanical sound rang out in the sky, and the Wushuan dragon appeared in the sky, making a dull roar. Lu Cheng stretched out his right hand, automatically took the shooting weapon dragon claw fire that fell from the sky, which looked exactly like the head of the Wushuan dragon, and put it on his hand. The Wushuan dragon roared and rolled in the void behind him, as if telling the anger in his heart. He squatted down and gathered strength, and swung his right fist with dragon claw fire forward. The Wushuan dragon spewed out hot flames, wanting to burn everything to ashes. The giant fireball bombarded the pirate ship. In the shocked eyes of all the pirates and those poor girls, the entire pirate ship was ignited by the explosion and turned into a blazing flame, illuminating the dark sea surface and reflecting in everyone's heart. The burning flames were reflected in the eyes of the girls, and they finally couldn't help crying, and the cry echoed on the sea. It was heard far, far away. Robin rubbed her eyes and walked onto the deck in her pajamas. Looking at the pirates who filled the entire deck and were tied up tightly with ropes, looking at the women in tattered clothes hugging each other in pain, looking at Shanks who was leaning against the railing with his hat lowered and silent, looking at the fire burning on the sea in the distance and gradually moving away, looking at the familiar red figure standing high on the mast, she suddenly understood what happened. She tugged at the corner of her clothes and opened her mouth, but could not say anything. Lu Cheng noticed the sudden appearance of Robin, turned over and jumped off the mast. Looking at the timid Robin, he took off his armor and forced a smile. "Why are you up? Were you woken up?" Robin didn't say anything, but suddenly threw himself into his arms. His soft body in his arms made him feel a little warmer. Because it's dawn." Robin's intermittent answer came from his arms. Lu Cheng was slightly startled and raised his head. On the horizon, the first rays of morning light had shone through the gaps in the clouds onto the small boat, and the sky was showing a fish belly white. The sea breeze blew the sails, making a small sound. Indeed, it was already dawn. Chapter 31. The system's prompt sound broke the peace in front of me. Ding, respected knight, you have a daily task to accept, do you want to accept it? Mission name, The Lost One's Journey Home? Mission requirements, help several lost girls return home. All you need is hands, right? Mission reward, 200 justice points? Task status, waiting for pickup? Do you want to accept the mission? It has been a long time since I have seen a system mission. Lu Cheng was a little speechless. He didn't see the other party show up when he was killing people last night. Now that everything is done, the other party actually jumped out. It's really... The task didn't seem difficult, but the reward was small. Only 200 justice points. It would have been better if he had been given a task like the big killing last night, which would have given him more rewards. However, the content of this task was quite to his liking. After thinking about it, he couldn't ask for more for a free reward. He waved his hand and accepted it. After doing all this, he lowered his head, touched his stomach, and looked at Robin embarrassedly. "I'm hungry." Lights appeared on the sea level, and the night passed quickly. "Robin, you are a great cook," Lu Cheng praised without hesitation, making Robin blush. Amid the horrified gazes of the pirates on the ship, Lu Cheng wolfed down the food that Robin had carefully prepared. Only when a large stack of plates taller than a person was piled up beside him did he pat his stomach in satisfaction. Sure enough, he would get hungry easily after a fight. Fortunately, Robin was cooking for him, otherwise he would probably have to eat raw food. But the flower fruit is really useful, it can cook dozens of dishes at the same time. Lu Cheng was thinking about whether he should send Robin to a sea restaurant for further study. Maybe he could become a sea chef. Robin becomes a chef, won't he be the one who enjoys the benefits? Shit, Lu Cheng suddenly felt that his idea was really great, it was simply a genius idea. He turned his head and looked at Robin, who hadn't recovered from his praise yet, his face was flushed and very cute. "How, what's wrong, Robin?" Touched his face in confusion, looked at Lu Cheng's gaze, and asked timidly. "Nothing, I just thought there is a place where I can learn how to cook, let's go there and take a look." "Want to learn how to make the dishes more delicious?" Robin couldn't help but laugh when she thought of Lu Cheng's eating scenes like a starving ghost. If she made the dishes more delicious, the other party would definitely eat them more happily. After the other party said this, she suddenly became very excited. After finishing the meal, Lu Cheng started to exercise on the deck, trying to convert the energy from eating into strength improvement. The pirates were tied to the ground, and when they saw that Lu Cheng's casual punch could make a sound of wind, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Why did they want to rob such a hard-working and scary guy? Wouldn't it be better to just avoid them? Of course, now they have been caught, it's too late to regret. Shanks yawned heavily and looked at Lu Cheng who was exercising. With his observation haki, he could keenly perceive the opponent's strength, which was improving slightly all the time. What a terrible talent! Shanks smiled slightly. In a dozen years, this little guy will definitely be a headache for the Navy. Of course, maybe he has already started to have a headache. After the exercise, Lu Cheng did not feel tired at all. He opened his panel and confirmed his status. Name, Lu Cheng. Race, human. Occupation, Kamen Rider, bounty hunter. Rider belt, Kamen Rider Ryaki Rider. Items, Kamen Rider Ryaki motorcycle. HP, 100% stamina. 100%, full stomach, high morale. Talent, Mirror World Shuttle. Skills, Navy 6 styles, beginner. Justice value, 1000. Money, 250W Bailey. After reading the attributes, Lu Cheng officially confirmed that he had barely learned the 6 styles. Shanks said that he could not learn haki for a while, but he taught him the Navy 6 styles directly. Although he was a pirate, he was a little confused about why he could learn the Navy 6 styles, but the other party was the future 4 emperors, and the Navy 6 styles was not a top-secret ability. There were still many people who knew it, so it was normal for the other party to know a little. He would definitely be willing to learn if he could. Iron block, finger gun, shaving, moon step, storm kick, paper drawing. These 6 moves were not easy to learn, and only now did he feel that he had truly mastered some of the basics. When he used the iron block, he felt that his body seemed to have become a little harder, but unfortunately the degree was too small and was far less than the defense after summoning the armor. You learned so fast. Shanks was a little surprised. Of course, Lu Cheng nodded. As a matter of course, I am the most righteous knight, and I can easily learn such a righteous move. Shanks did not speak, but sighed slightly. Your physical talent is really amazing, maybe you can master the return of life in the future. Life return is the complete control of the human body, which is one of the most profound skills in the pirate world. Of course, he has only touched the surface now. At this time, the ragged women saw that Lu Cheng was finally free, so they came forward. Thank you for saving us. They were still a little wary, but they were much better after Lu Cheng set fire to the pirate ship. After that, they finally let down their guard completely when they saw Robin. Especially after knowing Robin's tragic experience, they felt the same way. Compared with their more tragic experience, they quickly accepted Robin's concern. Lu Cheng was originally worried about how to complete the task. After all, the other party seemed to have serious psychological trauma. He didn't say anything no matter what he asked, and he had no way to deal with it. After all, the pirates didn't give him face, so he just killed him with a knife. These girls were miserable enough, and he couldn't do anything if they didn't give him face. Unexpectedly, Robin helped him solve this trouble easily. As expected of her 79 million, the first mate, navigator, and cook of the night. It's so capable. Chapter 32. The salty sea breeze blew, the sails fluttered, and the night continued to sail slowly on the sea. Robin was no longer on the deck. She had already started preparing lunch for Lu Cheng. The clean and tidy kitchen table was full of food. Robin loved cleanliness very much and treated this ship as her home. Lu Cheng's ship was originally snatched from the hands of pirates, and he himself didn't care too much. Although he had cleaned it up a little before, as a knight, it was not normal for him to be careless and not clean it up. Anyway, he had to sleep on the deck. But Robin was different. She carefully cleaned the night. Even with the help of the flour and fruit, she was tired and sweating when cleaning the cabin. Children who have encountered misfortune will become more sensible. The other party brought her to this ship and told her that she would be his crew member, his first mate, his navigator, his cook, and his 79 million. On this ship, no one could take her away without his order. He promised. He did the same. This is her home. Although the sea is vast, she can only feel the warmth on this small boat. Thinking of this, the corners of Robin's mouth curled up slightly, and she hurriedly packed the food she had just cooked. Although she had the help of the flour fruit, it was quite difficult to cook more than a dozen dishes at the same time, which was equivalent to distracting herself from doing more than a dozen things at the same time. So Lu Cheng always felt that Robin was too smart to be a child, but after all, she could become a doctor at the age of 8. If he really compared his IQ with her, he might be pressed to the ground by her. But it doesn't matter. He is the captain of this ship. No matter how smart the other party is, it's still his 79 million. Everything must be listened to by him. Arms grew out of the ground, took over the plates full of food, and passed them to the deck. Lu Cheng ate voraciously, and his cheeks bulged high. The aroma of food stimulated the pirates. Since they were captured alive by the other party last night, they have not eaten yet. It was okay to see that the other party had breakfast before, but now he has started to eat lunch. What can a man endure? What can't be endured? The aroma stimulated their stomachs to growl, and they stared at Lu Cheng and his companions who were eating and drinking there, with pitiful eyes. Imagine what a group of big men who pick their feet look like with watery eyes. Anyway, Lu Cheng couldn't stand it. He ate the meat cleanly in a slurp, threw a bone out casually, and hit the pirate's head heavily. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll dig your eyes out. The pirates were all aggrieved. If you hadn't eaten and drunk so much in front of us, would we have looked at you like this? It's fine if you were hungry, but you even ate so happily in front of us. It's really unbearable, I can't stand it. Thinking of the other party's killing without blinking an eye, although these pirates were itching with hatred, they dared not say a word and lowered their heads and dared not look at him. The 3 girls who had just been rescued from the pirate ship looked at the tied-up pirates with some fear. Lu Cheng noticed their movements and comforted them. Don't be afraid, you eat yours. He glanced at the pirates coldly. Don't look at them as ugly and fierce, they are actually a bunch of trash. In this sea, the navy dare not provoke, the pirates dare not provoke, they only dare to go to some islands to bully some civilians, and they also fantasize about finding big treasures in the sea. Calling them pirates is flattering them, a bunch of rabble, hooligans. I will send them all to the navy later, let the navy teach them a lesson. Although they said so, the girls were obviously still very scared, but it was much better than before when they didn't even dare to eat. Where are you from? Lu Cheng asked. The 3 girls reported the names of their hometowns respectively, and they were all from the same place. He looked through the nautical chart and saw that the distance was quite far. The West Sea was vast and boundless. Although the normal sailing speed of the ship was not slow, it was normal that each voyage took a lot of time. The other party had been abducted on the pirate ship for a long time and had long been far away from his hometown. Lu Cheng estimated that it would take at least 1 or 2 months. He thought for a while and said, I will send these pirates to the Navy branch first and let them receive the punishment they deserve. After dealing with these, if it is convenient, I will send you home, okay? Several girls whispered to thank him. Lu Cheng then turned to look at Shanks. He wanted to send Shanks to his destination as soon as possible, but the problem was that Shanks was an unreliable guy and didn't even know where he was going. Shanks nodded. It's okay, I still have plenty of time, it's totally in time. He originally planned to come here and slowly look for it, after all, such a mysterious party, the location is too difficult to find. I should have brought a few people who know the way with me. Hung Fa now feels that it seems a bit reckless to come alone. That's settled. As the captain of the night, Lu Cheng's decision is the supreme law on this ship. Robin, where is my navigator? After having eaten and drunk his fill, Lu Cheng began to call his navigator. Robin trotted all the way from the kitchen to the deck, his little face flushed from running too fast. Where is the nearest naval branch to us? Let's go and collect the reward of justice. Let's go. Robin knew that Lu Cheng was going to change the route again, but if she didn't go to the navy to make money, it would be estimated that soon, all the members of the night would starve. Now that someone came to give her money, Robin was naturally full of energy. Although she didn't do anything at all, she was sleeping when Lu Cheng, as a bounty hunter, was catching pirates, but that was the other party's order, wasn't it? Otherwise, she must have helped. She still participated, okay? This was the first batch of pirates she and he caught together, and it was also the first money she earned after becoming a pirate hunter. Robin was full of energy. She carefully compared the nautical chart and looked at the compass in her hand, and then determined the direction. The roulette wheel began to turn, and soon determined the new direction that was the place she was most reluctant to go in her dream, but now it is the place leading to Bailey. Report to the captain, Robin said seriously and loudly, the route has been corrected, and we will reach the designated location in a week. Over. Well done. Lu Cheng stood at the bow, spreading his arms to the sea breeze. He waved his coat, and the wide windbreaker fluttered in the sea breeze. Night, set off. Chapter 33. A week passed quickly, and a new ship arrived on the island where the Navy branch was located. As an island, there are many ships coming and going. The arrival of an ordinary ship is a very normal thing and should not attract many people's attention, but the problem is that the behavior of this ship is very unusual. The pirates in tattered clothes were tied together with ropes and dragged off the ship by a teenager. Those thieves who looked terrible and cruel are now obedient one by one, and they don't seem to dare to resist at all. The boy looks very young, and he is wearing a cat-faced mask that a child plays with. His specific appearance cannot be seen, but from the curve of his face and his fair skin, you can still vaguely guess the handsome face under the mask. Navy branch. Lu Cheng dragged a large group of pirates into the Navy branch for the second time, like leading an animal to claim the reward. Although the Navy branch has changed, the process is similar. The Navy staff carefully compared the appearance of the pirates and calculated the bounty for Lu Cheng. This is worth 3 million. This guy, let me find it, 200,000. And this one, 100,000. There's no reward, but I've caught him. Has he killed anyone? 5,000. Lu Cheng leaned against the wall, waiting boredly for the Navy to settle the money for him. Finally, the Navy settled the bill for him. The total is 3.5 million Baileys. Lu Cheng looked at the long string of candied haws, and surprisingly, only the leading one was worth a little money. He now missed the madman Garros so much. He was worth 8 million alone. He solved the request of the Navy girl for a free meal. Alas, his handsome temperament was innate, and it couldn't be concealed even with a mask. He often had a headache because of strange women who wanted to come up and eat for free. He originally had 2.5 million Baileys in his hand, and now he has obtained 3.5 million Baileys. At this time, he already has 6 million Baileys in his hand. But the problem is that the food on the ship is almost eaten up. After all, although Robin doesn't eat much, Shanks eats a lot. Now there are 2 big eaters on the ship, and the food is consumed very quickly. Shanks, the future 4 emperors, actually has the nerve to eat and drink for free every day. But the problem is that the other party has no money in his body. How can he be so poor and dare to drift on the sea? He just wants to rely on his face to make a living on the sea. However, the other party did say that if Lu Cheng went to his boat in the future, he could eat whatever he wanted and he would be guaranteed to eat until he was full. Lu Cheng took note of this and considered the other party's meal money as something he owed him. Sooner or later, he would pay him back for it. These dishes look quite fresh, I want them all. Lu Cheng held Robin's hand, and 2 masked men, one big and one small, wearing hats, began to bargain at the island market. Robin wore a hat that almost covered half of her face, and a small cat-faced mask on her face, and happily held Lu Cheng's hand. No one could guess that she was Nico Robin, who was worth 79 million Baileys and was called the son of the devil. They only thought that she was a little girl who came out to play with her brother. However, for safety reasons, the two naturally would not stay here for too long, but it was still safe for now. After floating on the sea for a long time, they returned to the familiar land again, and they relaxed for a rare time. As for the red-haired Shanks, he also wanted to go to the island to stroll around and breathe fresh air. But the problem is that as a pirate who lives and eats for free, he really has no say, and has been left behind by Lu Cheng to watch over the ship. After all, it is quite dangerous for a ship to be parked alone in the port, and someone needs to watch it to prevent thieves or any unexpected situations. Lu Cheng remembered that in the comics many times, Luffy and his crew were chased by pirates after they landed on the island. And thanks to the people left on the ship, the Golden Mary was able to start early and was not directly wiped out by the Navy. This shows how important it is to leave someone on the ship. This is also because of his trust in Red Hair, so he gave him this important task. With Red Hair, the future 4 emperors, helping him watch over the ship, he can naturally rest assured, without worrying about strolling around the island and finding the ship gone when he returns. What else do you need to buy? I bought some fruit and some books, Robin counted on his fingers, frowned under the mask, and tried hard to think about what else he needed to buy. How about buying some more meat? What do you think? Robin tilted his head slightly, raised his neck, and looked at Lu Cheng. In his impression, Mr. Knight likes to eat meat the most. Why can't his stomach be filled? In order to make Lu Cheng feel at ease, Robin spent a lot of effort every day. Okay, okay. Lu Cheng nodded hurriedly. It didn't matter if he stocked up a little more. He ate quickly anyway, so he didn't have to worry about it going bad. Because they were in front of the people on the island, Robin couldn't show off his abilities. Lu Cheng ran several times before he finally bought everything. The cabin was full again. Lu Cheng estimated that it should be enough to feed him for about a month, right? The premise is that there is no fierce battle, otherwise, so much food is not enough for him to digest for a few meals after the battle. Another 2 million Baileys, Lu Cheng's face looked bitter. There were only 4 million Baileys left. The money was really not enough to spend. It's okay, seeing Lu Cheng like this, Robin knew what he was thinking. She waved her little fist. We will catch many bad guys and earn a lot of Baileys. I will work hard. Robin, of course I know you will work hard. In fact, the current Robin has been working very hard, and the degree of diligence can make Lu Cheng ashamed. But the problem is that in the comics, it seems that there are pirates with high bounties all over the world, but he has been drifting on the sea for so long, and he has never met any. Can 2 big pirates with tens of millions come and slap me in the face? After all, now he has Red Hair working for him for free, so he is not afraid of being defeated. Lu Cheng thought a little unrealistically. Chapter 34. Sister Cynthia, Sister Shasha, I bought you new clothes, Robin jumped onto the boat and said to the 3 girls. Thank you, Robin. As soon as Robin got on the boat, he started to prepare dinner for Lu Cheng. The red-haired man sat at the bow, watching the sunset go down bit by bit, and the remaining afterglow shone on his unshaven face. Here, rum. Lu Cheng sat down next to the red-haired girl and threw a bottle of wine over. The red-haired girl opened the bottle and took a sip. Wine is as important as life. He looked at Lu Cheng, who uncorked another bottle of rum sullenly. Yes, that's what I told Robin as well. Isn't it the most basic thing to be free and easy while floating on this sea, eating meat with big mouthfuls, drinking wine with big bowls? But the little girl refused to believe him. The red-haired girl was slightly stunned, and then she noticed that the other party didn't seem to have bought much wine after buying so many things. Why don't you buy some more wine? Can you survive at sea without it? The red-haired man asked doubtfully. Drinks are not cheap, Lu Cheng tried to hide. Is there any? The red-haired man scratched his head. Yes, how can you, who eat and drink all day, know how expensive firewood and rice are? How did you become a captain? Lu Cheng couldn't help but complain. Oh, Shanks said lightly, not caring about Lu Cheng's words. He smacked his lips, as if he was savoring the sweetness of the wine in his mouth. I don't care about this. My second captain will take care of it. I just need to eat and drink. This is really No wonder you don't have a penny and you're wandering around the sea. It's amazing. But soon the red-haired man's next words broke his defense. Unlike you, you can't even handle a little girl. Lu Cheng knew he couldn't hide it from the other party. He sighed quietly, I don't know where she learned it from. She said that drinking too much is not good for you. She didn't let me buy too much. Obviously, I am the captain. That little guy likes you very much, Shanks. Eyes reflected the afterglow of the setting sun, which was still a little dazzling. He pulled down the brim of his hat slightly, and the golden light shone on his straw hat, making it shine as if it was made of gold. Lu Cheng's eyes stayed on the golden brim for a while, then he nodded and replied, as a matter of course I like her too, my crew, my first mate, my navigator, my chef, my 79 million. The red-haired man smiled when he heard it. I suddenly believe what you said. What? Lu Cheng was a little puzzled, not understanding what the other party meant. But Shanks just took a big sip of the wine, and drank up more than half of the rum left. The last 2 drops of wine slipped from the bottle, and he smacked his lips and threw the empty bottle into the sea. Soon, a burst of bubbles came out, and the empty bottle sank completely to the bottom of the sea. Please be frugal. I didn't buy too much wine this time, Lu Cheng looked at the other party's generous appearance and felt a little overwhelmed. The way he drank, he wouldn't be able to drink for long. How much do you know about the O'Hara incident almost a year ago? The red-haired man suddenly asked. I know a little here and a little there. Lu Cheng shrugged and said, I don't know the specific details, but why do I know it? That's why I say the Navy and the Celestial Dragons are nothing. But that's not all. There are still many people in the Navy who can be called righteous. Hey, your butt is crooked, red hair, you are a pirate, is it appropriate for you to praise the Navy like this? I think the Navy is pretty good, because I am a pirate hunter, and I make a living by the Navy's bounty, Lu Cheng stretched lazily. Red hair, why are you acting weird? Is it related to what you are going to do this time? But Shanks did not answer. He just watched the sunset sink into the seabed bit by bit, as if he was asking Lu Cheng, or asking himself. What is justice? Lu Cheng was confused. Shanks was mentally ill. Lu Cheng really thought so. You are a pirate, not a navy. What do you call justice? Is this something you, a pirate, should consider? Lu Cheng was puzzled, but at this time, strange chirping sounds suddenly came from the sea in the distance. The sound was dull, deep, and distant. Like a long poem, and like a folk song. It drifted into everyone's ears. Robin and the 3 women also heard the sound and took the time to run to the deck. Lu Cheng and Shanks also stopped chatting, followed the direction of the sound, and turned their heads to look. I saw a wave of ripples surging on the sea in the distance, and the waves were blocked by the black figure. A huge black whale as big as a mountain emerged from the sea, followed by the second whale, the third whale. In just a moment, more than a dozen huge black whales floated to the surface of the sea, turning over melodiously on the sea, and their tails rolled up huge waves. The giant whales made long and distant calls, as if singing an ancient ballad. Huge water columns appeared above the sea. These sea elves began to go out to sea for a breath, and after completing this breath, they will continue to sink to the bottom of the sea for a longer voyage. More than a dozen high water columns refracted the setting sun, and the light was deflected, and dreamlike rainbows appeared in the sky. So beautiful, Robins! Exclamation came from the side. Indeed, it is a rare sight. Shanks explained, looking at the dark figure in the distance. This is the island whale. Island whales are a symbol of luck on the sea. Seeing them often indicates that the voyage will be smooth. It seems that our flight, it should be smooth sailing. People on other boats at the dock also cheered, and they obviously recognized these rare creatures. Lu Cheng was also admiring this beautiful scene, but suddenly a huge figure that had been banging its head against the mountain appeared in his mind. That guy is still there now, not giving up at all, and the person he is waiting for should still be on the Sea of Hope. Because the pursuit of dreams will never stop, right? Chapter 35. The sky soon darkened. Lu Cheng watched the stars slowly climb up the surface of the sea, and swung his fishing rod. Soon, a big fish was thrown onto the deck. In the world of One Piece, there are so many big fish, and fishing is effortless. It's just a little dangerous. If ordinary people go fishing, they have to worry about whether they are the fish and whether they will be caught in reverse. Of course, Lu Cheng doesn't have to worry about this. It's almost impossible to catch a sea king at this offshore pier. Catching one is not a problem either, as he can still easily deal with the king of the offshore sea. As for the other fish, how can they compare with him in strength? But at this moment, there were tiny footsteps behind him. Lu Cheng turned his head slightly and recognized that the other party was one of the three girls. Her name seemed to be Cynthia. The other party changed into a blue dress, which perfectly outlined her beautiful figure. Her skin was fair and her face was incredibly beautiful. She was completely different from her previous embarrassed look. It was true that clothes make the man. Captain, Cynthia walked up to him and nodded politely. Under the dim moonlight, her face was a little rosy, looking even more charming. She seemed to have something to say, but she opened her mouth for a long time but couldn't make any sound. She just looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Lu Cheng looked at her for a few seconds and asked, "Is there anything?" The other party finally spoke, but the voice sounded a little hoarse, but not unpleasant, with a hint of charm. "Captain Lu, can you please do me a favor?" The other party's voice was as soft as a ball of cotton candy, making people feel excited. "What help?" Lu Cheng's tone remained calm, without showing any abnormality. "Captain Lu, can you promise me first that I will tell you when we get to the cabin?" Cynthia's face turned even redder, and she seemed to be extremely shy. Lu Cheng frowned slightly, wanting to refuse but finally did not say it out loud. After all, the other party was a girl, and she had no strength, and she really could not threaten him. He did not need to be afraid or vigilant. Seeing him nod, Cynthia showed an extremely shy smile on her face, and then she quickly turned her head, lowered her head and slipped away as if she was running away. Then, "Captain, I'll wait for you in the cabin." Lu Cheng was a little confused. What kind of problem could he encounter on his own ship that would require his help? As he was thinking, he found Shanks took the bottle of wine next to him and took a big sip. Lu Cheng was shocked. "Damn it, red hair, why did you steal my wine? I need to drink it when I come back." "It's okay, you can't come back," Shanks did not even turn around and continued to sit on the railing of the boat to fish, with a slightly meaningful tone. "Go ahead, don't keep them waiting too long." "What do you mean?" Lu Cheng was confused. "What are you talking about? I have to come back to drink later." "You stole my wine again." "Don't think about the wine, kid." The red-haired man adjusted his hat and said without turning his head, "Hey, I am quite handsome too." "Red hair is indeed quite handsome," Lu Cheng admitted, "and the scar looks particularly manly." Lu Cheng used the knife to rub the corner of his eye for a while, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. What if he didn't do it right and ended up disfiguring himself? After all, he is still quite handsome now. What does it mean that the other party keeps saying that he can't come back? Did she want to trick me into the cabin and plot against me? Lu Cheng frowned, his face full of murderous intent. "I saved them, how could they be such people?" The red-haired man was speechless, and he threw a full bottle of wine over. "What the hell are you thinking about?" he said angrily. "Drink this wine, calm down your murderous aura, and remember not to be mean to others. Go away, I'll help you watch the ship, you don't have to sleep on the deck tonight." "Where else can I sleep if not on the deck?" "Red hair, are you crazy?" Lu Cheng drank a whole bottle of rum in gulps, and suddenly felt a little dizzy. It turned out that Red Hair's brain was not broken, but he drank too much. He burped and said, "I'll be back soon, don't give it to me and drink it all." Roll, the red-haired man seemed to be in a bad mood tonight. Lu Cheng walked into the cabin with a slightly unsteady step. If the other party really had ill intentions towards him and wanted to trick him into the cabin to plot against him, he would definitely drive him off the ship no matter how pitiful he looked. A righteous partner cannot live in the same room with an ungrateful person. "What's wrong with you? What's going on?" Lu Cheng walked into the dark cabin and asked subconsciously. A thin figure suddenly rushed over, grabbed his arm with two small hands, and moved his soft lips over. Lu Cheng subconsciously wanted to break free, but when the other party pulled him, he felt a softness on his arm. Cynthia's lips came close to him. Lu Cheng felt an inexplicable evil in his heart, anger. Where did this bad woman come from? What do you want to do? I am a righteous Kamen Rider, I have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. But the rum was taking effect, and he couldn't control himself. He moved his arm, but the other party held it too tightly, and the soft touch was like disarming him, making his arm weak. He could smash the head of the pirate with a bounty of 8 million Baileys with one punch, but this sinister woman used a vicious spell on him, and I can't get away. This woman is too proactive. Even if I'm handsome, you can't do this. Lu Cheng felt that he couldn't just give in. He was the freest and most righteous Kamen Rider. How could he let the other party do whatever she wanted? He had to resist at least. Captain, don't panic. I have no ill intentions. I just want to thank you, she said this in a very low voice, even with a hint of tears in her voice. At this, Lu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be an upgraded version of being a slave. The pretty ones will marry her, and the ugly ones will be slaves in the next life. That's right, his face deserves such treatment. He was about to say a few words to comfort the other party, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt something was wrong. A pair of soft tongues came in and started a fierce fight. Could Lu Cheng tolerate this? The Kamen Rider, who had been strong all his life, had never backed down in a fight. He launched a counterattack. The tip of his tongue was like a poisonous snake, with the spiciness of rum, biting hard on the tip of her tongue, giving her a bloodthirsty feeling, and a big hand began to wander unscrupulously. Chapter 36. Cynthia shuddered. She had never expected that Lu Cheng would launch a counterattack so quickly. The tip of her tongue was filled with the spiciness of rum. This most common drink on the sea was what she once hated the most. But now, this feeling was not so bad. There was a hint of sweetness in the spiciness. She closed her eyes involuntarily and let Lu Cheng do what he wanted. "Willow, Captain," she said intermittently, please be gentle. Don't talk, and don't tell me to do anything." He slapped hard, making a crisp sound. "This vicious woman. Let you have a taste of the consequences of provoking the Knight of Justice. Let you know that some people cannot be provoked casually." There was a sound of torn clothes and a low scream in the darkness. Lu Cheng hugged the other party and walked to the bed, but suddenly found that there seemed to be something hidden in the quilt. This vicious woman actually had an ambush? Lu Cheng was furious. This woman actually played tricks on him. This is outrageous. I will never let you off easily. He lowered his head, and Cynthia lowered her head and shrank into his arms. She had lost her previous arrogance. She blushed and rested her chin on Lu Cheng's chest, wanting to bury herself in his body. "What's going on? If you don't tell me, I'm going to beat you up." "No. Boat, Captain," Cynthia uttered a low plea, but was held tightly by Lu Cheng. "No tears until the coffin is seen." He slapped her hard, still screaming. "Be honest and tell me, what's going on?" Cynthia's eyes were misty, and she looked particularly alluring. Her full curves were particularly charming under the hazy moonlight. Lu Cheng slapped her again, and with a crisp sound, Cynthia suddenly quieted down. Her voice was very low. "Yes, excuse me, Captain, see for yourself." The quilt trembled slightly, as if it was frightened by Lu Cheng's vicious tone, and was shivering. "Haha, just look, I want to see what tricks you, a vicious woman, have." Lu Cheng opened it and saw a snow-white scene. Sasha and Lily hugged each other tightly, closed their eyes, and shivered as if they were afraid of something. Lu Cheng looked at Cynthia with shock. This woman, this vicious woman, she actually has no moral principles. She actually set up an ambush and asked for help? And she asked for it too. How could such a thing happen? It seems that she is really a vicious woman. "Tell me, what do you mean?" The three of them trembled, too scared to look up at him. Cynthia stood up, her voice trembling slightly, and she seemed to be frightened. "Right, excuse me, Captain, we just want to thank you, please let us go." "You dare to quibble?" Lu Cheng's face showed a hint of a sly smile. "Do you think that the righteous Kamen Rider can surrender with more people? What a joke! Even if the enemy is more numerous and we are fewer, I can still kill 7 times in the enemy group and make you scream like ghosts and wolves. It's too late. Let me teach you a lesson." He pounced on her with a grim smile. Shanks was right, he really didn't have to sleep on the deck tonight. While Lu Cheng was fighting in the cabin, Red Hair was not idle either. He was fishing and drinking. 3. The girls nowadays are so tactless. He felt that the wine in his hand didn't smell good. Could it be that that stupid boy is really more handsome than me? Red Hair touched the scar at the corner of his eye and fell into deep thought. Was he regarded as a bad guy because of this scar? Tick-tock. There was a slight sound of water in the darkness, like waves gently hitting the hull. The wind was howling on the sea, and the waves were rolling. This slight sound should not attract anyone's attention on the sea. The red-haired man frowned slightly. Really, I didn't catch any fish, but a group of uninvited people came. Thinking of someone who was still enjoying himself in the cabin, Red Hair felt even worse. Why did someone come to cause trouble as soon as that brat left? He had a great time all night, but I had to guard the boat for him. It was the same battle, but they fought on the bed, and I fought on the boat. One word difference, but the result was completely different. Shanks felt terrible. He felt his hands itchy. Click. A pirate climbed onto the deck carefully. His movements were very light, but he still accidentally stepped on an empty wine bottle. Damn, who the hell is so unethical to throw wine bottles around? He stopped abruptly, tightened the hilt of the knife at his waist, and looked at the back of a man standing in the center of the deck, slowly putting away the fishing rod. It was a red-haired man wearing a straw hat. The other party turned around and pressed down the brim of his straw hat, and his wide cloak fluttered slightly in the night wind. The red-haired man looked at the figures that suddenly jumped out on the deck, and said lightly, "Let me see, this time, who are those desperate guys? Dare to come and cause trouble for me? How about you give me some face and leave now? I will pretend you have never been here." Dang! The pirate drew out his sword, the shining blade reflected the moonlight, trembling slightly, and the cold light was fierce. "You really don't know how to live or die." The red-haired man raised his arm and threw an elbow, hitting the chest and abdomen of a pirate who was sneaking up from behind. He was knocked out. At this time, the other pirates had already rushed over with a sneer, raised their knives and chopped them down. Shanks' figure suddenly disappeared under the knife. He exerted force with his feet suddenly, almost cracking the board, and instantly flashed behind the pirates and gently took off his hat. His dazzling red hair fluttered in the night wind. An invisible pressure spread out from Shanks, and the swords fell with a crackling sound. The deck was instantly covered with corpses. The pirates collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. They had no strength left in their bodies, and could no longer hold their swords. Conqueror's Haki. The leading pirate's neck veins throbbed, his eyes rolled back, and he struggled to say the name. "Who are you, red-haired Shanks, how could you be here?" With a clang, the knife in his hand fell to the ground, and he fell to his knees and fainted. Alas, Shanks sighed. The battle here was over, but that guy would definitely not come back tonight. Then forget about your wine. He took a sip from the bottle beside him, and took the rope beside him to tie up the pirates. Someone could actually recognize him, but it didn't matter, anyway, he didn't know the other person. He thought indifferently. Chapter 37. Sasha and Lily slept soundly. After all, a big battle was too tiring, and the difference in quality cannot be made up by quantity alone. Guan Yu was able to pass 5 levels and kill 6 generals. His physical fitness alone was many times stronger than the other party, so fighting 3 people in a row was naturally a piece of cake. Lu Cheng leaned against the board, holding the beauty in his arms, but his heart was calm. Cynthia glanced at the sleeping Lily and Sasha with some heartache. The 2 girls were younger than her age, and she always regarded them as sisters in her heart. She gently reached out and pounded Lu Cheng's chest. "Captain, I told you to be gentler." Lu Cheng exerted a little force on his hands, and the other party couldn't help but let out a low plea for mercy. Lu Cheng snorted. "You dare to teach me how to do things?" "I dare not, never again." That pitiful look made Lu Cheng interested again. But Cynthia was a little embarrassed. She looked at the 2 girls who were sleeping soundly and whispered, "The boat is not too far away. Captain, Lily and Sasha are too tired. They have been having nightmares all night and haven't had a good rest yet, it will wake them up." "Ah." Lu Cheng squeezed his hand twice and then took it back. He leaned against the bed and pondered the serious question of whether he was sleeping or being slept with. He thought for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. Forget it, it's him who's having fun anyway. He shook his head. He subconsciously felt a little thirsty, but there was only a bed and a table in the small cabin, so there was no rum. "Boat, Captain, you want this?" Cynthia asked cautiously. She took out an iron box from the bedside, opened it and saw a few cigars inside. Lu Cheng's eyes stayed on her for a while, and Cynthia blushed and lowered her head. Although they had a closer relationship, she was still a little shy to be exposed to each other's eyes without any disguise. What's more, the other party rescued them from despair. Even if they knew they were not worthy, there was still a vague feeling in their hearts. Otherwise, even if they were really grateful to the other party, they would never use such a method. They had nothing and could only use this most humble method to express their gratitude and admiration for him, even if they would be looked down upon by the other party. Where did they come from? Lu Cheng asked. He remembered that these things were not among the things he bought when he went ashore. He was not very interested in tobacco and the like. So, those pirates in the past, they gave it to me. Those pirates didn't give them these cigars for them to smoke, and Lu Cheng understood that, so he sighed. Cynthia, Lily, and Sasha were not stunning beauties, but they were pretty, young and energetic, and they tried their best to serve him, which he naturally enjoyed immensely. Their skills were very proficient, and at least they knew how to please men better. Cynthia lowered her head in pain. Yes, I'm sorry, Captain, her voice was a little choked, and she tried hard to control herself from crying. I know we are dirty, but I really have nothing to thank you for. Lily and Sasha are the same, we have no other intentions, we just want to thank you. Seeing Lu Cheng remain silent, she quietly put away the cigarette box and said, Captain, if you don't like it. Lu Cheng sighed. I know, I don't mean to dislike you. He could still distinguish between true feelings and false ones. The other party served him so hard, and there was a hint of affection in his blurred eyes. He naturally couldn't pretend not to see that feeling. I can only blame myself for being too handsome. I can't repay you for being a hero and saving a beautiful woman. I can only pledge my love to you. The ancients were not deceiving me. Give me some. Cynthia was slightly stunned, but soon she took out a cigar with trembling hands, handed it to Lu Cheng's mouth, and carefully lit it for him. Lu Cheng took a deep puff and exhaled a string of white mist. His hands moved up and down for a while, and the soft touch made him reluctant to let go. Men are indeed sometimes creatures who can only think with their lower body. Before, he didn't care about these three girls. He was just like that out of justice and temporary kindness, and more of it was pity. High above, like a person standing on the top of the clouds, sympathizing with the charity of the unfortunate. But now, with a deeper relationship, he found that he could no longer look at them so calmly. After all, it was his first time in the world of pirates, and he was deceived just like this, and it was a gang of three. He thought for a long time, the faint smell of tobacco filled the air, and Cynthia huddled in his arms, allowing him to be restless and frivolous. The night was silent. I will be able to send you back to your hometown in a few days, and you will soon be able to live a peaceful life again, Lu Cheng thought about it and found that he was too dumb to speak. He could only say this after a long time. Cynthia shuddered slightly when she heard this. The two of them were close to each other, so Lu Cheng could sense the changes. What's wrong? He asked. Chapter 38. Cynthia's body trembled slightly. She looked at Lu Cheng cautiously. There was no joy or anger on his calm face, but looking at that calm gaze, her heart inexplicably calmed down. She arched her head slightly to avoid Lu Cheng's palm, and after burying her head for a while, she raised her head slightly. There was a hint of pleading in her voice. Captain, we don't want to go back. Didn't we agree on this before? Lu Cheng was slightly stunned. This woman is fickle. She said she would send them home a few days ago, but she doesn't want to go back today? What the hell? I can't figure it out. My Robin is better. She knows what he says and is much easier to understand than these little goblins. Cynthia glanced at Lu Cheng's face carefully, and seeing the confusion on his face, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. During this period of time, the captain she saw was either a hero shouting for justice, or a stern face with a fierce look. It was rare to see such a confused look. Speaking of which, the other party was actually about the same age as Sasha and the others, and even younger than herself. But at this age, he was already the captain of a ship, drifting on this sea for his dream. She looked at Lu Cheng, her eyes gentle as if she was looking at a younger brother who would never grow up. Lu Cheng thought for a while, it will be dangerous to stay on my ship. Someone will cause trouble for me. Lu Cheng frowned. As the saying goes, a man who has taken something from someone will be reluctant to return it, and a man who has eaten something from someone will be soft-hearted. He has taken it, and he has eaten it, and now he is completely unable to be tough. He can't really pull out Wu King and turn his back on him, right? That's not what a righteous knight would do. But no matter what his ship says, Robin and he are destined to be targeted by the navy. Don't think he is happy now, staying leisurely in the port. But he doesn't even dare to show his true face when he goes ashore to replenish supplies with Robin, for fear that he will be exposed and then have to run away in disgrace after being scolded by the Navy. Even if the other party can't do anything to him, it would be annoying to be chased by a group of Navy. The reason why he is still hanging around in the port is purely because there is red hair on the ship to keep things under control, and he is not afraid of trouble. Now there is enough food and water on the ship, just waiting for them to drive the ship into the sea again and continue the next voyage. Cynthia shook her head, her eyes became gentler. Captain, that's not what I meant. Lu Cheng wanted to ask the other party what he meant, but with the beauty in his arms, he had to calm down and listen to the other party's explanation. Captain, this island is pretty good, and there is a naval branch here, so it is relatively safe. Lu Cheng understood what the other party meant, and he asked hesitantly, do you want to get off the ship here? On this island? Yeah. Cynthia nodded softly. Damn, Lu Cheng was a little confused. I can't control you if you don't want to go home, but, what about my mission? He opened his task panel and took another look. Mission name, The Lost One's Journey Home? Mission requirements, help several lost girls return to their hometown. Isn't it enough to just have hands? God damn it, just having hands is enough? I put my whole life into it, but they don't want to go home. What should I do? I just slept and lost my mission? What should I do? Should I force them to carry them back? But was that still the work of the Knights of Justice? Lu Cheng fell into thought. Women made mistakes, it was all my fault that I couldn't control myself for a moment. These women were too cunning, and the Knights of Justice would also fall under conspiracy and trickery. From now on, I will never reconcile with gambling and drugs. Lu Cheng reviewed his behavior as a reminder, and he would never make the same mistake again next time. Then he spoke, trying to save the lost mission. Don't you want to go home? What should I do? Where are your families? There was a trace of pain in Cynthia's eyes, she lowered her head slightly, and her voice was very soft and slow. All gone, Lily and Sasha are the same. Lu Cheng paused his hand on the other person, he sighed, well, this mission seems hopeless. My fault, although this mission is simple, I only need hands, but after thinking with my lower body, my hands are gone. Go to hell with the mission, get out, I don't want to do it anymore. Moreover, Cynthia's voice was filled with pain, we have no face to go back. As soon as she closed her eyes, the scene of her relatives being slaughtered in blood appeared before her eyes. Those scenes were like scars left by the devil in her heart, which lasted for a long time and were engraved in the depths of her soul. Every time she recalled them, she only felt endless pain and suffering. Lu Cheng had no choice but to nod okay then. Changing to a new place and starting over might be a good thing for these three people. Although the other party had used conspiracy and trickery to cheat him of his first time, and although it was just a fleeting love affair, he also hoped that the other party could live a stable life in the future. Thinking of this, suddenly a system notification sound came from his mind. Mission accomplished. Lu Cheng was stunned, is there such a thing? He looked at Cynthia who was sleeping soundly in his arms with a relieved smile on her face, and fell into deep thought. The new home is also a home, it seems to be fine. System, you are playing word games with me? Come out and get beaten. Chapter 39. Where is Mr. Knight? Where did he go? It was dawn, and a faint morning light came from the sea in the distance, breaking the quiet night. The soft sunlight fell on the deck, and the air was filled with the smell of salty sea breeze. The red-haired girl was lying on the deck, looking up at the anxious Robin holding a straw hat and standing in front of her. No wonder she was so anxious. She woke up early in the morning and ran to the deck, but the knight she had been thinking about was gone. A group of pirates she had never seen fell on the deck and were tied up tightly with ropes. But the question is, where did Mr. Knight, who is so old, go? When Robin looked down, she saw the red-haired girl lying on the deck leisurely and sleeping late. She immediately reacted and rushed to him, asking him before he opened his eyes. The hat was taken away by Robin, and the light of the early morning shone on her face, which was a little dazzling. She couldn't sleep. The red-haired girl stretched lazily, and then replied slowly, who knows? Maybe he is having fun somewhere? I don't want you, a little girl. Nonsense, how could Mr. Knight abandon me? Robin was anxious. She looked around and didn't see the familiar shadow. She felt a little anxious. Liar, if Mr. Knight wanted to be happy, how could he not be with me? He said he would protect me forever. Because the little girl lacks feminine charm, it is natural that she was left behind. The red-haired man's voice was full of resentment. He was obviously very resentful about being alone on the deck last night. Redhead, shut up. Lu Cheng just came out of the cabin and heard Redhead teaching the kid bad things. If I had come out a few seconds later, you would have planned what would have happened to me. Mr. Knight. Robin cried out in surprise and threw himself into Lu Cheng's arms. I knew Mr. Knight wouldn't abandon me, woohoo. Damn, why are you crying again? Lu Cheng fiercely glared at the red-haired man who started it all. The red-haired man glanced at the three women who walked out from behind Lu Cheng and said casually, I'm not wrong. You didn't. Shut up, you bastard. Lu Cheng casually pulled out a wine bottle from the side and smashed it over, forcing the red-haired physicist to shut up. Robin stopped crying and looked up at Mr. Knight with some confusion. Why does Mr. Knight smell different today? Why does he smell so good? And where did Mr. Knight go before? Robin's heart was full of doubts. Before she could ask, Lu Cheng had already noticed the pirates lying on the deck. What the hell? Why are there still Baileys that haven't been cleaned up? Didn't I take them all to the Navy branch yesterday to exchange Baileys? He took a look. Well, I didn't recognize it. It turned out to be fresh Baileys. What's going on? Lu Cheng asked the red-haired boy. He patted Robin, who came out of his arms embarrassedly. Under the funny gazes of Cynthia and the others, he tried to put on a serious face. He was the deputy of Mr. Knight, and he couldn't embarrass Mr. Knight. Nothing happened before. With this interruption, she forgot to ask about what happened before. As long as Mr. Knight finds it, it will be fine. These, the red-haired man waved his hand casually, are a bunch of little thieves who sneaked up here last night. They are probably following you. They should be worth some money. Obviously, it was normal for him to be targeted for spending money lavishly with a little kid. As for how much these people were worth, Lu Cheng looked at them carefully and didn't recognize them. He didn't recognize any of them. Pirates he didn't know were just small characters and worthless. Hey, Robin trotted over and stretched out his hand to straighten the face of one of the pirates. The pirate looked ferocious. Red-haired looked at him and realized that it was him who recognized him last night. The pirate was a little confused, but when he saw that a little girl who was only half his height dared to touch his head, he was immediately angry. I can't do anything about being bullied by red-haired, but you, a little guy the size of a bean, dare to touch me. Even if I am tied up tightly, it is not your turn to touch me. He glared at Robin fiercely, with murderous aura overflowing, and that fierce look seemed to want to eat Robin in one bite. Hiss, so fierce, more fierce than Mr. Knight. Robin took a breath of cold air, and was so scared that his hand loosened, snapping with a bang. The pirate fell headfirst onto the deck. He raised his head and glared at Robin fiercely. Damn little brat, how dare you treat me like this, I will get revenge sooner or later. Robin took 2 steps back in fear, and when he turned around, he saw Mr. Knight looking at his embarrassed look with a smile. Ah! How embarrassing! The frightened Robin felt that he had lost face in front of Mr. Knight, and he was immediately furious. Why are you so fierce? You will make Mr. Knight look down on me like this. I want to be a pirate hunter in the future, how can I be so timid? She raised her little foot and kicked the other person in the face, then turned around, ran to Lu Cheng, and cheered. How dare you, a little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair, do this to me? The pirate was confused and felt that times had really changed. Chapter 40. 3 million. Robin was full of joy. She jumped up and down, rummaging through a pile of bounties that were half her height, and took one out and handed it to Lu Cheng. Mr. Knight, look. Lu Cheng took a serious look. Okay, it is indeed worth 3 million. There are too many bounties, and he had previously focused on pirates worth more than tens of millions of Baileys. He looked down on this small character worth only a few million, so he didn't recognize it. But Robin recognized it at a glance. But it's worth 3 million, and it dares to wander around the naval base so swaggeringly. It's really, Lu Cheng was speechless. What on earth did your navy protect? But it seems that there are 79 million on his ship, and it's still wandering around on the shore. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, I see, Robin is very powerful, worthy of being a partner of justice. He reached out and rubbed Robin's hair. Robin smiled happily, not caring about Lu Cheng messing up her hair again. Mr. Knight is really good at spending money, and he made a lot of money again. Now there is no need to worry about Mr. Knight going hungry. However, Robin still made some mistakes. Lu Cheng said faintly. Hey, Robin raised his head, his eyes full of confusion. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, and this is especially true for us pirate hunters. Is there such a rule? How come I never knew about it? Robin recalled the knowledge he had gained from books, and it seemed that there was no mention of this at all. Of course there is. Lu Cheng took the bounty from the other party and said, the Navy only recognizes faces. If you damage his face, the Navy won't recognize him, and we won't be able to exchange for Bailey, right? I see. As expected of Mr. Knight, you are so thoughtful. So, Lu Cheng walked over and stepped on the opponent's chest. The huge force made the opponent scream in pain. It has to be like this, do you understand? It doesn't matter if you hit hard, you can also get money if you die. But if your face is disfigured, wouldn't it be a waste of time? So that's it, I understand it all. How can you educate a child like this? There is a big problem with you, the knight. The pirate struggled painfully under Lu Cheng's feet, and Lu Cheng didn't retract the force on his feet until the other party was about to burp. He actually dared to face my 79 million in front of me. I'm afraid he doesn't know how to write the word death. Lu Cheng glanced at the red-haired man with a calm face. Obviously, a pirate worth millions is no different from an ant in the eyes of the red-haired man. He smiled and said, you didn't eat and live in vain. I just happened to go ashore and have some things to deal with. I'll go to the naval base again. He took out the mask and put it on his face, and stretched out his hand to stop the Robin who wanted to follow. Help me take care of Robin. The red-haired girl glanced at the three people behind Lu Cheng and nodded. Don't worry, remember to bring me more wine when you come back. The red-haired girl was the one who caught the man, and just wanted to bring back more wine. This request was not excessive, and even Robin didn't say anything. She looked at the three people who were silent behind Lu Cheng curiously, and said, Sister Cynthia, what are you doing? Robin not only understood these sisters who had lost their loved ones like herself, but also had some sympathy for them. Cynthia smiled and said softly, Robin, thanks to your care for the sisters during this period of time, we have already made an appointment with the captain and are ready to disembark here. She looked at Robin, who looked reluctant, and smiled slightly. Captain is a little stupid, Robin, you have to take more care of me in the future. Robin will definitely become an excellent vice captain in the future. Robin nodded. Of course, she would take good care of Mr. Knight. But she quickly added, Mr. Knight is not stupid. It turned out that Mr. Knight had come to find Cynthia and her sisters early in the morning. Robin understood, but she looked up at the dawn that had just risen in the sky. Isn't it too early? Mr. Knight is so hard-working and so tired. He has been busy so early. I have to work hard and share more of his burden. Robin secretly encouraged herself. Goodbye, Mr. Red Hair. Red Hair nodded and watched Lu Cheng and the other two get off the boat, dragging a large group of pirates behind them. Will I no longer see Sister Cynthia and the others? Robin thought about it and asked. It's like this, the red-haired man took a sip of rum and said, this is the sea. We met here and parted here. The most inseparable things are our companions on the same ship. Little girl, are you ready to follow your captain forever? Robin looked at the red-haired man, who suddenly became a little heavy with some confusion, and tilted his head. Mr. Knight said he would protect me forever. The red-haired man laughed. A man's promise. No, Robin clenched his fist firmly. It's the knight's agreement. That's great, the red-haired man grinned. Then you must hold on to your knight, don't be deceived by other goblins. Why did this red-haired uncle speak strangely? Robin didn't understand. She lay on the railing of the boat, watching the few people gradually walk away, disappearing at the end of her sight bit by bit. Chapter 41. Naval Base. Hello, I'm here again. Lu Cheng greeted them with ease, dragging a bunch of pirates in, and kicked them in front of several Navy officers. The leader is worth 3 million. He smiled brilliantly and handed over the bounty order. Count the rest for me, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Those pirates were strung together by ropes, and each of them was already bruised and unconscious. After all, compared to the famous red-haired man who knocked them all down with one move, these pirates were obviously not afraid of the young Lu Cheng. He was a little dishonest as soon as he got off the boat, but it doesn't matter. The Knights of Justice will take action. Now, these people have come to their senses, turned back from their mistakes, and cried and shouted that they wanted to go to the naval base to reform. The Navy took a look at the masked boy. There are many pirate hunters who conceal their identities. Pirate hunters who are very weak or worried about trouble usually conceal their identities. They are no strangers to the other party's dress like this. But no matter what, as long as the pirates are caught, just come, that's all the Navy recognizes. This is the golden signboard. If everything is investigated, there will be few clean bounty hunters. However, one of the Marines was a little surprised and said, "Today's people are more than yesterday's. Why don't you bring them all at once?" "Oh, they came to my door last night." The Marine looked at Lu Cheng in surprise. Although he was wearing a mask, it was not difficult to tell that he was not very old. Such strength was a bit scary. A total of 5 million baileys, Lu Cheng packed and sold all these pirates. He proudly weighed the bounty in his hand, turned around and left without a trace of cloud, leaving a group of Marines secretly guessing his identity and origin. A group of Marines were curiously discussing this mysterious boy, and when there was another bounty hunter like this nearby. While they were discussing, a large stack of bounty orders fell on everyone's table. The newsbird brought the latest bounty order and fluttered away. Everyone lowered their heads. On the first bounty order, a ferocious dragon soared and danced, and the red armor shone brightly under the scorching sun. Fake, masked rider. What is this? In front of a newly bought house, Lu Cheng looked at Cynthia and the others, hesitating for a moment, not knowing what to say. He handed over the backpack in his hand. "Take care." After meeting for a few days, there was an additional layer of relationship. Lu Cheng felt that he was both familiar and unfamiliar with the three people. There were thousands of words in his mind, but only this one sentence was left. Cynthia chuckled and said with some understanding, "The captain seems to be a little bit bad at speaking." "I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense." But Cynthia has continued to speak. "Captain, meeting you is the most fortunate thing for us who are unfortunate. You are a noble knight and a noble captain. We can feel the warmth from you, but we dare not expect to follow you forever. I don't understand your future and pursuit. We are just ordinary people. It is enough for us to get a little warmth. We can only stop here. But no matter what, your justice, your courage, your dream, and leading your friends forward all the way, this is the most important." Cynthia's eyes were a little wet. She threw herself into Lu Cheng's arms, raised her head, slightly lifted Lu Cheng's mask, looked at the familiar face, and tears fell like rain. Lu Cheng was moved by Cynthia's words. He paused slightly. "Thank you, Miss Cynthia, and I'm not as good as you say." But Cynthia said nothing. She raised her head, and the wet touch touched Lu Cheng's cheek in an instant. Cynthia slowly stepped back a few steps and stepped out of his arms. Lu Cheng looked at the other two more timid girls, thought for a while, and opened his arms. "Then, how about a final farewell?" The two girls did not speak, but rushed into his arms with red eyes. The other party was like a hero, breaking their cages just like that, but the other party was a knight, and they were destined not to be princesses. Lu Cheng reached out and touched his cheek, and nodded slightly. He slowly put the mask on his face, took a last look at the three people, and turned to leave. Lu Cheng took a few steps, and suddenly heard a few trembling voices behind him. He stopped slightly. "Ship, Captain. If one day you are tired and need a rest, we will always be here waiting for you, forever and ever. You will always be our captain." Lu Cheng paused, but he did not look back. He raised his hand, turned his back to the other party, waved his hand, indicating that he heard it, and then walked away with firm steps. But there was something inexplicably added in his heart. Someone had been waiting for him. This feeling was not bad. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Cynthia and the other two watched Lu Cheng walk farther and farther away, and they felt as if their hearts were empty. The wind was whistling, and Cynthia reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, but saw that in the wind, several bounty orders were floating slowly. Chapter 42. The bounty order fluttered in the wind, and by chance, it flew to Cynthia's side. She had an idea, and reached out to hold the two bounty orders in her hands and spread them out. On the first bounty order, a red knight and a dragon appeared in front of them. Masked Rider. Bounty, 99 million baileys. Real name unknown, appearance and location, suspected to be a devil fruit user with superhuman summoning armor, captain of the night, harboring the criminal devil's son Nico Robin. He is extremely evil and unforgivable. Cynthia silently looked at the bounty in her hand, flipped it down, and sure enough, it was another familiar face. The only difference was that in the bounty, the petite girl's pupils were full of fear. She looked at the bounty amount below. Nico Robin, Devil's Child. Reward, 79 million Baileys. Now a member of the knight's crew, the son of the devil who brought misfortune and disaster. She remained silent and carefully put away the 2 bounty orders. Sister Cynthia, this is slander, how could they be bad people? Cynthia hugged the bounty order to her chest. Lu Cheng was no longer in sight. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. I know, he will always be my captain. Lu Cheng carried 2 large boxes of rum and returned to the knight under the eager gaze of Robin. Mr. Knight. Lu Cheng nodded, and he casually threw a large box to the red-haired man. The red-haired man raised his hand, and the huge box stopped steadily in his palm. Thank you very much, haha. Shanks winked at Lu Cheng. All done. Done. Lu Cheng replied, with a hint of loneliness in his voice. After all, she was his woman, so naturally there would be waves in his heart. The red-haired man took out the bottle of wine and took a sip, smacking it, with an endless aftertaste. A real man may stop for a moment because of the beautiful scenery, but he will eventually return to the sea. Then you will find that there are beautiful scenery everywhere. Boys will always become men and learn to mature, just like me. True, shameless. This is the thickness of face that a face-conscious man should have. Lu Cheng glanced at the red-haired man who was indifferent to the matter and didn't want to pay attention to him. However, Robin felt Lu Cheng's emotions, leaned over and tilted his head, and whispered. Mr. Knight, we will come back in the future, right? Lu Cheng reached out and touched the other's head. He didn't answer, but he felt much lighter in his heart. He looked up at the port, then at the flock of birds flying on the sea in the distance, and spoke in a firm tone. Robin, let's go. This time, I even bought a few more sea charts, but I still couldn't find the island Shanks wanted to go to. I don't know how Shanks dared to come out and float around with just a sketch. It's really unreliable. Maybe this is one of the 4 emperors. Even if he drifts unreliably on the sea, he may still be able to reach his destination smoothly in the end. His luck is beyond words. The ship slowly left the port. In the sky, a news bird flew by with a bag on its back. After circling in the air, it stopped on his mast and patted the package on its waist with its wings. Lu Cheng immediately recognized that this was an old bird that had brought him news many times. He took a few Baileys, and the news bird took out a stack of newspapers and a bounty order from its bag and threw them to Lu Cheng, then spread its wings and flew away contentedly. Ah, right, Mr. Knight, look. Before Lu Cheng had time to look, the quick-witted Robin exclaimed. What's wrong? Why are you making a fuss? A righteous partner must learn to be calm and face all storms calmly. He should not change his face even when the sky is falling. Robin, you still have a lot to learn. Then he saw the first bounty notice. The soaring red dragon and the familiar dragon rider armor. Shit! Lu Cheng blurted out, how come I became a red name monster so quickly? Mr. Knight was saying something weird again. Robin thought this was probably Mr. Knight's only shortcoming, right? She glanced at the fussy Mr. Knight, stood on tiptoe, came closer, and looked at the contents of the bounty with Lu Cheng. Even the red-haired man put down his bottle and looked over curiously. Masked Rider. Bounty, 99 million Baileys. Tisk tisk, the red-haired man smacked his lips, the navy is really stingy, setting such a high price for you, really, could it be that Artie Kuno was angry because you lost an adult, and made it up? Because Lu Cheng once let slip in a chat, and blurted out the word Artie Kuno, and after hearing it, the red-haired man felt that it was very suitable for his mouth, and he couldn't change it immediately. Now he can call Artie Kuno easily. But the crux of the problem is not here. The price is too high. Lu Cheng estimated that with his current strength, and the fact that he had basically not done anything bad, the price would be about 20 to 30 million Baileys at most. As a result, it was 99 million Baileys. Damn, your navy's money is not money? He remembered that in the original work, Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the price was not this much, this price was really too high. Is the navy sick in the head? Chapter 43. Lu Cheng looked at the red-haired man. Do I look so valuable? The red-haired man looked at Lu Cheng as if he were a fool, and suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, really interesting, really interesting, ha 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 ha. The redhead was laughing so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. What's so funny, ZZ redhead? Lu Cheng retracted his gaze. The redhead couldn't be trusted at this critical moment. He lowered his head and looked at the bounty in front of him and fell into deep thought. Mr. Knight is so awesome, what a high bounty. Lu Cheng turned his head and saw the twinkle in Robin's eyes. The depression in his heart was immediately swept away, and he raised his chest proudly. Of course, I am the most free and righteous Kamen Rider. Even the bounty is for the man who wants to climb to the top. This is a matter of course and not worth mentioning. Robin's eyes were full of admiration. He really deserved to be called Mr. Knight. So powerful. And Mr. Knight also has a bounty, although it doesn't seem to be a good thing, but... Although this idea seems a bit bad, Robin still feels a little happy inexplicably. I have a bounty, Mr. Knight has a bounty, so in this way, I and Mr. Knight are really the same. Lu Cheng took a look at Robin and was basically sure why the Navy would set such a high amount for him. The crime given on his bounty order is harboring a criminal, that is, he harbored Nico Robin and prevented the Navy from arresting the other party. This is simply killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Obviously, the world government wants to tell everyone in this world that there is a price to pay for wanting to be a hero. They want to catch Nico Robin, and no one should think about meddling. And if anyone dares to protect Nico Robin and openly become an enemy of the world government, then Lu Cheng's bounty order will be the end. As long as you dare to help her, you will be treated as an accomplice. This really means that Robin has no friends to be bullied. If the world government does this, even if someone really wants to help Robin out of sympathy, I'm afraid they will be afraid to take action, right? After all, if you are not strong enough, with such a high bounty, it is almost impossible to move an inch on this sea. Robin's 79 million and his 99 million, the two together amount to almost 180 million. There is no reason for the pirates and pirate hunters who received the news to let them go. After all, how can such easy money be earned? Compared with the shocking series of killings under the bounty orders for other heinous pirates, the crimes of him and Robin look like funny ones, highlighting that they are harmless. It's profitable to find them. Damn, now it really has become a walking 180 million. The bounty orders of pirates usually also mark the sea areas where they are active, which is convenient for pirate hunters to find. Lu Cheng used this to determine the range of Robin before. Now when he saw the location on the bounty order, it was nearby, and he felt bad all of a sudden. The Navy is not a complete waste, and the positioning is quite accurate. Lu Cheng complained weakly, holding his head in a daze. 99 million Baileys, it's really a lot. Now he only has a few million Baileys on him, and he is still very short of money. If... Lu Cheng turned his head and looked at the red-haired man, his eyes sparkling. What are you doing? The red-haired man took a step back, feeling something ominous. Why did his eyes look a little strange? Red hair, why don't you catch me and take me to claim the reward? I'll sneak out later and we can split the money equally, okay? Are you crazy about the money? Red hair was a little speechless. You really dare to think so? You'd better not provoke the Navy too much. Some of them are quite powerful. If you push them too hard, you will suffer. Alas, Lu Cheng sighed, and lost another way to make money. Robin looked up in confusion. Mr. Knight, are you short of money again? Didn't you just capture a group of pirates? Lu Cheng was a little speechless. He couldn't say that he secretly spent money to support a woman. He didn't have much money left, but this will teach children bad habits. He thought for a moment and said tactfully, Cynthia and her friends have moved to a new place and need a lot of Bailey. I will. Under the clear gaze of Robin, Lu Cheng felt inexplicably guilty, but he quickly realized that it was too risky to feel guilty. What does a child know? Oh, Robin understood, his eyes full of admiration. Just like you helped me before, Mr. Knight is really kind, he is indeed the most upright knight. I like this kind of knight the most. Lu Cheng coughed lightly, feeling a little ashamed. The red-haired man who already knew everything laughed and shut his mouth under Lu Cheng's murderous gaze. Red-haired man, you freeloader, don't ruin my show. Robin was unaware and said to himself, Sister Cynthia and the others are so pitiful, just like me. She felt a little disappointed, but when she looked at Mr. Knight, her heart was filled with warmth. She had lost her family and hometown, but now she had a new home. But these three sisters really had nothing. Mr. Knight even considered this, he was really an extremely gentle person. Mr. Knight, it's great that you can help them. Lu Cheng looked at Robin's clear eyes and couldn't help but reach out and touch Robin's hair. Robin, you too, are such a kind and good child. It's great to meet you. Chapter 44. Okay, it's normal to be a little higher. The red-haired man smiled and adjusted the brim of his hat. You are a little devil who made Kuzen the iceberg suffer a little. In addition, you have a life-saving ability that makes people have a headache. It's normal to give you this price. After all, if you really want to go against the Navy, the trouble you cause will not be much less than those big pirates. That's true, Lu Cheng agreed with this statement. Lu Cheng carefully read the bounty order again, and this time he found some details that he had not noticed. It turns out that you can set a bounty at will even if you are not a pirate. This Navy is really... Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. Well, at least they didn't label me a pirate. They still have some dignity. That's right, although he and Robin were treated as pirates by the Navy, the bounty order did not mention that they were pirates. It was an awkward insistence, and the little justice left in Robin's case. He didn't even disclose his ability to travel through the mirror world, obviously hoping that more people who didn't know would know him. After all, if they knew they couldn't catch him, no one would bother to bother him. The world government really spared no effort in causing trouble for him and Robin. 99 million, Lu Cheng stretched lazily. They don't even want to give me a round number. A reward of 10 million is still not enough. The Navy is really stingy. He concluded that the ship had already left the port, and there were only a few scattered ships passing by on the sea. Fortunately, it ran fast. It is estimated that with the arrival of the latest bounty order, the shore is about to be in chaos. It is still free on the sea. Aren't you worried at all? The red-haired man asked curiously. There are countless people who want your head now. Lu Cheng shook his head and said, we have to wait until they have the ability to take it. But I really can't stay in the West Sea anymore. A group of flies and rats will probably come here after hearing the news. It's a bit annoying just to think about it. He thought for a moment, then turned to look at Shanks. Who are you looking for this time? Shanks smiled mysteriously, but did not answer directly. You will know when the time comes, and if you want to leave here quickly, there should be a way to solve it. After hearing this, Lu Cheng was really curious about what Shanks was doing here. But Shanks wanted to be a Riddler, and Lu Cheng considered that he probably couldn't beat him at the moment, so it was almost impossible to get him to speak on his own initiative. He thought about it, stood up and said, I'm not going to do that now. Robin, where is my navigator? Report to the captain, I am here. Robin stood up straight and saluted in a proper manner. Captain, just give me your orders. Lu Cheng nodded with satisfaction. This was his most capable subordinate, his partner in the pursuit of freedom and dreams. Hoist all the sails, we will go at full speed, day and night, to get out of this troublesome place, go. The sails were hoisted again, and the sea breeze seemed to know his intention, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. The ship took advantage of the wind and the speed was getting faster and faster. It's a great day for a long journey. Shanks stood leisurely at the bow, puffing out a cigar. The sea elves are indeed worthy of their reputation, and meeting an island whale is indeed a good fortune. Lu Cheng looked at Robin and himself who were busy and couldn't stop, and then looked at the red-haired man who was leisurely and idle, and suddenly he was furious. Red Hair, stop being lazy, come here and steer the ship for me. Red Hair was confused. What, you want me, the captain of the Red Hair Pirates, to steer the ship for you? Brat, he smiled and spit out the last bit of mist. Here I come, stop shouting, you little brat, do you know how many years I haven't steered the ship? Can you still drive it to the sky for me? Lu Cheng controlled the sail and confirmed the wind direction. Red Hair, if you can drive it to the Sky Island for me, I will accept it. You are awesome. Red Hair shook his head. This is really not possible. The sky in the distance is as blue as a mirror. Chapter 45. Lu Cheng thought it would be easy to find the place with Shanks, but he didn't expect that it took several months to determine the location before he finally found the map that matched the one in Red Hair's hand. In this situation, Lu Cheng really doubted whether he could find the place by himself. But fortunately, he finally found the place. Although it took so long, it was not without reward. With the daily instruction of one of the future 4 emperors, Lu Cheng felt that he was making rapid progress. In addition, there were occasionally many pirates who came to deliver Bailey to him, so his actual combat skills were not left behind. With the bounty of 99 million, he felt more confident. He couldn't just run away when he saw a pirate. In the eyes of Robin, would he still have the face of a knight? The wind was very good these days. I don't know if even the wind was giving face to the face brother. The last section of the voyage was unexpectedly smooth. After another month of continuous sailing. Report to the captain, we will reach the target island soon. Robin reported seriously, her eyes full of joy, obviously very satisfied with the job of navigator. She was also very satisfied that she could help Mr. Knight. Moreover, this voyage was too long, and it was the first time for her to stay on the ship for such a long time. Even, it can be seen with the naked eye that he has grown a little taller. Hearing this, Lu Cheng turned his head and looked far away. There seemed to be a group of islands in the distance, lush and green. Is that right? Robin looked down at the sea chart again and said, "That's right, Captain, it's right there." Lu Cheng nodded, praised Robin casually, and turned to the red-haired boy who was sleeping in. "Here we are, get up." The red-haired man lazily pushed his hat to the top of his head and sat up on the deck. "Finally arrived? How come it's so fast?" Lu Cheng didn't want to talk. He couldn't afford to hurt a man who even the sea breeze gave him face. The last voyage was all tailwind, it was simply a ghost. The red-haired man walked leisurely to Lu Cheng, looked at the island in the distance, and squinted his eyes slightly. "Well, it should be here." "Should?" Lu Cheng turned his head. "Haven't you been here before?" "It was many years ago, and I was not alone." The red-haired man's voice became smaller and smaller, and he was lost in his memories. Lu Cheng frowned and looked at him, then shook his head and stopped talking. He was already somewhat accustomed to the other party's behavior, maybe he was thinking about his captain again. The ship continued to approach the direction of the island. Perhaps this is called looking at the mountain and running the horse to death. It looked close, but it was not until noon, after several hours, that they gradually saw the scenery on the island. All they could see were tall trees. It seemed to be deserted and uninhabited, just an ordinary island. Although it is beautiful, there are who knows how many islands like this there are in the sea. The red-haired man came here, and he didn't know what was special about it. The boat gradually stopped at the shore. The red-haired man stood up. "You can come too, I think the other party should not mind knowing you." Lu Cheng said with some surprise. "Is it okay? It feels like what you are going to do this time should be very important." After all, the red-haired man had not revealed any news before, and it was obviously a very secret matter. "It's okay, we're all here." The red-haired boy glanced at Robin and said, "It's okay." Lu Cheng nodded and jumped off the bow with Robin in his arms. After working so hard for so long, he also wanted to know who the red-haired boy wanted to see. The forest was covered with thick grass. Lu Cheng shrugged. "Where are we going?" "We came here early, so maybe the other party hasn't arrived yet." Although the red-haired man didn't say it, it was not difficult to guess that he came here to meet someone. The red-haired man shook his head, looked around, and seemed to have discovered something, so he patted Lu Cheng on the shoulder. "It looks like the other party has arrived." Lu Cheng was a little surprised. He followed the red-haired man and soon came to an open space. After seeing the thing on the ground, his pupils shrank slightly. "This is..." There was a huge shallow pit on the empty ground. Judging from its shape, it was a bear paw print. "Mr. Knight, what is this?" Robin poked his head out and asked curiously. "It looks like a bear paw print. Is there such a huge bear?" Robin stretched out her hand exaggeratedly. She stretched out her hand and gestured, and found that her hand was not as big as a bear toe mark. She jumped down and touched it curiously. This bear paw print was really big. It was bigger than her own, and also bigger than... She glanced at Lu Cheng, who was even bigger than the tall knight. "Is there a bear this big?" Robin had never seen such a huge land monster. "It may not be a bear." Lu Cheng thought about it and had some guesses in his mind. "If it's a bear..." Lu Cheng stood up, looked around for a few times, and shook his head. "There shouldn't be only one footprint left." Robin blinked and said seriously, "That is to say, this is not a bear, but something else, or a human trace. Devil fruit?" This thought flashed through Robin's mind. Clap! The red-haired boy clapped his hands lightly. "You guessed right," the red-haired man nodded, "it's definitely not a bear. It looks like the other party has arrived a long time ago." Well, looking at the red-haired man's reaction, Lu Cheng could probably guess who he would meet. "Is this the person you are looking for, red hair?" Lu Cheng glanced at the other person and said, "Could he run away because he couldn't wait for you?" The red-haired man laughed, but he was not in a hurry, and didn't seem to worry that the other person would run away. "Fine, I guess the other party should be nearby." He looked at the surrounding jungle and said with a smile, "If you want to find someone, I can help." Robin raised his hand excitedly. But Red Hair has observation haki, so he doesn't need to find anyone, otherwise he wouldn't have discovered the bear paw print from such a distance. But Robin was so happy, Lu Cheng naturally wouldn't stop him from showing off. Just think of it as playing hide and seek with Robin. Red Hair seemed to have the same idea, and didn't say anything, just watching Lu Cheng and Robin playing with a smile. Chapter 46. Several people walked in the forest. As they walked, eyes and ears grew on the surrounding trees. After eating well and exercising constantly, Robin has become more and more proficient in using the power of the flower fruit. Of course, the most important thing is the all-round improvement of her physical fitness, which allows her to use the power of the flower fruit for a long time, and she will not be unable to support the long-term use of the power like before. No matter how powerful the power of the devil fruit is, it also needs the physical fitness of the user to cooperate. Lu Cheng, who understands this principle, naturally will not forget to tell Robin this. This little girl has great potential. The red-haired man praised her. Lu Cheng glanced at her and said, "Isn't this nonsense? When you were this old, could you have a higher bounty than Robin? From this point of view, there are not many people in this world who are stronger than Robin. But one's own strength is the foundation, the ability of the devil fruit." The red-haired man shook his head. "It is useful, but you can't rely on it completely. Unless you can really develop it to the extreme, sooner or later become a burden." Lu Cheng nodded, "But Robin is still young, even if it is just a simple training of the fruit ability, it will be of great help to her growth, and there is no need to do more. After all, some things are as bad as too little." Lu Cheng and Red Hair both understood this principle, so Red Hair didn't say anything else. As they walked, they passed through the forest and came to the other side of the island. Lu Cheng knocked down a leopard that pounced on him with a punch. "How long has it been since anyone came to this forest?" Suddenly, Lu Cheng heard Red Hair chuckle and said, "Found it." "Ah!" Robin looked around, and confusion appeared in the eyes growing on the surrounding tree trunks. "Where is it? Why can't I see it?" But no matter how I looked, there was no shadow of anyone within a radius of dozens of meters. Robin was discouraged. Lu Cheng smiled and patted her. "It's okay, Robin is still young, and she will become very powerful in the future." Robin nodded aggrievedly and retracted the power of the fruit. She was also a little tired. She had been using the power of the devil fruit all the way, which was a great burden for her. After the red-haired man found the target, he walked quickly and soon rushed out a long distance. Seeing that the other party ran away, Lu Cheng reached out and picked up Robin, and jumped directly to catch up. The front was suddenly clear. The fishy and salty sea breeze blew, the tide beat the coast, and in a blink of an eye, several people had reached the other end of the island. "Huge, giant!" Robin shouted in surprise. Her best friend was a giant. Now seeing the giant again, she recalled those memories and her body trembled slightly. "Don't be afraid, it's just a little bigger, there's nothing to be afraid of." Lu Cheng comforted him. Robin was a little shy, and the giant did look a little scary. "I'm not afraid of giants, I'm just afraid of..." Robin looked at the smile on Lu Cheng's face and nodded firmly. "Well, I'm not afraid anymore. Because you, Mr. Knight, are with me, I'm not afraid anymore." Lu Cheng looked up and looked forward. He saw a very strong man, roughly 6 or 7 meters tall, standing on the beach. He had his back to the few people, but he seemed to be wearing a plush hat with bare ears. He was holding a big book in one hand, and seemed to be unaware of the movement behind him. Lu Cheng's eyes moved down and he noticed that there seemed to be a man and a woman sitting next to the giant, and the man seemed to be holding a baby in his arms. The two people sitting next to the tall giant seemed a little inconspicuous. He didn't see it at first glance. The red-haired man walked over, and the giant finally turned around. Lu Cheng could see the other person's appearance clearly. Sure enough, it was the person he was familiar with. Bartholomew Bear. The man known as Tyrant Bear. Bartholomew Bear turned around, holding a thick book in his hand. When he heard the red-haired man's voice, he followed his finger and turned his head to look at Lu Cheng and Robin. On that somewhat rough face, the pale eye seemed like a shallow sea. His gaze lingered on Robin for a moment, and finally his gaze fell on the handsome black-haired man next to him. Lu Cheng instantly felt as if he was being stared at by a beast. He calmed himself and walked over with Robin. Robin then recognized that the book in the giant's hand seemed to be a Bible. The other man and woman looked at Lu Cheng and Robin, their eyes lingered on Robin for a moment, and then turned back to Lu Cheng. "Are you the Kamen Rider who has been making a lot of noise recently?" the man suddenly asked. Lu Cheng turned his head. The man seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember him for a moment. But before he spoke, the red-haired man spoke. He smiled slightly and said, "Okay, Long, don't scare the new friend I brought with me. He just came out not long ago, don't bully the newbie." Dragon? The name. As if a flash of lightning passed through his heart, Lu Cheng's eyes flickered slightly, and many thoughts flashed through his mind, but he still nodded. It turned out to be him. I didn't expect that the red-haired man knew the other party so early, and he seemed to be quite familiar with him. "My name is Lu Cheng, and I will become the freest and most righteous knight on this sea from now on." It really sounds like something a middle school boy would say. Just like what was said in the newspaper, "Is this the Kamen Rider who represents justice?" Big Bear smiled slightly, and his smile was extremely gentle. It was hard to imagine that such a big guy could smile so gently. Even the somewhat nervous Robin felt relieved by such a smile. Lu Cheng laughed, a little proud, "Am I so famous?" "Not everyone has the courage to stand up for justice in the face of crime." Big Bear lowered his head, this time looking at Robin, and said softly, "You must be Nico Robin." Robin nodded timidly. Do you know me?" Robin looked at Lu Cheng, then he felt relieved and said in a low voice. Big Bear shook his head. "I haven't seen you, but I have heard your name." The Big Bear paused, wanted to say something, opened his mouth and fell silent again. The atmosphere became a little heavy. Robin tilted his head, not understanding why this giant looked a little strange, but Lu Cheng realized something. Well, he finally understood why Shanks came here to meet with others secretly, but didn't mind bringing himself and Robin. Robin's mother seemed to be a member of the Revolutionary Army, and was one of their own in a sense. No wonder they said it was okay for the two of them to come. After all this time, it turns out that it was you comrades who wanted to start a revolution, but has the Revolutionary Army already begun secret operations so early? Chapter 47. Lu Cheng can't quite remember the side stories in the original novel, and he can't remember many of the characters, but fortunately, Monkey D he still had an impression of Long, the leader of the rebels, and at the same time, he had a more important identity. Luffy's father. He looked at the baby in the other's arms and basically confirmed the other's identity. "I thought I would have to go to Windmill Town to see the Straw Hat Boy in the future, but I didn't expect to see him so soon. From the looks of it, is he just born? It's almost the same. It's been so long since the O'Hara incident, and Robin has grown a lot taller than in the Bounty Order. It seems that it is indeed this time." Lu Cheng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Lu Cheng's gaze caught the other party's attention. Long smiled and said, "You seem to know who we are. I'm quite curious." "No," Lu Cheng waved his hand. "I want to uphold justice, but I don't intend to follow you. Everyone knows that revolution requires hunger every day," he said. "It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that I know him." Lu Cheng looked at Desyong and smiled, "It's just that the name of Tyrant is well known, and I have heard of it for a long time." Desyong fell silent after hearing this. This doesn't look like he has heard of his tyrant name for a long time. He is used to the fearful looks from others. People who know him probably regard him as a devil, right? This little guy doesn't look afraid of him at all. The red-haired man laughed. "How about it, are you surprised? This kid is not bad, I would like him to be my first mate, but this brat wants to be the captain himself. Haha, this character, I like it." Long nodded slightly, and the short-haired woman next to him also nodded slightly, which was regarded as an affirmation of the red-haired man's words. She stretched out her hand and waved to Robin, who hesitated when she saw this, and walked over when she saw Lu Cheng nodded slightly. The woman reached out and gently touched Robin's head, her voice gentle. "Poor child, you have suffered." Robin twisted his body uneasily. Seeing this, the woman withdrew her hand, took out a snake-shaped jade pendant from her arms, and gently hung it around Robin's neck. Robin had never experienced such a scene before, and looked at Lu Cheng for help. Lu Cheng smiled and said, "It's a gift from the elders, it's okay, accept it." Robin was relieved and picked up the jade pendant curiously and looked at it left and right. Seeing Robin, who calmed down at her hands after hearing just one sentence, the woman's eyes flashed imperceptibly. She waved and patted him gently. Robin understood, and trotted back to Lu Cheng's side, pulling the corner of his clothes. The woman watched all this with a smile, and suddenly said to Lu Cheng, "This child seems to be very dependent on you. You must treat her well and don't hurt her." Lu Cheng nodded and looked at the woman. He couldn't guess her identity, but he thought she was not an ordinary person, otherwise she wouldn't be here. Even so, Long withdrew his gaze from Robin and finally spoke. His voice was extremely calm, but it carried a trace of inexplicable power for the time being. "There is no need to let more people know about our affairs." The red-haired man laughed. It's okay, I just brought him here for you to recognize his face. I owe this kid a favor, and this kid looks like he can cause trouble. If you meet him in the future, remember to take good care of him. Also, I think this guy is very similar to you, Long, even though they don't look alike at all, haha." Shit, the power of the face fruit was activated, and Lu Cheng was in awe. The other party was giving him a chance to show off in front of the big boss. Several people nodded, but did not speak again, obviously not wanting to communicate too much in front of Lu Cheng and Robin. Shanks looked at the baby in Long's arms and asked curiously, "Who is this?" Long nodded and admitted, "My child." "Your child," the red-haired man frowned. He knew what the other party was doing. If he brought a child with him. Lu Cheng also came over curiously, and seeing that Long didn't react, he poked him curiously. It's not that he wants to die, but if he doesn't take such a young protagonist to play with him, he probably won't have the chance in the future. The child was a light sleeper and was soon awakened by the noise. Little Luffy opened his eyes dazedly and saw a handsome face staring at him curiously. He blinked. "Who is this? Where is Dad?" "Ahem," Lu Cheng coughed lightly, straightened his face, and said seriously, "Come on, call me Brother Lu and let me hear it." "Wow!" Red Hair kicked Lu Cheng away. "You even didn't let go of the child, his father is still here, do you believe I can slap you to death?" Chapter 48. Little Luffy was very disrespectful. Fortunately, Dragon seemed to be in a good mood, perhaps because of the red-haired boy's face. He was not very angry, but just stretched out his hand to calm the crying Luffy down. "Ahem," Lu Cheng coughed awkwardly, trying to cover up his embarrassment. "The child is so cute, I couldn't help it." The red-haired man glared at Lu Cheng and looked at Long. "This child, what are you going to do?" Long's voice was still calm. He looked at the baby in his arms quietly, his eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. But soon his eyes became firm, as if he had made up his mind. He walked to Dakshung and nodded slightly. "Please." Dakshung didn't find it strange at all. It was obvious that the two had already discussed it before, and they didn't say a single extra word. He took off the black leather gloves he had been wearing, revealing the pink and tender pads on his palms. "Hiss." Robin leaned over and looked at the other's palm curiously. "Wow, so cute, just like the pink and tender pads on the furry palms of cats and dogs." She really didn't expect that the other person, who was as sturdy and strong as a giant, would have such a cute thing on his palm. But what was he trying to do? Robin thought with some confusion, and then she saw in horror that Big Bear lifted the baby up and slapped his huge palm upwards. With a loud bang, little Luffy disappeared as if he was riding a rocket. "Ah!" Robin looked at Big Bear in horror. What was this guy doing? So scary, so scary. He slapped the child away in an instant, and he couldn't even see him. Seeing Robin's frightened look, Big Bear was silent for a while. Perhaps because of the other party's identity, he rarely spoke to explain. "I am a meatball man who ate the meatball fruit. No one can slap a child away like this." Robin trembled. If Mr. Knight hadn't been here, she would have been scared and ran away. "It's okay," Lu Cheng said to comfort him, "Big Bear is the best courier in the world." "So where did you send him?" Big Bear did not answer, but Long looked at Lu Cheng and said, "In the East Blue Sea, in Fengch Town, there will be someone to take care of him." In Windmill Town, Shanks silently memorized the location, and nodded at Lu Cheng, saying, "Don't you want to get rid of the trouble with the Navy? Look, I told you something before." Lu Cheng was speechless. "So Shanks, you are talking about this method, but taking the express delivery seems to be quite good, and it is quite fast. It is indeed a good idea." He thought about it and said directly, "Big Bear, can you please do me a favor?" Robin and I are being targeted by the Navy. We want to move to another place. Before Lu Cheng finished speaking, Daxing nodded in understanding. So he wanted to take the express. He raised his palm. Etc. Lu Cheng quickly reached out to stop the other party. I have another boat on the other side of the island. Big Bear nodded, indicating that he understood, and raised his hand again. Thank you. Lu Cheng nodded, and when the Big Bear raised its paw and was about to hit him, he stretched out his hand to Shanks with a terrified face. Red hair, help me. Red hair. Have a good journey. I won't say goodbye. In the shocked eyes of Robin, Big Bear silently slapped Lu Cheng to death with one palm. Mr. Knight. Robin was stunned. She rushed directly to Big Bear. What did you do to Mr. Knight? Big Bear turned around silently and slapped Robin, who rushed over. With a bang, Robin disappeared under the bear's paw. Big Bear lowered his head and looked at the red-haired three people. I'll be back soon. Several people nodded, and Big Bear slapped the air casually, and the whole person disappeared instantly, without a trace. Only a huge bear paw print was left on the ground. Red Hair shook his head helplessly. You little brat, you are the one who makes a lot of drama. Bye, I wish you good luck. In the air, a package was flying at a very high speed, as fast as lightning. Inside the package, the ignorant little boy was sleeping soundly, with his mouth occasionally grinning, as if he was having a sweet dream. Under his head was a piece of paper, on which were several large characters written with silver hooks and iron. Monkey D. Luffy. Lu Cheng only felt that he had flown in the air for a circle, and before he could react, he had already landed steadily on the ground. A huge bear paw mark appeared under his feet. Damn, it really is Big Bear Express, the speed is really fast. Then, he saw Robin falling from the sky, landing precisely beside him. Mr. Knight. Didn't I tell you that Daxing is a very good person? Don't be afraid. Lu Cheng said a few words to comfort him. How about it, isn't this method fun and cool? He asked. Robin blinked, recovered from the initial panic, and nodded vigorously. It is indeed fun, I really want to. Do you want to do it again? Ah! There was another loud bang. The big bear had already landed beside the two of them, leaving a huge bear paw print on the ground. Chapter 49. Is that your ship? Lu Cheng looked up at the huge ship parked at the port and nodded with a smile. It's a righteous companion, Knight, do you want to take a ride? Big Bear. Why does this strange guy not seem to be afraid of him at all? He looked at Lu Cheng seriously and shook his head. I have other things to do. This is a rejection, what a pity. Lu Cheng still likes Daxing very much, but since this is the case, he won't force it. See you again if we are lucky. Where are you going? Big Bear asked. This question confused Lu Cheng. According to his previous idea, he just wanted to walk around on the sea and catch some bounties. After hearing what Big Bear said, he needed to think about it carefully. The matter of Robin had already caused a lot of uproar in the West Sea. Now his bounty was higher than Robin. If he stayed in the West Sea, he would probably get into a lot of trouble. So no matter what, he had to leave the West Sea first. But where to go next, the East Sea, the North Sea or the Grand Line? Lu Cheng felt a little headache. He wanted to go to all of them. It was so hard to choose. Do you want to go? Big Bear scratched his head, his simple and honest look looked a little cute. The world is so big, I really want to see it. How about you, Big Bear, be my crew member, so that we can travel wherever we want? Hearing this unexpected invitation, Daxing was slightly stunned, but soon smiled gently. Shaking his head, he tightened the Bible in his hand. I have my own justice, so I can't go with you. What a pity. Lu Cheng inexplicably thought of Daxing's fate in the future, knowing that it was impossible to convince the other party, he could only sigh. These ideals, these stubbornness, these persistence, these justice. Once upon a time, it was the charm that deeply attracted him, but now, in front of him, in what he saw, he couldn't say more. What a pity. Big Bear was speechless as he looked at this strange young man who seemed too familiar with him even though they were only meeting for the first time. The way he looked at him was like looking at an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. Big Bear shook his head. He was sure that he had never seen the other person before. He was sure of that. But he had already wasted a lot of time. It was time to send him off. Seeing this, Lu Cheng picked up Robin and jumped onto the bow. Since you haven't thought it through, Think about it slowly when you get there, the big bear whispered, raising his huge paw. Wait, where are you sending us? Let me think about it. But it was too late. With a loud roar, the waves surged, the knight soared into the sky, and disappeared at the end of the sky, leaving only a huge bear paw mark in its place. Damn, Big Bear, you are too impatient. Liu Cheng held Robin in his arms, feeling the spaceship speeding through the clouds. He had said before that Shanks had the ability to fly his ship to the sky, and it turned out to be a prophecy. This time, the knight really became the flying knight. Sir Knight, the ship, the boat is flying. Yeah, I understand, Robin. The red-haired man raised his head and heard the loud noise coming from the other side of the island. He smiled and shook his head. This brat left so cleanly. Long was silent for a while, and suddenly said, I didn't expect that there were still people alive in O'Hara. When I learned the news, the Navy's demon-killing order had already been issued. Yeah, the red-haired girl raised her lips slightly, I didn't expect to meet them either. The woman said, Red-haired, why did you try to stop Long from taking Robin away? You know, she is the only spark of O'Hara now. She means so much to us. The world government will not let her go. She will be safer with Long. There's no need for that, Snake Princess, the red-haired man raised his hat brim, a gleam in his eyes. I have been with him for so long, I can guarantee that he is a qualified candidate. I am completely relieved to hand over the fire of O'Hara to him. I said, he is very similar to you, Long, don't you think so? Long was silent, and suddenly said, I have figured it out. I want to set up an army. I have been preparing for this for many years. I want to invite you to join. Shanks frowned and thought about what happened before. Did Kuma already agree to it? Long nodded. Shanks looked into his eyes and said, Long, do you know that I am a captain? Chapter 50. The ship flew rapidly in the air, passing over islands and oceans. Liu Cheng held the excited Robin and walked to the bow of the Knight. Looking down through the dreamy clouds, the sea was as blue and clear as a mirror, sparkling with crystal clear brilliance under the sun. The islands were like gems engraved in the mirror. The scene was magnificent. So beautiful. Listening to Robin's voice, Liu Cheng nodded silently. It was indeed a different experience. This time, it was really the right time to send Red Hair. After all, not everyone can enjoy the feeling of being a courier. Such opportunities are rare. He probably took advantage of Robin and Red Hair's face. How about it? Adventure is still interesting, right? Yes, Robin is really happy to be with Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight is the best. Ha ha ha. Liu Cheng laughed proudly with his hands on his hips. He looked up and saw a dark shadow flashing in the clouds. Robin also looked up in confusion and looked into the sky. She seemed to see some vague shadows in the clouds. It seemed to be an island or a city. It flashed in the clouds and was soon covered by the thick clouds. She could no longer see anything. Robin thought she was seeing an illusion. Ride, Mr. Knight, I seem to have seen something. The wind suddenly became violent. Liu Cheng guessed that it was because of the doldrums. The wind choked Robin and he couldn't speak properly. His long hair was flying wildly in the wind. Liu Cheng quickly put Robin down from his body and reached out to tidy up his messy hair. I seem to see an island. Is it an illusion? Sir Knight? Robin leaned against the deck, feeling Sir Knight blocking the wind and waves with his body. His mouth curved with joy, but he did not forget to ask. I don't think it's an illusion. Mr. Knight, did you see it too? Liu Cheng nodded. Of course he saw it, and he had the answer in his mind. Sky Island, it's there. Why is there an island in the sky? Robin asked curiously. I don't know. But how can a righteous knight say that he doesn't know in front of Robin? Liu Cheng was thinking about what excuse he should find to get away with it, and the ship began to fall at a high speed. With a bang, a huge splash of water jumped out of the calm sea. Accompanied by a huge bear paw mark, a large sailing ship fell from the sky. Well, there is no need to explain this now. Robin was curiously lying on the railing of the ship and looking left and right. Mr. Knight, where are we now? How would I know this? Dakshung sent them here without saying a word. He could only hope that the other party would be more reliable. The nautical charts that they had bought in the West Sea were no longer useful at this moment. The most urgent thing was to confirm where they were. Thinking of this, Liu Cheng looked to the side of the ship. There seemed to be an island there. The ship turned and headed in that direction. Soon, as they got closer and closer to the island, Lu Cheng realized that something was wrong. Because his eyesight was now quite good, he soon saw a tall mountain wall farther away from the island. This mountain wall was red all over and towered into the clouds. It was impossible to see where the top of the mountain was, and there was no end in sight horizontally. It was like a huge red mountain, or a wall, lying horizontally in the distance, as if it had never changed for a long time. No way! Lu Cheng thought of something, and some distant memories came to his mind. So he was here. Lu Cheng knew where this was. That was the Red Earth continent. The upside-down mountain was there. It was the only entrance to the Grand Route, and in a sense, the place where the four seas converged. So that's how it was. Since you didn't know where to send me, you just sent me to a place that could lead to all the major seas, right? Big Bear, you're taking it easy. Mr. Knight, that seems to be the entrance to the Grand Line, right? Robin recalled the knowledge he had gained from the books and asked uncertainly. Well, Lu Cheng nodded. Be careful, there may be powerful guys near the Grand Line, wear a mask. There may be many people who recognize Robin at a glance, so it is better to be careful. Robin blinked, and seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter. He nodded thoughtfully, put on the cat-faced mask obediently, and put on his hat by the way. There is no need to be so nervous. Lu Cheng smiled and signaled the other party to relax. As long as no one knows we are here, it is not so easy to recognize us at a glance. Don't be afraid, it's okay, I'm here. Robin nodded. Let's go to the island first, we still need nautical charts and other things. And we think it will be difficult to get in. The Grand Route requires 2 high sailing skills. Chapter 51. If it is the Grand Line, then one needs to be extremely cautious. After all, the Grand Line is not a beautiful place with calm seas, and it is not a place that can be entered casually. He only has some superficial navigation skills, at best some steering skills, and can sail according to the nautical chart. Although Robin has always been called a navigator by him, how to say it, learning on paper is always shallow. Although Robin has made up a lot of navigation knowledge and is very smart, it is not an easy thing to enter the Grand Line casually. After all, that is the Grand Line. A place that is like a nightmare for countless people. The weather and ocean currents of the Grand Line alone are many times more complicated than the 4 seas. Even in the original work, the genius navigator Miss Nami is often in a hurry when she first enters the Grand Line. You can see how dangerous it is. Robin heard this and said, I can sail. But the voice became smaller and smaller, as if he had no confidence. Well, Robin compared his history doctorate and found that his navigation skills were not up to the standard. Mr. Knight, isn't Robin too useless? Robin sounded a little aggrieved. How did you come to this conclusion? Lu Cheng recalled that Robin seemed to be responsible for all his food, clothing, housing, and transportation. If he said it was useless, then wouldn't it be useless? Bah, what are you thinking about? Is this something you need to consider when playing a righteous card? It's okay. There will always be a way out when you reach the mountain. Justice does not need to look ahead or behind, just keep moving forward. No difficulties can stop the Knight of Justice. Lu Cheng patted his chest and assured. Really? Robin was a little confused. Although Mr. Knight's words were very cool, the problem was, this was the sea, so where was the road? Anyway, let's find a place to rest first. Lu Cheng patted his chest. As the captain, he directly decided the next plan. He really needed to rest. Although the speed of Big Bear Express was very fast, even so, Lu Cheng and Robin had been flying in the air for nearly half a day. In addition, in order to send Redhead as soon as possible, they traveled day and night. He was fine, with a strong body and a standard knight's figure. He could fight and resist, and was not afraid of fatigue. But after drifting on the sea for a long time, Robin was a little tired. Even if the devil fruit can improve a lot of physical fitness, Robin is too young after all, and cannot fully exert the ability of the flower fruit. Although he was very sensible and didn't say anything or complain about being tired, Lu Cheng could naturally see it. It can only be said that Red Hair is not loyal. When he sees his old friends, he can't wait to get out. In addition, at that time, the scene looked like the comrades of the Revolutionary Army wanted to make trouble. Even if it wasn't, it was at least a secret meeting of the big guys. Lu Cheng naturally didn't want to get involved and cause too much trouble, so he decided to leave early. Now they had changed to a safe place, without worrying about pirates or navy chasing them, so they had to rest for a while. Moreover, his physical fitness improved very quickly, and he also wanted to find a place to exercise well. The Grand Line was very dangerous, so it was better to prepare more early. He remembered that if he went to the Grand Line, he would still need a lot of necessary things. Lap Island, in a town with people coming and going. This is just an ordinary island near the Grand Line. Because it is close to the Grand Line, the geographical location is quite excellent. It's not a big island, but there are quite a few people. Pirates or adventurers coming and going will also stop here for supplies. As a supply point, there are usually few people making trouble here. Lu Cheng came to the town on the island, and the streets were crowded with people. He led Robin and swaggered on the streets of the town. Robin wore her favorite cat face mask on her face and looked around curiously. The style of this town seems to be quite different from the villages she had seen before, and it is completely different from the scenes she had seen in the West Sea. Pedestrians from all over the world passed by, and there were many with strange looks and banditry. Judging from their appearance, they were not good people. But although these people were not good people at first glance, it did not necessarily mean that they were pirates. There must be a naval base on this island. For important islands like this, the power of the navy is sometimes everywhere. But obviously, those pirates who came to the island would not be stubborn and write directly on their faces that I am a pirate, I am about to go to the Grand Line, you have the ability to catch me. Just like Lu Cheng and the other two now, who could have imagined that the two ordinary people who passed by would be wanted criminals of the navy with a total value of nearly 200 million. The pirates who came to this island basically tried to hide their identities as much as possible, quickly bought the necessary supplies in the town, and then quickly returned to the secretly docked pirate ship to set sail and escape. Lu Cheng didn't even need to do this. After all, although he was wanted, he was not a pirate. At least there was no pirate flag hanging on the ship. It didn't matter if he drove the ship directly into the face of the navy. So good. Chapter 52. Lu Cheng habitually bought a thick stack of newspapers from a newspaper boy on the roadside and flipped through them casually. He nodded with satisfaction at the result he saw. Sure enough, the bounties in different places were determined according to the situation. He flipped down for a long time before he finally found the bounties for himself and Robin on a small section. This is also normal. After all, the bounty is set up to facilitate the capture of pirates, so it is natural to do it in any way that is convenient. This place is tens of thousands of miles away from the West Sea, so it is natural that Lu Cheng and Robin would not be so stupid as to put them on the front page. Robin obviously understood this, holding Lu Cheng's hand and jumping up and down, obviously realizing that it would be difficult for him to be recognized by others, and it would be best if he could cause less trouble to Mr. Knight, although Mr. Knight is a big trouble now. Robin thought of this and covered his mouth and smiled foolishly. Lu Cheng's eyes were attracted by the aroma of the restaurant next to him. Robin noticed Lu Cheng's eyes and curled his lips. Really, Mr. Knight eats too much, it's so hard to feed him. Thinking of this, Robin pulled Lu Cheng's hand hard. What's wrong? Mr. Knight, I'm hungry. She pointed to a restaurant not far away. So that's what happened. Lu Cheng stretched out his hand and gently pulled her. Come on, I'll take you to eat your fill. Let's go and try the food here to see if it can match the cooking skills of my chef. In the restaurant, Lu Cheng asked the boss to add a long table for him and ordered food for 2 tables at once, which shocked the boss. Lu Cheng ate to his heart's content, while Robin's movements were much more elegant. With a pair of clear eyes under the mask, he did not forget to look up from time to time to observe the movements around him. The two were eating and chatting, and suddenly they heard a commotion in the restaurant. Big news! Big news! Big news! Lu Cheng's mouth kept moving, but his ears were quietly erected. Even Robin turned his head curiously and ate even slower. At least compared to Lu Cheng's speed. Big news! Big news! A boy about 17 or 18 years old waved a fresh newspaper in his hand, his expression excited and a little scared, and shouted, Super, super big news! Even hotter than the previous Kamen Rider news. Hearing this, Robin turned his head to look at Mr. Knight, and found that Mr. Knight was concentrating on eating, as if he didn't hear anything, so he had to turn his head again and wait patiently for the other party to continue speaking. You can never imagine what happened. The myth is broken. The record of no one escaping from the underwater prison has been broken. The first jailbreaker in history is born. Pirate Fleet Admiral. The Golden Lion Shiki successfully escaped from prison yesterday. It was indeed big news. There was an uproar in the restaurant, and everyone was chattering about this matter. Lu Cheng picked up a newspaper in the chaos and quickly glanced through it during the meal. It was indeed the news that Golden Lion successfully escaped from the undersea prison. Perhaps it was because of the Navy's instructions. The news exaggerated the power of Golden Lion, and also reported the past events of the Golden Lion fleet repelling Roger's pirate group many years ago, as if to save some face for the Navy. After all, the Navy had previously hyped up the undersea prison as a prison that was impossible to escape from, but now such a brutal criminal had escaped, which made people laugh. Tisk tisk. Lu Cheng handed the newspaper to Robin. A powerful guy ran out. Haha, I guess the Navy will be busy. It's better to be busy. If you have the time and energy, you can find those brutal pirates to communicate with each other, instead of being idle every day, thinking about catching a little girl in the night of justice. Robin and I just want to travel safely, catch some pirates and get some Baileys. We are not bad people. This wave, Golden Lion did a great job. Robin looked at it carefully, and after a while, he said with some concern, this seems to be a very powerful pirate. If he escapes, will it be very dangerous? It's okay, Lu Cheng smiled, there are so many perverts on this sea, he doesn't need one more. Anyway, there will always be such people on the sea, whether in the past or now, there are so many dangerous pirates. Speaking of which, whether it is Kaido or Big Mom and so on, none of them is less cruel than the Golden Lion. Lu Cheng recalled the plot of the original work. It seems that in the original work, the Golden Lion did nothing after escaping. Just when he was about to show up, he ran into the Straw Hat Pirates, and then naturally became the experience package of the protagonist's growth path. It's miserable enough to think about it. It is estimated that it will only cause a fuss for a while because of his escape from prison, and then it will not attract much attention. After all, there are too many strange things happening every day on this sea. As long as you don't come out to cause trouble, it is too easy to hide someone on the sea. Chapter 53. This guy's bounty should be very high. Lu Cheng touched his chin, and accidentally fell into his professional habit again. Seeing the worried look in Robin's eyes, Lu Cheng comforted her. It's just a casual remark. Don't worry. For now, we just need to catch some small pirates. Let him go for now. When we can beat them in the future, we can catch them if we meet them. Now, who has time to care about him? Now, Lu Cheng is thinking about whether he should find more friends for Robin. After all, the little girl seems to be a little too dependent on him now. It's not that this is bad. Lu Cheng still feels pretty good when a little loli with long black hair calls him Mr. Knight every day. But if he only contacts himself all the time, Lu Cheng is a little worried that he will spoil the little girl. After all, the character who is like a smart older sister in the original work seems to be a bit dull. The two of them walked around the towns and villages on the island casually, buying some necessary items. Some food that can be stored for a long time, a lot of clean water, and basic emergency medicines. Do you want to buy anything? Lu Cheng asked casually as he walked. Robin looked around curiously, but he had no intention of buying anything. How about buying some books to read? Lu Cheng thought about it. Robin read very quickly. When he was free every day, he would basically read quietly. You have almost finished reading those books, right? Robin shook his head, thought for a while and asked, Mr. Knight should not have much money, right? This, Lu Cheng checked his Bailey balance and found that he still had more than 2 million Baileys, which was not too much, but enough for now. I can still read those books for a while. Robin blinked. Lu Cheng was speechless. How much are books worth? Well, the books in the pirate world are not cheap, but as a bounty hunter, pirates are much more valuable than these books. Moreover, why does it feel like Robin is becoming more and more like a housekeeper? Is this something a little girl like you should consider? But some books may not be found in other places, and if you miss them, you will lose them. The world of One Piece is spread across the ocean, and the flow between islands is naturally not that convenient. Perhaps just adjacent islands will have completely different customs and specialties, and cultural products are naturally needless to say. Maybe if you miss this village, you will miss this shop. Hearing Lu Cheng say this, Robin fell into deep thought. Even if Robin was wearing a mask, Lu Cheng could guess that the expression on the little face under the mask should be very interesting. Sure enough, Robin nodded gently. Thank you, Mr. Knight. Lu Cheng's mouth curled up. Sure enough, Robin was still easy to handle when he was a child. If he grows up a little, it may not be so easy to understand. Well, don't think too much, I plan to rest here for a while and look around. Walk and shop along the way, eat and buy books. Mr. Knight, are you looking for something? On the way, Robin handed the books he bought to Lu Cheng to carry, and suddenly asked. Ah! I see you seem to be looking for something, Mr. Knight. The little girl is quite sensitive. Lu Cheng nodded. Let's make some preparations for entering the Grand Route. Do you really want to go to the Grand Line? I heard it's very dangerous there. Robin asked. Although Mr. Knight was very powerful, he almost scared her to death when he fought with the Navy. She almost thought she would taste the taste of loss again. And in the place called the Great Route, which was full of countless dangers and miracles, what kind of more powerful monsters would exist? Will Mr. Knight be in danger? But there are also many beautiful scenery. Lu Cheng smiled and said, knowledge does not all come from books. What you see and experience is also a huge wealth. I understand the truth, Robin pouted. Why does Mr. Knight always treat me as a child? Because you are still young. He smiled at Robin. Don't worry, I will protect you, I am your knight. That's why I am worried. Robin lowered his head in disappointment. He really wanted to help Mr. Knight more. Lu Cheng was not just wandering around randomly while searching. He was looking for something crucial, a necessity after entering the Grand Line, the record pointer. You have to know that after entering the Grand Line, ordinary nautical charts or pointers will be completely useless. Only the record pointer can correctly guide you to the next island. You can be short of anything, but without the record pointer, you can't move forward in the Grand Line. But after Lu Cheng walked around several streets, he couldn't find anyone selling the record pointer. This is near the entrance of the Grand Line, and there are not many people selling the record pointer. It's ridiculous. Chapter 54. Although Lu Cheng knew before that the record pointer would not be so easy to get outside the Grand Line, but this not so easy could be so difficult, which opened Lu Cheng's eyes. It is estimated that only by entering the Grand Line can the record pointer be easily obtained. But the problem came. A silly picture dialogue inexplicably appeared in Lu Cheng's mind. Question: how can I get the record pointer? Answer: go to the Grand Line. Another question: but how can I sail smoothly in the Grand Line? Answer: get the record pointer. Damn, a perfect closed loop. The world government, damn it. Lu Cheng is almost certain that this must be the work of the world government, which strictly controls the circulation of record pointers within the four seas. After all, for them, it is best for those pirates who mindlessly break into the Grand Line to have no record pointers. After all, the more pirates die, the better. I can't find it. After searching in vain, Lu Cheng looked at the sky and planned to return to the ship early rest. Before he knew it, he had played with the little girl for a whole day, and the sun was about to set. Just when passing by a weapons shop, Lu Cheng thought about it and turned around and walked in. As soon as he entered the store, Lu Cheng felt a bloody smell of iron coming towards him. The store was full of various sorts and some other cold weapons. There were even a few muskets, which was a very rich variety. Lu Cheng picked a long knife at random. Of course, in the world of One Piece, such a knife is called a sword. Lu Cheng weighed it in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. This knife can be used as a weapon in normal conditions. For the time being, he will make do with it. After finally getting out of the Navy's sight, he decided to keep a low profile and spend a few days with the little Lolita. The only problem is after a lot of shopping, the Bailey in his pocket seems that there are not many left. Alas, it is time to do the old job again. It is time to randomly select a ship of pirates to restart the service. Robin sat barefoot on the bow, her white feet gently swaying in the bright moonlight. The waves hit the hull of the Knight, causing the ship to sway slightly in the sea breeze. But Robin was unaware of it. She sat steadily on the bow, staring at the figure exercising in the sea below without blinking. Mr. Knight is really working hard. Robin held up his chin with his hand, and was unconsciously fascinated by the scene. The 6 styles of the Navy is one of the most powerful physical skills in the world of One Piece. As a physical skill, it is easy to learn but difficult to master. Red Hair taught him these skills, but to what extent he can use these skills depends on his own ability. Before, Lu Cheng was just practicing his physical fitness. After obtaining the 6 styles of the Navy, most of his energy was spent on practicing how to master this skill. Among the 6 styles, the one that Lu Cheng mastered the fastest was iron block. Perhaps because of his own high physical fitness, he was more adept at using the skill of iron block. At present, among all the skills, his proficiency should be the highest. As for the remaining 5 styles, although each has its own advantages, in general, Lu Cheng wants to learn Moon Step the most. It is also the skill he practices the most. There is no other reason, it is just handsome. Walking in the air is like walking on flat ground. Just thinking about it makes people excited. Unlike him now, if he wants to fly, he can only ride the Wushuan dragon. Lu Cheng jumped out of the sea and leaped into the air. His footsteps were in the air. From Robin's perspective, Mr. Knight suddenly jumped out of the water, and his 2 bare feet kept kicking in the air. It looked very funny, like a duck kicking its legs. Puff, the little Lolita, who was concentrating on this scene, couldn't help laughing out loud. Lu Cheng, who was trying hard in the air and concentrating on using the moon step, just felt as if a gust of wind had been stepped on, and his body seemed to be lighter. Lu Cheng showed a hint of joy. It was this feeling, the red-haired man said, that the air under his feet seemed to become solid, not walking in the air, but the air under his feet seemed to have a wonderful feeling of entity. He wanted to taste this feeling quietly, but suddenly a crisp laugh came from his ears. No. Plop. Lu Cheng was distracted, and the whole person was like a kite with a broken string. No matter how he kicked his legs, it was useless. He fell into the sea like a free fall. Little girl, you tricked me. Chapter 55. Gilyalu. Lu Cheng fell directly into the sea. Robin now knew that Lu Cheng could swim. Although he didn't know why, Mr. Knight said that everything was normal. Swimming was not a problem for Mr. Knight. Lu Cheng was completely immersed in the sea water. He hugged his arms tightly and didn't swim, but struggled hard in the sea water. Splash, splash. There was a sound of water rushing. Soon, he miraculously floated to the surface, his upper body still. If his feet had not continued to move, he would have seemed to be standing on the sea. The waves kept rolling, but they never reached above his knees. Lu Cheng was speechless. He looked up at the mischievous little girl. He almost succeeded. But now it's like this. He wanted to use the moon step to walk in the air in a cool and stylish way, but now he can only walk on water. This is not the moon step at all. Mr. Knight, sorry, Robin's cheerful voice rang in Lu Cheng's ears. Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. It was no wonder that Robin was the cause. It was just that his legs were not strong enough. After all, he had only been in the One Piece world for a few months. Although his strength was growing all the time, it was still very difficult to become a top master all of a sudden. Without relying on the knight's armor, his strength was still a little lacking. But it didn't matter, just keep practicing. Now that you have a feel for it, as long as you practice repeatedly, it is only a matter of time before you completely master the moon step. He didn't know how long he had been practicing in the water, but he suddenly felt relieved. The waves under his feet seemed to become hard. If it was a current before, now it felt like stepping on the sand. He stopped moving his feet and stopped stepping, but he still stood firmly in the water and no longer floated down. Robin saw this and also noticed the changes in Lu Cheng. Mr. Knight is so awesome. Lu Ben was still wondering if his moon step had made any significant progress. When he heard this, he immediately raised his head with pride. Of course, a mere moon step is no match for the Knight of Justice. He walked in the water, came to the side of the boat, and jumped onto the bow. Mr. Knight, are you hungry? Robin asked attentively. After every exercise, Mr. Knight would consume a lot of energy, and she was completely used to it. Then I'll leave it to Robin. Lu Cheng smiled. Robin was so considerate. Aokiji, that frozen bird, actually wanted to steal his 79 million. He really deserved to be punished. Seeing Robin running happily into the cabin, Lu Cheng smiled, got up and followed him. Speaking of which, he still had something he hadn't finished. His justice value has long been thirsty, and it is time to draw the lottery. However, before in the West Sea, Red Hair had been following him all the time, and Lu Cheng resisted the urge to draw the lottery immediately, which dragged on until now. Robin was busy preparing food for him. Lu Cheng sat at the dining table in the cabin and opened his system panel in the dim light. Name, Lu Cheng. Race, human. Occupation, Kamen Rider, bounty hunter. Rider belt, Kamen Rider Ryaki. Rider items, Kamen Rider Ryuki Motorcycle. Health, 100%. Stamina, 70%, empty stomach, slightly exhausted. Talent, Mirror World Shuttle. Skills, Iron Block, Skilled, Finger Gun, Beginner, Shaving, Beginner, Moon Step, Beginner, Storm Kick, Beginner, Paper Drawing, Beginner. Justice Value, 1200. Money, 100W Bailey. Lu Cheng took a look at the skills he had mastered and was a little speechless. He originally thought that his moon step had made great progress, but what the hell, he was still at the beginner level. On the other hand, Iron Block, although he had not practiced much, was already proficient. Lu Cheng now only wanted to adjust the proficiency of these two. After all, no matter how you look at it, moon step is much more cool to use than Iron Block. There is not much Bailey left on him, but a fortune can be earned back. Bailey is something that can be used whenever it can be used. Lu Cheng has no intention of saving it. If it is not enough. Isn't there a mobile one, pirates? The most important thing is that his justice points are now over 1200, so he can draw again. He had not drawn before because Red Hair was always by his side. Now that he and Red Hair have been separated, and he has come to a small island near the East Blue Sea, the novice village gives him a great sense of security, and he can finally calm down and draw. Chapter 56. What can I get from the draw? Lu Cheng was a little excited. At present, the things opened by the system are very practical. The effects will also be slightly modified because of being in the world of pirates. Generally speaking, they are quite practical. Whether it is the Dragon Rider motorcycle or the ability of Mirror Shuttle, they are all of great use. Dragon Rider card box is a novice gift package. Lu Cheng estimated that it would not be easy to draw a new card box, but if he wanted to draw other interesting things, it would probably not be too difficult. Moreover, although there are not many channels to obtain justice points, it is not too difficult. The difficulty of the currently refreshed tasks is not too high. If you draw a few more times, you can always draw what you want. Lu Cheng calmed down and drew. A miracle occurred with a single draw, and accumulating 10 consecutive draws did not exist. Okay, I want to draw a lottery. Where's the system? Don't sleep. Business has come. Get ready to receive customers. Come out quickly. I want to draw a lottery now. Ding ding ding. A crisp sound rang in his mind, and the system was called to appear. A huge roulette suddenly appeared in front of Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng took a look at the various rewards that appeared on the roulette. There were many things from the pirate world, and he even saw the frozen fruit. The speed of updating this resource is not slow. Lu Cheng muttered in his heart, but it didn't matter. What he wanted most was the specialty of the night world. As for the devil fruit, although he wanted to, he immediately gave up the idea when he remembered that he couldn't swim after eating the devil fruit. It was a bit too much to make up a weakness for yourself, ahem. Robin can no longer swim. What if he can't swim? Two landlubbers drifting on the sea, this scene Lu Cheng dare not even think about. System, I want to draw something from the night world, do you understand? Lu Cheng casually complained, and the system naturally did not answer. This system was very dull, and Lu Cheng was just talking nonsense out of habit. He casually picked up a bottle of rum, took a sip, smacked his lips, and suddenly felt his mind was extremely clear. Confirm the draw. Confirmed. Lu Cheng shook the roulette wheel vigorously, and the huge roulette wheel like a windmill spun rapidly in front of him. Stop! Lu Cheng shouted. Soon the roulette wheel stopped. Lu Cheng saw that the pointer of the roulette wheel seemed to point to a card, and the system also made a ding sound to remind him what he had drawn. Congratulations on getting the item, blank seal card. Blank seal card can be used to sign a contract with the mirror beast in the mirror world, or to seal other items into the card. Item level, advanced. Item category, item card. Item effect, a powerful card with the power of space and contract. Can I draw this thing? Lu Cheng was a little confused. He thought, could he draw some small monsters from the mirror beasts and sign a contract with them? But the problem is, the seal card seems to be bound to the knight's armor, right? He already has the Wushuan dragon, so it doesn't seem necessary to have another contract beast. However, in the original Dragon Knight, Snake also had several contract beasts, so it's not impossible to have more pets. But he thought about it. This seal card was influenced by the pirate world. As a high-level item, it has the power of space and contract. Its practicality has been greatly improved. How to use it well? Lu Cheng had a bold idea. He put away the card and kicked the useless system back. The aroma of food filled the cabin. Robin had happily prepared a midnight snack for him. Unfortunately, there is no news about the restaurant on the sea. Lu Cheng had inquired about the restaurant on the sea before, but he found nothing. It was probably because it was too early and the restaurant on the sea had not opened yet. Robin's idea of studying cooking was ruined. Of course, Robin's cooking skills were not bad now. Lu Cheng opened his mouth without hesitation and thought while eating. Chapter 57. OS Island. This is an island not far from Lap Island. If you sail at full speed, it will only take a day to get there. Pirate Captain Ross looked at the boxes of treasures placed in front of him and nodded with satisfaction to several pirates under his command. He called out to the pirates under his command, and prepared to let them move the treasure boxes and leave the island. The wealth of this island has been plundered by them, and there is no value in staying. However, before they took a few steps, they suddenly discovered. At the end of the street, two masked men and women appeared at some point. It was a young man and a little girl. Both of them were wearing cloaks and masks. The young man had a long knife on his waist, and in his left hand he held a bounty order that was soaked in seawater and looked slightly yellowed. The little girl he was holding in his right hand looked only 8 or 9 years old, and was wearing a cute cat-faced mask. Seeing the two of them, this group of ferocious pirates actually showed a look of fear. The Masked Ghost Duo. Masked Ghost Duo. Lu Cheng was a little speechless, not knowing how he got such a strange name. It has been more than half a year since he and Robin came to Lap Island. Strength is the root of everything, so in the past 6 months, without the threat of the Navy and pirates, he spent a relaxing time with Robin peacefully. He exercises every day to improve his strength, and goes shopping on the island together when he is tired, which makes up for Robin's complete childhood. Of course, there are times when Bailey is missing. At this time, Lu Cheng will put on a mask and go out with Robin to collect money. Cough cough. It should be said that they are serving justice. They have captured quite a few very powerful pirates. At the same time, because the two are too mysterious and always wear masks and are unwilling to reveal their names, they have such a strange nickname. The so-called ghosts mean that the two are elusive and as difficult to deal with as ghosts. They are one of the most feared pirate hunters in this sea area. The young man raised his head calmly. Although his expression could not be seen under the mask, Ross felt that the other party seemed to be laughing. He was not wrong. Lu Cheng was in a very good mood now. It was a big deal. Lu Cheng looked at the captain of this group of pirates, Ross, and asked with a smile. The bounty is 15 million Baileys. Is it Los, the great shark? Lu Cheng raised the bounty order in his hand and shook it. Although the face on the bounty order looked a little younger, it was not much different from the pirate captain in front of him. Ross raised his chin slightly, revealing a hint of pride. For pirates, a high bounty is a capital that can be used to brag. On the Grand Line, pirates like him are nothing, but here, his bounty of 16 million berries is not low, which is also what he is most proud of. However, despite this, he is still very wary of this notorious pirate hunter recently. After all, he has heard that pirates with bounties of over 10 million have fallen into the hands of the other party. It would be best if he could avoid fighting with the other party. I know you're not going away. He yelled at Lu Cheng. I knew I had made the right choice. Lu Cheng laughed, not angry. He threw the bounty in his hand aside and said, well, the walking 15 million Baileys, could you accompany me to the naval base, please? Ha ha ha, Los laughed wildly, his eyes fierce. You want me to surrender? Yes, Lu Cheng nodded seriously, because I hit him hard. Los felt a rush of blood to his brain. The other party's calm attitude suddenly made his blood pressure soar. Do you think I'm one of those little pirates you met before? I've been to the Grand Line. You, a little brat, probably haven't even heard of the Grand Line, right? This is also what he is most proud of. Although he only went in and scraped the edge and rolled back in disgrace, being able to come back alive from the Grand Line is his greatest asset. Although he offered a reward of 15 million, his strength is definitely more than the price of this reward. He glanced at the Robin holding Lu Cheng's hand. You're still bringing a child. Do you think the sea is a place for vacation? Guys like you, you'd better go home and take care of your children. Since the other party can't give in, he will naturally not be polite. Although the other party is a notorious pirate hunter recently, his previous record is just a fluke to catch a waste pirate with a bounty of nearly 10 million. How can such a guy compare with himself? Originally thought about robbing the treasure quickly and leaving, but since the other party is looking for death, then send the other party to death. After returning from the Grand Line, Lu Cheng glanced at the other party. This strength is not seen how powerful, but the mouth cannon is not weak at all. Etc. The Great Root is back. Lu Cheng looked at him, and for no reason, Los felt a chill in his heart, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying sea king, but soon this feeling completely disappeared. Lu Cheng's face under the mask showed a happy smile. It's great that the Grand Line is back. I've been looking for pirates like you for a long time. Chapter 58. Damn you brat, kill him. Bang. 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 Several gunshots rang out instantly. Almost at the moment when the pirate leader finished speaking, the pirates who had been unable to hold back any longer pulled the trigger at a very fast speed. A hint of crazy smile appeared on the corners of their mouths, as if they saw the other party being completely torn apart by bullets. But after the smoke and dust cleared, the other party was still standing there as if nothing had happened, but the knife at his waist had appeared in his hand at some point, and the bullets shot at the other party were easily blocked by the long knife in Lu Cheng's hand. As everyone knows, guns can't kill people, and real men have to fight with bayonets in the end. Seeing the other party's relaxed look, Los naturally knew that the other party seemed to be in some trouble. You stinky brat, you deserve to die. Los roared, waving the big knife in his hand and rushed towards Lu Cheng. When the pirates saw the boss coming, they all screamed, as if they had seen the boss take action and chop the opponent in half with one knife. Lu Cheng lowered his head slowly. I'll leave those minions to you, Robin. Hey, Robin. Tilted his head, his face full of surprise. Mr. Knight, are you going to do it yourself? Just practicing is not good, it also needs actual practice to be useful. Come on, Robin. After Lu Cheng's constant training over the past 6 months, Robin has basically mastered the power of the devil fruit, but the effect still needs to be verified in practice. Yeah, Robin nodded. Mr. Knight and himself were ready to set sail again. They no longer had to worry about their identities being exposed. Mr. Knight, don't worry. Robin pursed her lower lips. Mr. Knight, Robin will definitely catch up with you soon. Looking at Mr. Knight's back, Robin's eyes sparkled. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and the expression under the mask was more serious than ever before. Flowers and fruits are blooming everywhere. Like a white rain of flowers in full bloom. Circles of arms bloomed like a peacock spreading its tail, and the faint fragrance of flowers filled the air. The tip of Lu Cheng's nose was lingering with the fragrance of flowers. He smiled slightly and looked at the fierce blade in front of him. His eyes became as cold as water. Kill! The huge machete fell down fiercely, and Los shouted, and the long sword chopped down fiercely with an overwhelming momentum. This knife was extremely powerful. The opponent was indeed worthy of being a pirate worth 15 million, and he did have some skills. The fierce wind of the knife alone gave people a feeling of being unable to resist, as if they were about to be cut in half by a knife. If it was half a year ago, perhaps this knife could still make him a little tricky, but now the times have changed. Facing Los's knife, Lu Cheng's expression did not change. He only took a few steps lightly, and the whole person flew into the air, as if walking in the air, and easily avoided this attack. Unexpectedly, Lao Zi's magic skills have been perfected. 6 Navy Styles, Moon Step. After half a year of hard training, he finally mastered it completely. Flying up. The uninformed pirates were shocked, but soon their throats were locked by arms that grew out of nowhere. The pirates panicked, but soon found out where the attack came from. Be careful, that child is a devil fruit user, kill her. A noisy voice entered Lu Cheng's ears. He did not look back to see the situation of Robin. He believed that Robin could handle such a situation. Although after following him, Robin no longer faced the pressure of survival all the time like in the original work, he saw the other party's efforts. He could vaguely guess what the other party was thinking. Since the other party wanted to bloom brilliantly beside him, he was naturally willing to prepare a grand stage for the other party. The memories of the past will be buried in people's hearts forever. Killing cannot cover up the real truth, it will only make the blood of those who have justice in their hearts more hot and boiling. The flower of sin from O'Hara blooms again on this day. Looking for death. Ross laughed grimly when he saw this. Do you think you can do whatever you want with some physical skills in a little girl who ate a devil fruit? Too naive. He kicked the ground with his legs suddenly, smoke and dust flew, and the earth seemed to be shaking. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. He took advantage of the recoil force to jump high and swung a more fierce knife towards Lu Cheng. With this knife, the opponent will definitely die. But he went up to the bright sunlight, and the moment he raised the knife, Los's face changed. Because he found that the opponent, who was originally flying in the air, under the sunlight, with his back to the sun, and looking a little blurry, became extremely shining. An armor that had never been seen before, red and azure, as if reflecting all the glory in the world, appeared on the opponent's body bit by bit. Like a real scorching sun in the sky. The blood-red dragon drilled out of the void, roaring and roaring. The golden flame fell like a meteorite. Chapter 59. Ah! Los let out a terrifying scream. Before he fainted, he suddenly remembered the news and the bounty he had seen a long time ago. He even fantasized about catching the other person, but the person who completely disappeared from the world. 99 million. The Kamen Rider who claimed to be passing by. But, why is the other party here? Shouldn't he be hiding in the West Sea, not daring to show up? Lu Cheng stepped forward and slashed with his knife, and a head flew into the sky with blood. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in Lu Cheng's ears. The 10 million reward mission is completed. Mission requirements: kill no less than 3 pirates worth more than 10 million. Mission reward: 300 justice points. Task status: completed. Lu Cheng smiled. This task is very difficult, very difficult. It is difficult because Lu Cheng can hardly find pirates of suitable price in the nearby sea area. There are many pirates with millions of price, but it is hard to find pirates with tens of millions. Not to mention that these pirates are basically passing by in a hurry. Lu Cheng received the news and ran over excitedly, but they had already run away. Either run to other places to do evil, or dive into the Grand Line, making it difficult for him to find them. Now the task is finally completed. Damn, a task has been stuck for him for several months, running around every day, and Robin is almost exhausted. System, you can't give me some easy tasks, can't you treat me as your father? The system is silent, and new tasks are waiting to be refreshed. Lu Cheng looked up and saw that Robin had solved all the minions. The place was full of petals, and the tempting fragrance of flowers filled the nose. The pirates fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The exhausted girl knelt on the ground, and her soft panting sound drifted into Lu Cheng's ears. It seemed like the most moving melody in the world, playing in his heart. Well done, Robin. Robin raised her head and looked at the red armor that she hadn't seen for a long time, shining in the sun. Her eyes suddenly became red, and her memory returned to that rainy night. The armor stood quietly in front of her like a real knight. She had always been worried that the other party would disappear from her world like a shooting star. Or that after she woke up, she would find that everything was just a dream. But now, she finally felt that she could reach the other party's back. Ride, Mr. Knight, I'm following in your footsteps, finally I. Lu Cheng was slightly stunned, looking at the kneeling Robin, and walked forward with a smile, gently taking off the mask on his face. Under the mask was a cute face covered with tears. He lowered his head and stared at the pair of misty tearful eyes, which were full of tenderness. What nonsense are you talking about, haven't I always been here? The sun was setting slowly. But the front of the bounty department of the naval base was extremely lively. A black-haired boy wearing a windbreaker and a mask was holding someone's head in one hand, and behind him was dragging a bunch of unconscious pirates hung up by ropes like knots. And another little girl with long hair, who looked young, was standing quietly beside him. Masked ghost. The Marines were immediately startled when they saw the two of them. They had seen this combination frequently in the past 6 months. Every time they came, they would bring a famous pirate or the corpse of the other party. Hello again, this time it's Los the shark, Lu. Cheng grinned, I told you I would kill him. Hiss, a pirate worth 15 million. Is it that big shark? The Marine shouted in disbelief. Lu Cheng nodded, raised the head in his hand, and pointed to a headless body that was about to be burnt behind him. I brought his body with me. Worried that the Navy wouldn't recognize him, Lu Cheng simply dragged the headless body with him. After all, it was 15 million, so he could save the Navy from denying it. Because of the huge noise made by the Marines, even the Marines patrolling the base came over. No way, this guy really killed this pirate. The great pirate of 15 million, how can it be? Los the great shark. I've heard some things about him. It's said that he is a pirate who came back alive from the Grand Line. He is very powerful. The Marines were talking about it. This was too unbelievable. The other party was also a big pirate who had been here for more than 10 years, but he was easily defeated by this young man who didn't look that old. Even. Everyone looked at Lu Cheng. His body was very clean, without any trace of fighting. It also, that's terrible. Chapter 60. It also, that's terrible. A Marine muttered unconsciously, accidentally speaking his mind. But the other Marines did not bother to laugh at him for making a fuss, but just nodded in astonishment. Who would have believed that such a young bounty hunter could hunt down pirates of this level? If he were allowed to grow up in a few years, how high would he reach? I dare not even think about it. Plop. Lu Cheng threw Los's head at the feet of the Marines. The Marines bowed their heads to confirm, and finally confirmed that the other party was indeed right. It was Los from the Great Shark Pirates. Ah, it was really Los. He was really killed. That's a pirate with 15 million berries. It's unbelievable. The Marines could not help but whisper to each other. Gentlemen of the Navy, I spent several days at sea trying to get this guy, Lu Cheng shrugged lazily and said, can you guys pay the bill quickly so I can take the money and leave? My time is precious. Indeed, he was ready to leave this time. This was probably the last time he came to this naval base to claim the bounty. At this time, a Navy officer with a higher rank came to his senses, looked at the densely packed bunch of pirates behind Lu Cheng, and shouted, hurry up and bring all the bounty orders of the Great Shark Pirates over. We need to verify the identities of these bodies. Yes. The Marines were startled by the shout and jumped up. They stood at attention and hurriedly moved. Soon, a Marine brought a thick book that looked like a bound collection of wanted posters. He carefully compared the faces of the unconscious pirates on the ground with the photos on the wanted posters one by one. Great Shark Pirates, Leonard, confirmed, bounty 5 million berries. Great Shark Pirates, Wayne, confirmed, bounty of 2.5 million baileys. Great Shark Pirates, Matthew, confirmed, bounty 3.2 million belly. Great Shark Pirates, Baldwin, confirmed, bounty 1.6 million baileys. Great Shark Pirates. One after another, the vicious pirates were identified. The Marines' hands were shaking with excitement. These were extremely dangerous pirates, and yet they were all caught in one fell swoop. While counting, the Navy asked curiously, can I ask how you dealt with them? This is incredible. No, Lu Cheng smiled and said, it's not all solved by me. Except for Los, who was killed by me, the rest were all killed by Robin. When the Navy chief heard Lu Cheng say this, he frowned and didn't believe it at all. He knew that although the other party was a masked ghost group, in fact, it was only Lu Cheng, the big ghost, who attacked. The little ghost seemed to be just like an ordinary person, but he didn't know why the two of them were inseparable and acted together. However, Robin. Is that the kid's name? It sounds familiar. I seem to have heard this name before. As he was thinking this, the Navy over there had already counted the bounties on the pirates. The bounties on these pirates added up to 27 million baileys. Lu Cheng whistled and happily high-fived Robin. For Robin, these baileys were of extraordinary significance. This was the first time she had truly earned a bounty with Mr. Knight. It was of extraordinary significance. The same was true for Lu Cheng. Although he had earned a lot of baileys as a pirate hunter in the past 6 months, most of them had been spent, and now there were not many baileys left. These baileys could be used as an emergency measure when traveling far away. At least he didn't have to worry about baileys for the time being, and could adventure without worries for a while. It was the last job before going out. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was blood red. It was getting darker. Lu Cheng took the huge box full of baileys from the Navy with a smile. The box was filled to the brim, almost as tall as Robin. Do you need us to help deliver it to your ship? The naval officer asked kindly. In the past 6 months, they have actually dealt with each other many times and have become somewhat familiar with each other. Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. Then goodbye, gentlemen of the Navy. Lu Cheng smiled and said, I probably won't come here to claim rewards again in the future. Are you leaving? The Navy asked curiously. In fact, no matter whether it was a pirate or a pirate hunter, they would not stay in one place for too long. After resting, they would set sail again. Yes. Are you ready to go? Yes, the greatest route, Lu Cheng spread his arms and smiled more brightly. The place full of dreams and Bailey.